Dele. They used to, like, literally, the berserkers, they used to call them Dele, which means crazy, okay? That's our K-Hive. They have been training themselves. They've been locked away in the mountainside, slapping fucking rocks, okay? Absolutely, just slapping rocks completely naked, training themselves so that they can destroy the MAGA sickos. And if there is one force to be reckoned with on the internet, within the Democratic Party's constituencies, it is the motherfucking K-Hive. They go balls to the fucking wall.
Kamala Harris wants to vaccinate your children in the ass to make them all autistic and homosexual. She's working with the deep state. Come. More like Kamala Harris. She wants to make you never come again. But not in a puritanical good Christian way, but in a weird, freak-like liberal kind of way. Welcome to the cum zone.
They go balls to the fucking wall. Like that's a 2020 campaign.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Dawson. Our broadcast go to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's going to be a beautiful day. Today's going to be a wonderful day. Today is News Day Tuesday. I'm live and alive, and I hope everyone is having a great one. It is... Let me put my glasses on because I can't see anything. It is 19th, November 19th, Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, 11:51 a.m. And I'm a little late, and I apologize. And that is because I have been on the phone, okay, yapping around, doing big business deals, doing big media deals, okay, just being a goddamn influencer. Okay, being a goddamn influencer, influencing my freaking ass off, influencing my freaking face off. Okay, and that's why I'm late. I'm a little late, almost an hour late, but okay, bestie. Yeah, okay, calm down. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Oz and Ivy Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. And a lot has happened in the world of Hassan Oz and Ivy Piker. In my personal world, in my real world, in my own personal experiences, what has happened? I do not know. Not really much. Not much at all. I ended the broadcast. Last night, and what did I do? Not really anything. I just watched a little bit of... I just hung out with my mom, and that's pretty much it. Watched a little bit of Arcane before I passed out. Woke up early, had a bunch of calls that I had to take. Played some basketball, balled my freaking face off. So yeah, that's it. Now, of course, I balled my freaking face off because of my ball day. But one might say, Hassan, aren't you going to work out tonight? That's right, I will be with Dr. Mike Israetel. Okay, with Dr. Mike Israetel, I will be working out later. The wash on the jacket is clean. Thank you. It's Acne Studios. For those of you who are wondering, the brand and the design is acid washed, I believe. Don't be fucking half asleep this time. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I already am half asleep today. I'm tired. And I got like a good night's sleep and everything, but so much is always happening. So much is where are you in Arcane now? How are you enjoying it? It's fantastic. I'm on the first episode of season 2, and it's been incredible. Did you hang out with my mom? Sure did. Please give Arcane analysis and react. It's fantastic. I love it. Dr. Mike, the guy who partied during COVID. Not only is this not that Dr. Mike, but even if that was the case, like, what is this attitude that you have? Like, okay, yeah, he was a COVID violator. Okay, what should I do? Even if it was literally the handsome Dr. Mike, the other YouTube Dr. Mike. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, you're mad about this dude who did something wrong, okay, in fucking 2020. Like, give it up. It's been 4 fucking years, dude. What the fuck? Give it up. Some of y'all are just saying shit. And I get it. I think some of y'all just say shit because you're like, well, this is something that reminds me of that person. You know, this is something that reminds me of this person. So I'm just going to bring it up. Will you turn Dr. Mike woke? Yes. I'm going to turn him woke. Mike going to push you to exercise with failures? Exercise the failures, I guess. Probably, but it's not going to take much because I'm already tired. I'm literally tired before I do it. Did you change the camera settings? Looks a bit cold. I did, but it's also a lot higher clarity. So imagine having a fun time with a Jack Ball dude. Can you yell at him for the things the most annoying chatters hate him about? Yeah, I know. It's so funny.
What's the best celebration?
Chatters for the past month or so have been like, why is there no bro like Joe Rogan style content creator? And then chatters immediately showcase exactly why such a predicament only exists here. And even then they will be resistant to it. And it literally does not matter. There will be 11 hate threads about this tomorrow, about people being like, I'm done. I can no longer stand by and watch this man engage in body fascism with someone that I suspect of being a fascist. Okay? Every time you lifted a weight, if you picked it up and you put it down, it made me feel like you were throwing me aside. You know, chatter spamming shit like I hate gym bros for a week and a half now. I know. And of course, none of it fucking matters. Okay? I want you to be jacked. I want to be jacked. And I hope that you guys do get jacked. Okay? That's it. Anyway, does anyone have like a blast off meme that's good? Because personal news wise, there's not really much else going on. I'm just ready for all the thirst content that will come off that stream. Yeah. Only one thing matters. We'll be getting extremely gay with Dr. Mike. Yes. This community is just obsessed with drama slop. They just want to create it themselves. Okay, first of all, Hidejo Offliner, you also are a drama pervert to a certain degree. You also love complaining about drama perverts. But what's really funny about this entire process also is that, yeah, everybody loves the drama shit. They love making it themselves. It's not new. It's not unique. And it is up to in my opinion, it is up to the streamer to not give into that. So I will do my very best to not give into that. I just want to be jacking when the missiles fly. Yeah. Okay, there's a good one. I found one. Someone sent me a good one. So yeah. I'm literally fat. I've always been fat and I promote health at every size. I don't care if anyone gets skinny or stays fat. Literally just lift weights because it's good for you. Yes. Well, how do you remember people so well? My brain is broken. Is Elon jacked enough for you? Absolutely not. You don't want this. You don't want this happening to you. Well, I guess this is like an unlikely thing to happen to you, specifically because this is like a growth. You know what I mean? Like that's just a growth. And I don't think that you will be able to get it. Gym bros are awful though. No. Just like every space. You can say that about gamers. You can say that about gym bros. Gym bros are diverse and so are gamers. Okay. The problem is the representation of gym bros and gamers is kind of dog shit online. And, you know, I'm here to do something about it. So suck my dick. Also, speaking of Elon Musk, he's suing Twitch. Sorry, we'll be talking about that as well. Elon is suing Twitch. We'll be talking about that, of course. Trump wants to use the military to do mass deportations. Literally heard Gen Z Gym Bros talking about how mass deportation is racist last week. Yeah. Trump's cabinet picks. Charlie Kirk is now giving your uncle flowers.
They should listen.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah. More madness. Yeah, stop pretending like you are still in high school. Nobody's an archetype or a niche. The only people to make snap judgments about are crypto bros. Yeah, thank you. If we're going to be immediately casting aside an entire group of people, just, you know, save that anger to crypto bros, but nobody else. And especially not gym bros, because I'm a fucking gym bro. Okay? Elon is suing Twitch. Trump wants to use the military to do mass deportations. Trump's cabinet picks and more madness. Later, I get Brolic with Dr. Mike Israel and talk gym bro shop. Get in now. I'm starting to hate the chat attitude towards Dr. Mike. Holy shit. Yes. Wait, is this fucking real? There's no way this is real, right? Shut the fuck up. There's no way that's real. They are not doing a Hassan Piker lookalike contest. That will not be broadly attended, I suspect. Anyway, let's blast off, ladies and gentlemen. Let the people know. We are live. We are alive. Okay. Tell your mom, tell your dad, tell your family. I live in Chicago and it's real from what I've seen. Could just be a joke though. I mean, yeah, it's from Hassan Ivy Productions, so it's most likely not real. You watching Don Don? Yeah, but I haven't caught up to it. I've had a lot of stuff going on off stream, as in sleeping. So And I've been doing like a fucking media tear too. I've been doing a lot of media stuff. So, you know, there is just like a shit ton of that going on. There's a shit ton of that happening. So, Lamau, I thought you meant the other Dr. Mike. No, this is the Dr. Mike. Look at this unhinged ad I got served on Twitter. Due to the high demand of volunteer work in Israel, we've created Monza Volunteers, a new initiative inviting you to join a 4 to 6 week volunteer program in Israel, turning your compassion into action. Is this a joke? Why the fuck would anybody want to volunteer in Israel when you show them that, like, hey guys, come volunteer in Israel, and then it's just like images of people getting shot by like resistance figures inside of Israel? Why the fuck would they? Why would anybody go, oh man, yeah, that's definitely welcoming? Like, that makes no sense. Like, there's obviously an avenue for volunteer work in Israel as well as anywhere else on the planet. But what is shocking to me, what is truly shocking to me, is that you think this would be a successful way to sell the concept by being like, you could get killed at any given moment. Isn't that cool? The fuck? Yeah, send John Fetterman's bitch ass over there, dude. Let that ogre do the damn thing. Hassan lookalike contest?
Hassan Piker, calling Hassan Piker. Just kidding. But someone did say there should be a Hassan Piker lookalike challenge in my hole. Not me. That said, it wouldn't be a real lookalike contest if there wasn't a Twitch link attached to it.
What does that mean? I mean, that type of ad would work on me if it wasn't Israel. Wait, what? You look tired? I am tired. Themasius, I got your playlist. Thank you. Oh, wait. I do. It's right here. What is this?
Celebration of all time.
The best celebration?
Yeah.
I quite like celebrating the Russian Revolution myself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. October Revolution.
My code.
When working class people in Russia smashed the Tsars and the emergent capitalist system. That's the one I like.
What's the best football celebration of all time?
Ronaldo.
Wayne Rooney.
That's incredible, dude. What an unexpected banger. Yes, I like smashing the Tsars. Right. Real uprising of a revolutionary sort.
Rooney, which one?
Punch in the corner flag.
Oh, yeah. What's the best celebration of all time?
The celebration of all time? Every day is a celebration.
What's the best celebration of all time?
In football?
Yeah.
The guy who dances at the World Cup, the African guy. Can't remember his name.
Which one? Asamoah?
No, ages ago.
Which one?
The first celebration ever. Which is? I can't remember his name.
You do it?
No.
Football fans are multifaceted. Yeah, it's footy. Russian Revolution season was so underrated. The first one was when this video peaked. First guy so real. Bro had to clarify football celebration. Bro had to add football after the first guy. Multifaceted. Right? It's how the footy fans are, yeah? You know it. I know it. We all fucking know it. Footy fans yearn for the October Revolution. They want it. They fucking want it, mate. It is what it is, yeah? Anyway, Matt Bernstein rizzing you up. What is this? Oh, I saw this already. We saw this. Stone Cold Steve Austin reads leftist theory.
Stone Cold Steve Austin demanding the working class step up. Donald Trump claims to be an outsider, but he's doing the bidding of the global elites. If the man truly gave a damn about our American democracy, he wouldn't have ran. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? They want the working class to turn on each other because otherwise they'd be turned.
Okay, I like this. I like this guy's content, but like you immediately go into leftist memes. Like you immediately have to go into leftist memes. Chat can't fucking help himself. You not everything has to be a leftist meme, dog. Okay, you gotta chill. There's no W in leftist memes, so there's an L. Oh, it's true. You missed nephew's second wedding.
My dearest ex-Chocobars, from the moment we met, my life has transformed in the most beautiful way. And today, I promise to spend every day.
Bro, someone needs to stop this man, dude. He's perma stuck rizzing. He just can't.
And honoring and loving you with all that I am. I vow to stand by your side through every challenge and triumph. to laugh with you in moments of joy, and to comfort you in times of sorrow. I will cherish and respect you, support your dreams, and encourage you to be the best version of yourself. You are my heart, my home, and my forever. And I'm so grateful to walk this life with you, hand in hand, for all of my days. Here's my ring.
That was beautiful.
What is this?
Jason, the
Bavarian ministers and nobles convening after their king builds yet another lavish palace. We need to talk about Ludwig. What a fucking stupid meme, dude. No. That's crazy. That's crazy. 5K in 30 minutes, bro fell off. Are these people okay? Bro, what are you doing? Look at the numbers on your screen, dude. Some of y'all are so weird. Reload, little bro. Oh, he's talking about the Ethan video? No, 4K, 5K in 30 minutes is fine. That's not that bad. You know, we all have a dud every now and then. We all have a dud every now and then. We in a sea of bangers. OTK game day announcement. I'm not going to be there, so, you know, she's not going to bang the way it did on B-ball, but I'm sure, I mean, it'll be exciting. Wish I could attend. You cook the chatter for no reason. Body found in Bussy Woods. No, I'm not touching that. Anyway, missing out on a nice little Tectone collab. I know. Messed up. I take every opportunity I can to do Tectone collabs. What time is the workout? Is at 6 p.m. Pacific. Okay. LeBron slander will not be tolerated. She will be re-educated. Yeah, I mean, we watched this yesterday, and I agree. LeGoat. Every single time I've seen, like yesterday, we saw that one girlfriend talk about like how her boyfriend is in love with LeBron and wants to have sex with LeBron. Okay. And, you know, pouring honey on the goat, that type of shit. And it's really funny because it like now I've just been seeing clip compies from that girl nonstop. And it's just always, it's always fantastic because the clip compilations just showcase LeBron's greatness and all of his glory. So I love that. Anyway, yeah, let's get started with Charlie Kirk pouring honey on another goat, Uncle Shaky Gerger.
Listen to the Young Turks. The Young Turks had it right. They should have went full economic populist, and they should have promised UBI, universal basic income. They should have went full anti-billionaire class.
Oh, and Social Security.
They should also said, you know what, Donald Trump is right on immigration, but these are the things wrong with it. They should have went full socialist nationalist, you know.
Bro went, they should have went full socialist nationalist, which is wild. Okay. On the one hand, he's recognizing that like left-wing economic sentiment is popular, but also simultaneously, he just said Nazi. Like the Democrats need to go full Nazi. I was waiting for you to go live, Peach Babe 2. I'm here, Peach Babe 2. That's a crazy fucking thing to just openly say. Yeah, he should have gone full socialist nationalist, you know? Or maybe some people might call that national socialist. Just a little national socialism. What's wrong? That's never been tried before.
Social Security.
You know what I'm saying, though? Like, expand Social Security, universal basic income. They should, like, that would have been dangerous for us to run against.
Totally.
Instead, again,
instead they got Liz Cheney.
No, we talked about this on Thought one time.
Well,
we talked about having a populist
We did
off.
with Biden, though. I'm
Look,
sorry,
all you have to do is, like, look at Denmark. Denmark is a country. Their left-wing party has been in power forever. All they had to do is bite the bullet and say, okay, we're doing an immigration pause. Just pause immigration, and suddenly you can get away with so much more social democratic stuff.
Yeah, but here's
single payer, all of that. You just
yeah, totally. Yeah, the one thing that was stopping Americans from doing socialism was the immigration. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Any day now, chat. Any day now, we're gonna have bountiful social democracy. Any moment now, dude. It's slated to happen. Trust, dude. Trust. These people have fucking brainworms. I mean, they don't believe what they're saying either, honestly. The only part that is important about this commentary that I think holds weight is that they also recognize they also personally recognize the dangers of left-wing economic populism. That's the only thing you should take seriously. That's it. They know how hard it is to go up against left-wing economic populism, a resounding message that hyper focuses on people's material realities and addresses them, and personally has real actionable solutions that will make people's lives better. There is no counter to that from the Republican Party. But luckily enough for the Republican Party, they don't ever have to counter that because the Democrats are not interested in that whatsoever. Yeah, better example, New Deal era Democrats held the U.S. House for more than 60 years, mid-30s to the mid-90s. Davi on Theo's podcast again and talked about Trump. Oh, yeah, this was fantastic conversation. I want to go on Theo Vaughn's podcast as well. I think it'd be a cool back and forth. I have heard some sussy shit from him a little bit, but I've heard some sussy shit from him. But overall, I think it's good to speak to someone like that. I think he's overall very open-minded.
The bullet and say it's okay to restrict immigration and not make it this deranged priority to replace the citizens of your own country and gloat about it and how you're getting a better group of people in. If you don't do that, you can win elections.
But Blake,
the Young Turks had it figured out. Just one sec. I'm telling you, Cenk and Anna Kasparian, they were nice having them on the show. They saw it, and I was like, geez, if they run that campaign, that's dangerous. I hope this gets clipped up and sent to them because they were completely ignored by the Democrat Party. Completely ignored.
Oh, they were put in a corner.
And exactly. And they were the only ones that understood.
You would not be beating the anti-Semite allegations if you went on that pod, brother. No, I think that first of all, Gabor Mate's been on that podcast. Bernie Sanders and Gabor Mate. So that's crazy. I can't, that is why it is such a wild situation that man went from talking to Gabor Mate to being like, yeah, I don't really understand. It means like left-wing Jews are controlling the media to do anti-white racism. I don't know. How the fuck do you do that? How do you, there is not any time lost in between that process. That shit is kind of alarming. But in any case, it's bizarre as hell because Charlie Kirk's political instincts are cheeks. No, I think these guys understand that left-wing economic populism is resilient and strong and popular and would be a real fight that they would have to go up against. But Republicans are so lucky that they never have to fight against that. And then they can always fight on their own terms by constantly making a big fuss about hyper-specific marginalized populations that have no fucking no counter messaging platform and no strategy to advocate for their humanity. Okay? It's fantastic. Democrats never give them something to fight against because Democrats don't fight for anything. That's it. On the simplest terms, if you don't want to think about the underlying material harm and what the Democrats must do to go against their own corporate benefactors to solve some of these systemic issues. If you don't want to talk about policy like that, think about it in the simplest terms possible. If the Democrats give something to the Republicans to fight against, if they push the boundary in a certain direction, Republicans are going to hyper-focus on that. If you do Medicare for all, they're going to go, oh, we don't want that. That's communism. That's socialism. That's bad. That's bad. Make them make that argument. Show them as the immoral, corporate-backed, parasitic monsters that they are. Just dangle it in front of them. Dangle anything in front of them, and they'll grab onto it. And in that process, they won't have any time to shit on trans people because now they're just hyper-focused on an actual actionable policy that they must undermine because they are slaves to the corporate benefactors. That's it. But Democrats don't do that because Democrats themselves are also reactionary. So they end up getting dominated by the Republicans. They end up getting dominated by the Republicans over and over again. Didn't work for abortion, though. Is this really different? Brother, what are you talking about? The abortion issue is exactly what I'm talking about. The Republicans undermined civil liberties for Americans across the board. 50% of Americans lost their opportunity to be able to get this medical procedure done, all right? They removed from entire chunks of the population, especially in red states, women's bodily autonomy, right? They took that away. And then liberals came up after that and tried to fundraise off of that. That's another example of the Republicans pushing the boundaries, pushing the political conversation, pushing people's understanding of American politics further and further into the right. Democrats played catch up in that situation. If they actually had a solution for it, they would have actively whipped the votes and instilled a moral panic towards abortion a long time ago. They would have utilized the bully pulpit and would have gotten enough assurances, okay? And they would have turned around. They would have turned around and they would have secured the people's right to get medical coverage. Anyway, what is this? Dan Saltman mentioned in a P. Diddy article. Rumors swirl that Diddy and Ashton Kutcher used TinyChat to flirt with underage girls. The celebs helped TinyChat raise $1.5 million before Diddy's September 2024 arrest for sex trafficking and racketeering. What? In addition to acknowledging the actors, Mike covered this. In September 2024, Sean Diddy Combs was arrested following a string of sexual assault and domestic abuse allegations. In addition to acknowledging the actors' ties to men who allegedly engaged in predatory behavior, the celebs' joint involvement, TinyChat is also being called into question. A TikTok account claimed Ashton Kutcher and Sean Diddy Combs invested in the platform to chat with underage girls freely. I mean, this is Distractify. I don't know how valid this is. Diddy and Ashton Kutcher have been accused of flirting with teenage girls on TinyChat. In 2011, Kutcher and Combs were two of TinyChat's earliest investors. Per its business profile, the company was founded by Cole Turner, Martin Redman, and Daniel Saltman. Damn. Destiny's podcast co-host. And Mr. Adpocalypse is definitely happening, I promise you. Why don't you guys understand? Look at how many times we've posted on LSF. And Michael Stern, current TechCrunch, Combs and Kutcher helped other investors, including Madonna's former manager, Guy Ozeri, raise $1.5 million to get the video chat service comparable to Chat Roulette off the ground. The site was first tested in 2009 and included live chat rooms. However, according to September 27, 2024 TikTok user from I'm Not Famous Anymore, they used the account for sinister reasons. The account claimed the celebs would often flirt with teenage girls. I mean, this is not valid evidence. I don't think there's a lot of, you got a pretty smile for a girl with those dimples, Combs tells the fan in the clip. Wait, what? Come on, this is a different guy? Wait, no. Dan Saltman, the same Dan Saltman that has been doing the Twitch Adpocalypse shit, is the guy who is the owner of TinyChat. I think it's the same guy, isn't it? Yeah, no, he did make... No, Dan Can't Stream, Dan Saltman is the guy who made TinyChat. That's correct. What is this? Got any plans December 8th? What does that mean? Why so ominous? When people say stuff like that, I just don't understand. Like, what are you going to kill me? That's the lookalike contest thing? Oh, okay. Okay. No, I do have plans that day. Yeah, no, he owns this. He owns TinyChat. It was like, it's definitely his. That part is not shocking. And the fact that Diddy was fundraising for it alongside Ashton Kutcher, that's also not that shocking. Rich people fucking invest in a whole bunch of stuff. The part of this that makes it weird, the part of this that would make it weird is if Diddy was actually using the website to talk to minors. But even then, there's no assurances that Dan Saltman personally knew that Diddy was using it to do such a thing. So unlike people who routinely lie about me and use any and every opportunity to slander me, attack everyone in my orbit regularly, I'm not going to participate in that sort of thing. So despite the fact that yes, Dan Saltman does own TinyChat or did own TinyChat and fundraise off of Ashton Kutcher and Diddy, I don't know if he knew the extent of how much Diddy was using it. It's not a good look, but until there's more evidence, I will hold off on jumping on this bandwagon. He has a whole long list of other shit you can criticize the dude for. No need to go into conspiracy shit. I mean, TinyChat is a weird website. Man, I don't really know enough about TinyChat to be very honest with you. Yeah. So, all right. Where was I? Oh, we were talking about Charlie Kirk giving props to Unc.
Dude, like you could have expanded the Democrat base. That would have been so scary to run against. If they would have run on like legalization of weed, universal basic income, strict immigration. I'm serious. Strict immigration, ending the wars, like the old Bernie Sanders portfolio.
Yeah.
Instead, Kamala went for the cheap corporate cash, and because everyone said you need to finance your campaign against Trump. And
well, here's the reason why, though, Charlie, and I think we figured this out, is that the only way that the uniparty hacks can fund war is by open borders.
What are you saying? Uniparty hacks? Bitch, your president is the #1 uniparty hack. He's putting Marco Rubio in charge of the fucking State Department. Like, what are you talking about? These guys live on an alternative plane of existence. They like fantasize that Donald Trump is actually this secretly based anti-war guy. And then they act like they're all shocked and shit when he's not. I guess it doesn't really matter. Like, they don't really care. They like the war that Donald Trump also facilitates, participates in. And yeah, I don't know. They just act like it's a real nuisance. Oh man, I am really upset. I am really personally upset that Donald Trump is continuing the wars, but like, I don't think he gives a shit. New leftist British meta drop. Check out Jimmy the Giant's video about the UK rights on YouTube. Right-winger turned leftist who seems to be on the exact same page as you. Incredible video. Maybe we'll look at it later.
It's very clear. They have to be able to fund the entire enterprise of war through this, or they're tied together, lockstep, at the hip. They have to do all of that, and that's what's being exposed right now, is that you have all these people who've committed themselves to war, and they've committed themselves to China and cheap labor. And so open borders, China, and big war propaganda is them. That's them. And this is what Donald Trump has exposed. This is what this entire movement has exposed. And it's the most critical time that it could possibly ever happen, because if we had not won, who knows what would happen? We would have been in World War III, subservient to China for the rest of our lives, and we wouldn't have a culture here at all. There would be no American culture. It would be completely overrun. All that takes a step back, and we'd be able to move forward and continue to create an American culture that's important to the future of the country.
Okay, the last part of this was just like psychotic hallucinations. The only important takeaway from this is that Charlie Kirk and others within the Republican commentary field understand the value of left-wing economic populism. And when Republicans or when Democrats themselves do not value that and fill the space with any sort of serious commentary or any sort of like reasonable policy prescriptions, ultimately the Republicans can lie about it. Yeah, don't watch that Jimmy the Giant vid. He thinks D's a leftist and praises him. I mean, everyone has their own journey of de-radicalization. I won't fault someone for looking at Destiny as a successful person that pulled them away from like right-wing radicalization. You never know how much these people ride or die for these content creators. Think about the average person who knows who the fuck I am, for example. They don't know everything about me. They don't know what my entire scope, or my entire worldview looks like. But regardless, did you ever see yourself slipping down a radicalization path? Certainly. Yes, I was a young man at a certain point.
People truly...
That is like prime for radicalization. Speaking of young men, or I guess older men now, Uncle Shaky Gurga, okay, Chunk Weigert, is in the crosshairs of Emma Vigeland, friend of the show, Emma Vigeland, because he said, I asked Elon Musk to put me in charge of cutting the Pentagon. And he said, what are your suggestions? I run the largest left-wing network online, and Democratic leaders have never asked me that question. The idea that they would take advice from a populace is disdainful to them. Now, which side seems to be more open and inclusive? Which side seems more welcoming? And which side tries really hard to drive you away if you disagree even a little with orthodoxy? Which side is asking for suggestions, and which one is demanding compliance and obedience? Autism Capital says, your pivot has been fascinating to watch. Yeah, Twitter algorithm loves this shit. Look at this, 52,000 likes, dude. Why is your uncle acting brand new? I don't know. I don't even for a second believe that any Republican will ever do something that is good, okay? I just don't. I don't believe it. Like, with the exception of like Thomas Massey, and I don't even know the full scope of his sentiment and commentary. It's just like on the issue of Palestine, he seems to be pretty solid. But like, I just don't, outside of like certain pet projects, I just don't think that the Republican Party is even remotely interested in doing right by the American population. Like, they are very good at identifying things that the broader American electorate care about, and they're very good at filling the space when Democrats refuse to personally push for it, right? That is the unfortunate reality of the Democratic Party, is that they refuse to do anything about it. I've never heard a Democrat be like, man, what do we got to do about this fucking military budget? It's something that virtually every American that has heard about it is shocked by. There's a couple things that genuinely confuse people, okay? If you want to break the brains of the most normal, like the most politically normie guy, you can tell him two things. One, 32 states have made it illegal to protest peacefully against the state of Israel. You cannot boycott the state of Israel. You cannot demand sanctions for the state of Israel. And you cannot engage in any sort of divestment initiatives from the state of Israel. You will lose your job if you do so. You have to sign a petition in a place like in the state of Texas to be able to get a job in even a public school. That breaks every normie's mind. They're like, what? I thought America was a free speech safe haven. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay. Another thing that breaks people's minds, if you want to break up political normies' minds, tell them about the fact that the Pentagon has like trillions of dollars that no one knows where it went. Okay. Trillions of dollars just missing. They will straight up be like, what are you saying? Failed 7 audits in a row. When you say that, when you openly say that, they're like, oh my God, what the fuck? What are you talking about? How many trillions has the Pentagon not accounted for? Pentagon from responsiblestatecraft.com. This is back in 2023. Pentagon cannot account for 63% of the nearly $4 trillion in assets. The DoD regularly buys parts and equipment it doesn't need because it can't keep track of the parts and equipment it already owns. It sounds like a conspiracy theory, to be honest. I know it's not, but to a normie, I think it comes across like a conspiracy theory, but it's not. I mean, here, and if you want to understand like the way that the Democratic Party operates, here is fucking here's the leading progressive mainstream political commentator, Jon Stewart, a comedian, asking this exact same question. Here's what the response is.
A lot of waste, fraud, and abuse within a system.
Audits and waste, fraud, and abuse are not the same thing. So let's decompose these
please
pieces
educate me on
sure.
What
so an audit is
difference.
exactly what you just described,
Yes.
which is, do I know what was delivered to which place?
Right.
The ability to pass an audit or the fact that the DoD has not passed an audit is not suggestive of waste, fraud, and abuse. That is completely false right there. So
what is
now
it
it's a question of, it's suggestive that we don't.
Bro, can you imagine saying that to the IRS? Like, hey, excuse me, federal agent of the IRS overseeing my case. The fact that I cannot pass this audit that you have suggested does not mean that there is financial abuse or waste or fraud happening. You running ads again? My blocker is causing your stream to freeze? No, I'm not. I'm fully funded entirely by you guys who subscribe to me. Back in the day, you used to subscribe to avoid the ads. Now I don't run ads and you still subscribe because you want to support the show. But that is who funds this broadcast for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Thank you, Austin73748282274 for the 5 community gifted subs. And Eighth Rose Tempest, thank you for the 20 community gifted subs. Thank you, Prio97 for the 5 gifted subs. And Drusas for the 5 gifted subs as well. And Flocky, thank you, Flocky. And Bobonot.
Have an accurate inventory that we can pull up of what we have where. That is not the same as saying we can't do that because waste, fraud, and abuse has occurred.
So in my world,
yeah,
that's waste.
How is that waste?
If I give you $1 billion and you can't tell me what happened to it, that to me is wasteful. That means you are not responsible. But if you can't tell me where it went, then what am I supposed to think? And when there has been reporting, I mean, this is not, look, I'm not saying this is on you and that you caused this, but I think it's a tough argument to
I'm pretty
make
sure
that
I didn't cause it.
an $850 billion budget
Y'all see?
to an organization that can't pass
a moon landing. The reason why I'm ignoring you, despite the fact that you gifted 5 gifted subs, is because the moon landing did not happen. Okay? And I'm fearful of coming to that recognition. I'm fearful of coming across like I even believe that the moon landing occurred when it clearly did not. Okay? That's it.
an audit and tell you where that money went. Like, I think most people would consider that somewhere in the realm.
Wait, Buzz Aldrin's gonna smack you? How about he fucking figure out his own goddamn life? Didn't he say he's pro-Trump? Isn't Buzz Aldrin pro-Trump?
Of waste, fraud, or abuse, because they would wonder
why
that money isn't well accounted for. And especially when they see food insecurity on military bases, and they see...
You want to talk about that? Because that's a good... we should be talking... I mean,
Well,
I'm trying to understand where you're trying to go, other than the dollars, which really bother you.
I think it doesn't really bother me. I think it's all connected.
Okay.
I think
tell
when
me that story. Tell me how you're thinking about that.
When I see a State Department get a certain amount of money and a military budget be 10 times that.
She's laughing at the concept of accountability your country's cook. Brother, that's the military. What do you mean? Tim Pool's hairline ignores me too because I'm non-existent? Yeah, I mean, what's less existent? The moon landing or Tim Pool's hairline? It's Tim Pool's hairline. That's why I ignored your 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Tim Pool's hairline. Thank you, Freeman, for the 5 community gifted subs.
And I see a struggle within government to get people like more basic services. And then that department that got that, I mean, we got out of 20 years of war and the Pentagon got a $50 billion raise. Like, that's shocking to me. Now, I may not understand exactly the ins and outs and the incredible magic of an audit, but I'm a human being who lives on the earth and can't figure out how $850 billion to a department means that the rank and file still have to be on food stamps. Like, to me, that's fucking corruption. I'm sorry. And if that blows your mind, and if you think like that's like a crazy agenda for me to have, I really think that that's institutional thinking, and that it's not looking at the day-to-day reality of the people that you call the greatest fighting force in the world. So I get back to this idea of like, I'm not looking to pick a fight with you, but I am surprised at that the reaction to these questions are, you don't know what an audit is, bucko. Like, that's just weird to me.
Drone strike incoming. Okay. The dismissiveness of the Deputy Defense Secretary Kathleen Hicks in this clip is simply astounding. Jon Stewart points out the Pentagon keeps failing its audits, and she tries to laugh it off. This is the entrenched mentality the next Secretary of Defense will face. Yeah. If hundreds of billions of dollars not being accounted for and being seen as like impossible to audit over and over again is not indicative of waste, fraud, and abuse, what is? Like, this is a fantastic conversation to be having, because it's like you're basically undermining the concept behind why audits exist to begin with. You are just directly tackling the conversation on semantics by saying, why should there even be an audit? What are audits really? Who cares about numbers? Now, having said that, while this is a real issue, do I believe that DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, is going to fix it? Fuck no. Elon Musk is a defense contractor. If you think that that is going to happen, you are delusional. That's it. And I am willing to be completely wrong on this. I am excited at the prospect of being entirely wrong on this prediction. But it's the same principle behind RFK Jr. They will advocate for good things and never do the good things. They will advocate for good things, but their solution is bad. Okay? RFK Jr. says we have a health crisis in the way that we consume our food. He's right about that. But his solution is going to be putting a nuke on the FDA. Deregulation is not the solution. More regulation and correct regulation, adequate regulation is the solution to this problem. Okay? This is why I don't even trust the Democrats, but you will never catch me trusting the Republicans. This is a big mistake that a lot of people who are regular critics, what the fuck's wrong with me today? Regular critics of the Democratic Party oftentimes end up losing their skepticism of the Republican Party. And it's dumb. It's dumb as fuck. If I'm skeptical of the Democrats and don't believe the Democrats, why the fuck would I ever believe the Republicans? The reason why I'm skeptical of the Democrats is because of their closeness to the Republicans. This is something that I was very frustrated with when Glenn Greenwald would advocate for these positions early on before he went full tilt, right? Before he went full tilt right wing. Glenn Greenwald used to do this all the time. He would literally just like consistently hammer the Democrats. But then when it came to the Republican Party, he never had that same smoke for them. And it blew my fucking mind. I was like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, if you are angry at the Democrats, you should be unimaginably angry at the Republicans. What are we doing? So make no mistake. I hate to see Unc fall for this, okay? But you have to remember, if you are critical of the Democratic Party, but then you find yourself believing some of the things that the Republicans are stating, I don't know. It's like Bernie Sanders. He's talking about working with the Trump administration. It's like, no, you're not, dog. You ain't getting shit done. You understand me? He is not doing shit for you. Okay? You barely got stuff done as a junior partner in the Biden coalition. You think Trump is going to fucking give you anything? That's crazy. I think this comes from a place of the Democratic Party legitimately pushing away people in its own base over and over and over again. That's it. That's what is happening here. Okay? That's what happened in Dearborn. That's what happened with all the young men that went the Joe Rogan route. What happened to these young men? Where did they go? Well, there's an active and deliberate mechanism pushing everybody away. It's called the Democratic Party. And they're doing that because they don't want to win with these coalitions. They want to win on their own terms. And if they lose, it doesn't matter because that's going to yield a bountiful fundraising opportunity for them. All of the awfulness that the Republican Party will subject the American population to is, once again, in the simplest terms, a fantastic revenue opportunity. When I became a Democrat, it was the more tolerant party. Republicans were run by religious nut jobs and corporate robots. Now the Republicans are, in a lot of ways, the less tolerant party. The least tolerant part is actually the establishment wing of the party that says anyone opposing their anointed leaders is committing heresy. If you try to give them constructive criticism of the party to improve it, they drive you from the party while screaming, he's not a real Democrat. They hate populists. They have become the corporate robots I couldn't stand. They hate their base. They insult our intelligence by pretending that the donors are not in charge. They think we should be controlled and learn how to follow orders. And they have no idea how elitist they sound. Predictably, their unironic reaction to this post will be heretic. The issue with this statement is that, and I can't believe I'm repeating this, he's right about all of it. But there is a key detail that is being omitted from this, okay? Which is the Republicans are also run by the same fucking corporate masters. Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet and directly manipulated the outcomes of this election. He personally was invested in Donald Trump. What the fuck are we doing? Out of the top 10 mega donors, okay? Out of the top 10 mega donors, I think the top 7 in this election cycle that combined, I think, fundraised like almost $1 billion fucking dollars or whatever. Every single one of them donated to the Republican Party. Okay? Yes, we are uniparty in this country. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely, the Democrats are beholden to their corporate masters in the same exact ways that the Republicans are. But the notion that, like, one party is dishonest and beholden to their corporate benefactors and oftentimes incredibly resistant to change, while the other party is also doing that exact same fucking shit, it just like makes no sense. It makes no sense. I think he's right in the sense that Republicans embrace anyone who claims to be a Republican, sex offender, or not, while Democrats hate progressives more than Republicans. Yes, this is true. And this needs to change. This is true, and it needs to change. And the Democratic Party is dog shit for doing this, okay? He's right about this. But I warn people, as I always have and always will, that this kind of thinking, if this kind of thinking leads you down the assumption that, like, well, there's some honesty in the Republican Party, and that's all you care about without thinking about the underlying issues of policy and underlying issues of the Republican Party's overarching ideology, their ideological interest in maintaining capitalism and being beholden to the same fucking corporate masters, but having the permission to be honest about that because of their position in the American duopoly, you are going to find yourself captivated by snakes in a different suit. This is not me advocating to hug and kiss and hold on to the Democrats. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying we should forcibly change the trajectory and the ideological goals of the Democratic Party, the one party in our duopoly that is supposed to be the counterbalance to growing fascism. Okay? There will never be a moment where I will turn around and say, man, the Republicans sure are great. I despise the Democratic Party for its closeness to the Republican Party. Okay? This is something that I will always stand on. This is something that I will always advocate for. And I do not trust the Democrats when they say they're going to do fucking social safety nets. And that doesn't mean I'm going to trust the Republicans when they claim to do so. Okay? I certainly do not trust the fucking Republicans when they say they're going to cut down on, military spending. The Republicans' hard-won diversity is strictly used as a weapon and a shield when they actively work for racist policies. Jenks is getting duped while he is correct. It's not one or the other. You can and must disown them both. Yeah. And that is what makes the criticism of the left so unbearable, because they view it as shitting on them when in reality it's criticism to make things better. I know. A lot of people have no understanding of where I'm coming from, where they're so primed, so conditioned into thinking, oh, you're a naysayer. You fucking hate. You hate the Democrats. You're not a Democrat. You must be a Republican. That's what they say. And it's stupid, but the most outspoken parts of the Democratic Party's base of support have basically adopted this position, this framework. They do it. They do it in my chat. They do it on TikTok. I used to make fun of them all the time. I would ask them, show me your pay stubs. Is the DNC paying you? I have DNC operatives in my community. I talk to them. I debate with them. They openly will recognize that I'm right when, history absolves me of the sin of criticizing the Democratic Party. Where are your pay stubs? For many, they simply jump on this talking point without really examining it, because that's what they've heard from mainstream outlets. That's the mainstream outlets that are pumping this narrative over and over again, and people have no way to deal with the issue. They have no way of examining or interrogating what's wrong with this sentiment, and they just kind of go along with it without thinking about it, and it's wrong. Do you not get behind Democrat policies that you like? I do. Of course I do, and I defend it. The Republicans are more reasonable at this point. Trump's economic policy is going to be better for America, and that's better for everyone. Yeah, you're totally right. Mass deportation of 20 million people that are participating in the American economy in very meaningful ways will certainly be better. Or tariffs being slapped on all consumer goods coming in from China with no adequate, domestic manufacturing substitute will certainly also be inflationary, but that'll be good for the economy as well. No. And before people say, you're a racist monster to this chatter. No, this chatter in many ways is no different than the fucking average liberal who will defend the Democratic Party without ever questioning it. The average liberal that says like, oh, you don't understand. Gaza is going to be so much worse under Donald Trump. It's like, bro, the people that you're advocating for are currently pummeling Gaza. What are you talking about? A lot of people simply just repeat shit without thinking about it. And this is something that many people don't understand. Trump taps Dr. Mehmet Oz to serve as Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator. Oh my God, we got a Turkish goat in the building. Oh my God. Okay, dude. Put him in charge of Pennsylvania, dude. Okay, look, I don't like Mehmet Oz. Okay, I don't like Mehmet Oz at all, as you guys know. But I gotta fucking do this for a second for the Turks out there. As bayrakları! As! As bayrakları as! Masadayız! Masa biziz! Masa biziz! Türk var mı? Sağlığı elimizde. Vurun! Yürüyün yiğitler! What was he doing that they got to understand jokes, or what is happening? Is this more terror support? These people are singing in scary language. Please stop. Yeah. Another instance of supporting terrorism once again for showcasing Mehter Marşı. The whole chat said I was nuts for saying Trump was significantly better on Ukraine and North Korea than the Democrats, and now Biden in the lame duck has massively escalated. I'm sorry, but I've been completely vindicated, and I would like my flowers. You won't address this because I'm correct. What? Donald Trump put forth like war hawks in the competent aspects of his administration. What the fuck are you talking about? You think Marco Rubio is going to be de-escalatory? No. America is the most uniparty when it comes to foreign policy, okay? Because American foreign policy is not dictated by ideological considerations. American foreign policy is dictated by capitalism and upholding capitalism. Okay, bro said he's going to end it. Yeah, okay, dude. He also said he's going to end the fucking... He's going to let Israel finish the job on Gaza. What does that mean? You think he's going to be better on fucking Gaza? You think he's going to be better for the Palestinians? Get the fuck out of here. Okay? America's interests in Ukraine have nothing to do with the emancipatory goals of Ukraine, ridding its national boundaries of Russian invaders, okay? America's goals is to offload all of their older fucking equipment and keep the fucking military engine running. It is in their best interest to continue the war for as long as Ukraine can hold out, for as long as Ukraine has people who can hold on to these arms and shoot in the direction of the Russian forces. America will continue to fucking escalate, and America will continue to fucking, give Ukraine weapons over and over again. While I disagree with, the long-range missiles, unless it's going to be a significant shift in this battle, and I don't think it will because of the reasons that I just gave you, okay? There is no ideological difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, okay? Emancipatory goals, LMFAO. No, I'm serious. Yeah, like you think America is invested in in the freedom of Ukraine? No, they don't. They don't care about that. That's not a real thing. That's never been a real consideration. Please, guys. Why do you think Trump's advent is motivated entirely by capital? Mass deportation contradicts that. The argument against mass deportation, or the argument against white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment, is that it's a wonderful mechanism to distract away from the real holders of capital, the real enemies of the American working class. And number two, the two-tier structure that is created within documented and undocumented labor is literally the most capitalist thing. It is capitalism in overdrive. It is hyper-exploitative. Without the proper paperwork, these people are purposefully put in a position where they're outside of the boundaries of the regular legal system, where they can demand back pay and have some sort of recourse. The entire purpose of having this two-tier labor structure is for capitalist interests. If there was a real racist, white nativist, anti-immigrant purpose here, they would pull the Portland route, okay? Oregon was originally invented as a white enclave, so much so that they were anti-slavery. Why were they anti-slavery? Because they didn't want to be around black people that bad, okay? If someone was really that fucking racist, if there was a real, genuine racist priority here and not simply a capitalist one, they would be punishing business owners that knowingly hire undocumented labor. They will never do that, okay? They will never do that. Imagine deporting fucking corporate owners and executives for hiring migrant labor and farmhands. That would never happen in a million years. The entire system is designed in a way where you can use and hyper exploit these undocumented laborers. This depresses wages for every American across the board. Okay. It keeps the cost of goods relatively low, especially in the agricultural sector, for example. And then simultaneously, these people have no legal recourse. So then you call ICE on your own fucking labor force and you wipe them out. And then you go back to the same fucking veins and you tap a new fresh pool of undocumented migrant workers and you bring them to the same fucking trailer park that you now evicted a ton of undocumented laborers from. That's it. Is that also logic for tariffs? So we blame China for everything? I still don't understand why he pushes for tariffs. I think tariffs are supposed to be a substitute for all the tax cuts that are coming in. And it's also a mechanism for Donald Trump to influence the corporate, it's a mechanism to influence corporate leaders to terrify them with the threat of tariffs in their sector if they don't comply. That's what I think. So it's to clean the slate and reduce their wage prices. I think that mass deportation will not come in the way that you think it will. I think that they are going to forcibly enslave the undocumented laborers in private prison facilities that they will build and force them back to work at gunpoint, potentially. there's also a never-ending pool of undocumented workers that will always come to the United States of America. We have destroyed the global South, and, you know, that is one of the many bountiful benefits of such a process. Both climate change and our direct intervention to the global South have created migration patterns that are impossible to combat unless you change trajectory on foreign policy in general. Okay? This has to be the craziest take I've ever heard you have. We are going to enslave people now. Come on, man, brother. We already enslave people. It's called the 13th Amendment. Slavery as a form of punishment is not only legal and constitutionally protected. Californians literally voted to maintain slavery as a form of punishment this past election cycle by 53%. Okay? Now, of course, we don't frame it in that way because of Western chauvinism. We always say, oh, work camps, gulags, they only do that in Russia. Okay? They do that in, one chatter said, Xinjiang. You know, they do that in China. They do that in Russia. They don't do that here. It's like, dude, we have literally the number one. We have the largest slave force on the planet. You understand that, right? We have direct state penitentiaries that are named after the plantation that they're placed upon, like Angola, the Louisiana State Penitentiary, okay, where the overwhelming majority of the prisoners are black. And yes, they literally pick cotton. Aren't they criminals? Wait, what? So you are fine with slavery? Got it. Okay. Yeah. The people in prison. Okay. We are going to be putting undocumented migrants in prison as well, and we will enslave them. Now you've arrived at exactly what I was saying. You are fine with slavery as a form of punishment. It seems like you understand exactly what we were doing. I don't think we are going to engage in mass deportation. I think we're going to engage in mass enslavement and then deportation, but deportation is too costly, so we'll kill them. That's what I think. Okay? If you want to know what the agenda looks like, well, I can only look back in history at a time when this happened before, when Adolf Hitler wanted to do a mass deportation policy for Jews and socialists and trade unionists alike, and he started it with a Madagascar plan, and it ended with death camps. There's plenty of fascist historic precedent to point to if you want to understand where America is heading towards. This is an unimaginably costly endeavor. Deportation is bilateral. Other countries have to agree to receiving people. Yeah. Well, not only that, but also we already dominate Mexico, or at least Mexico plays ball to a certain degree with playing the role of border security, with the hopes that they don't get too much scrutiny from the United States of America. And they've played ball so far. Don't know if they'll continue to do so, but I doubt that they would be open to the mass deportation of tens of millions of people. Also, this happened in the United States of America before. Anyway, I thought it would be enslavement of the existing U.S. prison population. That already happens. You need to see this Democratic strategist crashing out on Twitter. I can't believe the D's lost when we have professors at AZ State using racial slurs against white people. I can't believe the Dems lost when they have peak gringo strategists like this one. Racial slurs against white people? Big homie just thought we would go straight to 1700 slavery and not manufacturing consent first? Yes. You're openly hoping for racial violence to target Muslims? No, I'm telling you the check is coming due for their naivete about Trump's plans for them. Yeah, gringo is a slur now. Okay. And so is cracker. Please. It's worse than that. She's absolutely unhinged. Here's a full list of people I'll be shot in Freuding over the Trump check, over when the Trump check comes due. The climate nuts who attack cultural artifacts and shut down traffic. The pro-Hamas people. Working class people who just voted themselves back to peasantry. Blacks for Trump. McConnell R's. Latinos for Republicans. Women's for Republicans. What am I missing? Jill Stein voters. They are covered in the climate nuts and the Hamas lovers. I probably won't be able to stop the Schadenfreude when Shahid gets deported. Oh my God. Fantasizing about the deportation of a Muslim Democratic strategist is crazy work. Okay? That is crazy, brother. Yo! Like, these are people who are actively being like, here's what we need to solve. We want the Democrats to win. Please, 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 please. Okay? Former advisor to Jamie Harrison, aka the chair to the DNC. Yeah, if you want to understand, if you want to personally understand like what the leading minds in the Democratic Party operate as, here it is. What a sadistic little fucking monster this person is. As the son of a gringo and a Haiole, please don't joke. What is a hyole? At least the people disagreed in the replies. I mean, who gives a shit? When I tell you high-level people were in meetings with this lady and she went on a national tour doing seminars with campaigns like she was actually influencing shit. Yeah. No, I know. I see it. I know. I know. These are the top minds of the Democratic Party. Do you understand why there's an issue here? Do you get what's going on? Yes, and Muslim. Haitians, other people of African descent, will be the first to be targeted. Yes, and Muslims and trans people and Latino people, which is why I'm going scorched earth on people who helped Trump win by doing stupid shit all year, most of whom won't pay the check because they'll have options for themselves. You literally want those people to suffer because they didn't vote for your political party. Why are you trying to pretend otherwise? You gave yourself away. You can't unring the bell, dude. No, I want the people who led these movements into not voting for Harris to suffer. They won't, though. All of them have exit options. The people that screwed over or not. Oh, Howley. Yeah, I wonder why tens of millions of people that previously had voted for the Democratic Party didn't show up to vote with these top minds leading the battle. I mean, this level of like entitlement over people's votes and this level of like genuine resentment for the average fucking voter that they're supposed to at least aesthetically fucking claim to care about is so funny. Like top Democrat campaign strategists openly saying that, oh, you fucking black people and you fucking Latinos and you fucking Muslims, you're going to all get deported because you didn't vote for the candidate that, because of my candidate. I'm fantasizing about like all of you getting deported right now and then simultaneously acting like, you deserve this deportation because you didn't vote for me. It's like, yeah, if you fucking have that kind of attitude, of course people are not going to literally vote for you. Yeah, I just imagine Hamas killing you type beat. Exactly. Yes, I know she was the advisor to Jamie Harrison. Look at this. Election Whisperer says, don't panic about Trump versus Biden polls. Rachel Byte-Kofer, who gleefully fantasizes about deporting people, was once advising DNC chair Jamie Harrison should tell you everything. When leadership listens to voices dripping with this kind of venom, it's no surprise they lost to Donald Trump. Rachel currently serves as the DNC committee chair Jamie Harrison. In previous roles as the advisor to DNC and the Michigan Democratic Party, she offers strategic consulting and voter projections to ensure candidate victories. Toppling paradigms for near-perfect results accuracy in every cycle since 2018, Rachel secured her reputation as the election whisperer for political forecasting. She's doing that populism now. Election Whisperer says, don't panic. Oh, wow. Look at this one. If France goes to fascism, it'll be because of the refugees they took in from war-torn Middle Eastern countries are using French freedom to shit all over the country that gave them refuge. I clipped it, bro. As Pope, dude. Yeah. The Pope is anti-Semitic. Okay? That's right. Actually, I'll take it one step further. The Pope is Hamas. Liberals don't want to hear it, but when you bring 6 million non-white people into a country with an already resurgent racism issue while inflation is high, you're going to pay a price. If we survive, we need to meet the electorate where it is on immigration. The question I always have for these fucking dipshits is like, why aren't you just a Republican then? It seems like you have Republican attitudes. It seems like you are openly a reactionary charlatan. What is the difference between you and the average Republican? I don't understand it. This is a question I have for Bill Maher as well. This is a question I have for Bill Maher. Bill Maher, and there was someone who basically posted a TikTok of this. Let me see if I can find it real quick. My sentiment about Bill Maher the other day. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. This is the thing that I fucking despise about smarmy liberals that fancy themselves to be so much more intelligent than the fucking dumbass Republicans, while simultaneously they hallucinate in the same exact direction as those dumbass Republicans. They have a purpose, okay? They have a reason for this cognitive dissonance. They're mainlining it on a daily basis from Fox News. You, on the other hand, you're supposed to be well-educated. So what's your fucking excuse, you idiot? Like, how the fuck can you be like, these stupid Republicans believe the dumbest things, and I believe them too? Ugh. Like, what? They're transphobic. So are you. They think we need to have a muscular border policy because immigrants are doing crimes. So do you. They want Israel to be able to fucking melt Gaza. So do you. What's the difference? That you're just like marginally more pro-gay than the average hog? Is that what it is? Yeah, they're anti-vaxxers. So is Bill Maher. What's the difference? Like, what is it? What do you want? What more do you want? He wants the Republican policies, but he wants to be smug and intellectual about its defense. You stupid, dumb Republicans don't understand. Ugh. Like, what is it? Why did he vote Democrat if his stance is Republicans? He just hates the Republicans. He thinks the Republicans are dumb. He hates Republicans. He thinks Republicans are dumb. He claims to hate religion but loves Israel, okay, which is a religious ethno-state. So there's that. You know, don't have that intellectual hang-up. So how the fuck did you arrive at so many similar goddamn positions to the average hog then? That's it. That's it. Hey, it's me in the comments chat. Nice. What is that? What's the difference? What separates you from Republicans at this point? You constantly talk about how much you fucking hate the Republican Party, but then you also talk about how awesome their ideas are and how awesome the dumb hogs are, or how right they got certain things. Okay? Yeah, the hat color is different. Anyway, speaking of the Democratic Party and where the Democratic Party is taking us in the lame duck session, will they actually make sure that Lena Khan has at least until 2026? Will they make her position permanent? Who knows? Will they use that as an opportunity? Will they use the lame duck session as an opportunity to build up a resilient network of laws and rules that potentially could at least undermine the upcoming Trump administration? Probably not. 94-95 is actually bouldering its way through both the House of Representatives and the Senate, it seems, which, by the way, is a nuclear atomic bomb for any sort of activist organization, any sort of activist nonprofit. The Treasury can just simply, without any evidence whatsoever, declare any group to be a terror organization, no evidence necessary, and take away their nonprofit status. Just so you understand, that doesn't, right now, the Democrats are voting for it because they are, AIPAC hacks that think, oh, yeah, they'll just take away all the pro-Palestinian advocacy groups. Okay? They're fucking stupid. It won't just stop with the Palestinian advocacy groups. It shouldn't even extend to Palestinian advocacy groups regardless. But it won't stop there. Okay? The Republicans will go after every single non-profit. Okay? You are a fucking psycho. Here's Chris Murphy, who has become more woke in these last couple of months, saying a frequent tool of dictators is to label politician opposition groups as terrorist groups and shut them down. This bill up for a vote this week would give Trump the power to do just that. It's disastrous, and apparently there are House Democrats considering voting for it. Straight up, dude. Straight the fuck up. They are going to come after Planned Parenthood. They're going to come after every fucking special group, every special interest group. I'm telling you right now. I am telling you right now. Trevor Project, any sort of LGBTQ advocacy group, every single one of them is gone. And these dumb fuck Democrats, 52 of them already voted yes. 52 Democrats voted yes for this. Any sort of immigrant advocacy group will be targeted with this. It's not just going to be, you are just being alarmist right now, bro. Seen this already in spades. I know. Yeah, I'm being so alarmist. Why? Because I take Trump seriously when he says he's going to do something. Can't they just make it for profit? Brother, what are you saying? These are nonprofit advocacy groups that rely on their nonprofit status so that they can fucking maintain donations. What are you talking about? What the fuck? Who's going to donate if they don't even get a fucking tax break out of it? You are cutting across their structure, their revenue generation structure dramatically. This is how you undermine labor unions as well. When their tax exemption goes away, when their tax exemption status goes away, all of a sudden, significantly less people are going to be able to donate to these places. This is how they undermined labor unions in this country. Many people don't recognize this, but they tackled the revenue structure of labor unions. That's how they went after it. And they presented it as a pathway, not trying to be smart, just trying to understand if there's any way out of this. Yeah, if they make it for profit, then there's no tax exemption. If you donate to them, can they go after you for saying you support terrorists? Yes, they already do that. At first, people say, I'm alarmist. Then they recognize that it's happening, at which point they go, okay, maybe you weren't alarmist, but I still remember how you made me feel when you were ringing the alarm bells. So I'm going to carry on that resentment against you. That's usually how this goes. History does have the capacity to vindicate me with regular frequency, and yet the people that originally were against what I was saying never forget how I made them feel. I made them feel stupid and weak and small in that moment. And even if they do agree with me now, even if they understand that, or even if they've independently arrived at the conclusion, maybe when it's far too late, they still remember the resentment that they had early on. And they carry on that resentment and they still continue with the fuck us on shit. Anyway. Then perhaps you should find a way to engage that won't create that reaction. Yes, you're right. It's my fault that I'm right, and people would rather fucking shoot and kill the messenger than, re-examine their position. You're correct. All this means is, yeah, no, I'm dumb, and it's your fault that I am. Anyway, I know Dr. Oz is going to be in charge of Medicare and Medicaid. Here is Dana Fash saying some unhinged-ass bullshit about the fucking neo-Nazi demonstrations that took place in Columbus, Ohio the other day.
Talk about something that happened over the weekend, not in your district, in Columbus. A group of neo-Nazis paraded through that city waving swastikas, covering their faces. This is not the first time this sort of thing has happened in Ohio in particular, and of course it's continuing to spread. We don't know what side of the aisle this comes from. I mean,
yeah, you don't really? You don't know? You don't know which side of the aisle this comes from? Are you out of your dang mind? Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, how can you say that? In all honesty, like, how can you fucking say that? CNN has lost their dang minds, dude. What a fucking crock of nonsense. What a crock of shit.
Typically, neo-Nazis are for the far right.
Yeah.
You had protests from the far left at your house.
Correct.
As a Jewish member.
Yeah, they slept outside my house for days. My takeaway is this has got to stop, and the surge of anti-Semitism is global, but it's certainly here in the United States. And
like, imagine staring down the barrel of American fascism and just being like, let me use this as an opportunity to fucking shit on pro-Palestinian demonstrators, many of which are Jewish themselves, by the way, but we're going to conveniently ignore that fucking reality. You know? Psychos. They don't give a shit about anything. This is why liberals engage in water carrying for the Trump administration on a regular basis, because Trump can do all of the mean and violent things that they too desire, but they can't openly state. Okay? It's great. You can maintain your moral high ground aesthetically while simultaneously basically fucking, agreeing with a lot of the shit that Trump is doing. That's it. I know Dr. Oz is in charge of Medicare and Medicaid, chat. I know.
And it does require leaders on both sides of the aisle to say, don't do that.
Trying to confront the right on Twitter on this, and the base of the argument is they're feds because, trust me, bro. I mean, dude, do they have federal agents in neo-Nazi movements? Abso-fucking-lutely. What do you think, that doesn't exist? No. Some are ideologically there, and others are there to infiltrate and intercept and maybe use them as a tool whenever they see fit. I do agree with that statement. Having said that, however, these neo-Nazi movements suspiciously become infinitely more prominent and infinitely more galvanized when Donald Trump becomes president. How the fuck did that happen? Yeah, being feds are their day job. Yeah, there is an undercurrent of resilient fascist sentiment in this country. And the more that kind of sentiment is normalized at the top of the leadership, the more these people feel comfortable openly demonstrating. That's it. It's that simple. It's not that fucking crazy. Do I believe that there are feds involved in the process? Fuck yes, I do. Okay? Of course. But that does not change the reality that this is, a resilient, never examined neo-Nazi movement that very much exists in this country. Has never really gone away.
Is your party doing that enough?
I think some in my party are doing a ton, and some are silent.
Yeah. Growing fascism and equating them to preposterous entirely. I was wrong. There's a bald man Hasanabi resents. Absolutely. Staring down the barrel of growing fascism in this country and using it as an opportunity to bash anti-genocide protests by equating them to neo-Nazis is preposterous. These people feel entirely too comfortable with this new admin. Yeah. Even worse, Dana Fash moment. Yeah. You came to a place of Jewish worship, stood on the bima near the Holy Torah scroll, and pretended to be
about something
congregants. You have no shame, no decency, no clue what you're talking about. Code Pink says, Code Pink, by the way, is led by Medea Benjamin, a tiny Jewish lady who I love and have deep admiration for. Okay. And, you know, many of the Code Pink activists are like elderly Jewish folk, for the record. So just so you understand, like these people have been invested in the no war movement for a very long time. But let's see what happened here.
Hi, my name is Joyce Holzman. I'm a member of this community, and I want to tell you that I'm really upset at what I perceive to be the conflation of anti-Semitism. This is not true, and that is very anti-Semitic and very dangerous to our Jewish community and our Jewish values. When you do that,
yeah, this is like every Code Pink activist, by the way. Just so you understand, like virtually every Code Pink activist is like a 65-year-old tiny Jewish lady. Okay, I have endless respect for them. Everybody always talks about how like you know, they're backed by the Russians or whatever the fuck. They are some of the sweetest people. Okay, and they're fantastic. They're great. They've been at this game for a very, very long time as well.
That I just don't know if you understand that you are being a mouthpiece for the genocide in Gaza. That is wrong. Genocide is the most anti-Semitic thing out there. This woman is 90 years old. She's a Holocaust survivor. She stands outside the White House every single day because she lost people in the Holocaust, and she's aware that what is going on now is a Holocaust. Do you have an answer for me? I'd really like to know.
Okay. I'm not here to debate. I will just say one thing. Being anti-Israel, anti-Israeli government is not anti-Semitic.
Okay. Well, that's what the protests are about on campus. No. And you cited them several times. I have been to those protests.
Have you been to the ones at my house where they call me Zionist trash and call?
Yo, dude, come on, dude, come on, like, what are you saying? What are you saying, dude? It's so funny. Oh my God. Everything is so no self-reflection whatsoever. Okay? No self-reflection whatsoever. No reason. Yeah, I'm the real victim in this situation. My feelings were hurt because people said I was a Zionist. Now I have to be very careful because I don't want to get banned. Okay, Twitch's official position is that saying someone is Zionist trash is a bannable offense. I disavow this statement, as I am a loyal soldier for Twitch, and I do not want to get banned, so I can continue being an outward critic of the Israeli state and the things that the Israeli state does. Okay, you should not say it in the chat either. You will get reported. But the reality of the matter is, Dana Fash is a fascist. That's it. Zionism is a fascist ideology. Dana is not Jewish. Wait, why is she at a synagogue? I mean, it doesn't matter if she's Jewish or not, regardless. But I think she is. But that plays no role in this. Okay? Haas, you are so cooked. Why am I cooked? What? I'm not saying anything. Yeah. You laughing has been clipped and shipped already, I'm afraid. Okay, whatever. Everybody calm down. Listen to me. I think Dana Fash is Jewish. But her background, her religious background, her ethnic background plays no role in this calculation. Okay? It does not. You just called it fascism? What? Would you enjoy pro-Israel people yelling at you every night outside your house? I don't think that's appropriate or helpful. You just called it fascism? Brother, first of all, it is. Okay? What are you saying? It literally is. It is an ethno-supremacist, ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is built around the forceful expulsion of the out-group. That is fascism to a T. Okay? You might not agree with that, but it is the reality. Okay, I don't know if you covered this yet, but the New York Times killed an investigation into Israeli hooliganism story seeking to disprove the initial reporting They accidentally, yeah, I saw. They accidentally reported the internal emails. They forwarded to an electronic intifada reporter. I saw that. Yeah, we covered it yesterday. It was very funny. I mean, it's not very funny that they just straight up fucking dunked on it, but straight up yeeted the story into orbit. Okay, Dana Bash is complicit and a propagandist, a mouthpiece for American-backed genocide in Gaza that Israel is conducting. That is the truth. Okay, criticizing that and you know, protesting that is understandable. There is a difference between good things and bad things. Also, when people go, oh, how would you like it if pro-Israeli people were outside your house yelling at you all the time? Brother, pro-Israeli people and institutions, organizations that are pro-Israel are literally for the past month now trying to get me banned off this fucking platform. What are you saying? Oh man, what would I ever do? What would I ever do if pro-Israeli people would actively try to stop me from criticizing Israel? I wonder what that would look like. These people do this because they're powerless. People do this because they are fucking powerless, because they know CNN is never going to fire Dana Bash for being pro-Israel. Okay? I just described to you that, you know, Zionist is no longer an appropriate term that is allowed on this fucking platform. How do you think that happened? Let's continue.
For the Intifada against me?
Okay. I'm not going to single out the extremists. You talked about the protests on campus.
Those are extremists.
Those are not anti-Semitic.
There are many genuine pro-Palestinian protests.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are.
What I am talking about are when people say from the river to the sea, they want to do away.
Yeah. The real problem here is saying that Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. That's the real issue. Not the hundreds of thousands, not the millions displaced, hundreds of thousands, every single fucking school bombed, every single fucking hospital bombed with American weapons, by the way, with unlimited support for Israel to do so. That's not a real issue. The real issue is how my feelings. The real issue is my feelings, okay? And how scary it is when people say emancipatory slogans about Palestinians. That is what's scary, and that is anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up. Just melting children on a daily fucking basis. Like, how unimaginably narcissistic, self-involved, ridiculous. How ridiculous, dude. Wow, people are against my position, as I have routinely stated and compared college campus protesters to neo-Nazis in the United States of America, as I'm going to continue doing over and over again. Dana Bash also personally participated in the Rashida Tlaib slander campaign started by Jake Tapper when they turned around and said Dana Nessel, Rashida Tlaib's criticisms of Dana Nessel, demanding accountability from the Michigan Attorney General for a deep blue democratic state with the largest Muslim population, the Attorney General prosecuting, going forward with the prosecution of campus protesters that were pro-Palestinian was a unique first step. It calls into question why the Attorney General's office in this regard was handling this situation differently than Black Lives Matter protesters, for example. That double standard, which is glaringly obvious, was immediately and roundly condemned and criticized by Dana Bash and Jake Tapper as anti-Semitic. What do you mean unique first step? It is unique for a democratic deep blue state like Michigan to go after protesters like this, okay? Protesters that are not harming anybody, okay? Claiming that they're being like anti-Semitic or engaging in obstruction of justice or whatever the fuck they slapped them with. They were demonstrating. Most attorney generals, even in red states, even in fucking Texas, dropped these cases. Why the fuck did Michigan not do that? Michigan voted Trump, not deep blue. First of all, Michigan, until this last election, has been deep blue, and it still is deep blue in its state governance. What are you talking about? At the time when Rashida Tlaib was calling into question what the fuck was going on there, it was deep blue. MB Zasan, I think you'd be more effective if you did more fact-finding on stream as opposed to debunking. Just my thoughts on someone who respects your work. What do you mean? I do both of those things.
With the state of Israel, when they come to my house and go to other places.
Except that the Likud government says from the river to the sea.
What?
Yeah, they do. It's in their fucking charter. And they're the ones who are doing genocide right now. But you have no issues with that, Dana. Or at least you aesthetically claim to be against it. Anyway.
In the future, the state of Israel have to control on the entire area from the river to the sea.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about Gabor Mate in a second. But so we arrived at this, by the way, because we were just talking about Dana Fash. We were just talking about Dana Fash and how she had personally claimed that she didn't know where the neo-Nazis were coming from. And one of the things that is unique about, or not so unique, but like this is a consistent thing that she has done, right? Nazis protesting outside his house. She's Mike Figueredo of the Humanist Report is here talking about the other person that is standing across from Dana Fash, this Ohio congressperson, this Democrat from Ohio. By the way, Dana Bash was literally there to promote her book. I think the Jewish ladies who are there to dialogue are more rightfully in a place of worship than some dumbass promoting her book. Yeah, that too. The people protesting outside of his house that she compared to literal Nazis were his constituents begging their congressman to condemn the genocide. His background is in education, so they tried to raise awareness of the schools being bombed to get him to care. He ignored them and just complained about their protests and implied they were all anti-Semitic. What are people supposed to do when you don't listen to the reasonable demands that they are making? What are they supposed to do? This is an act of desperation. Protesters gather outside Representative Landman's home 1 year after the October 7th terror attacks. It's so dumb. Like this is people who are still holding on to the idea that these politicians are kind humans in their hearts, okay? These are people who are doing this final act of desperation. Do you understand? This is a final act of desperation from people who say, listen, please do the right thing. You're not going to do it. It seems like you haven't done it, but maybe if you understand, maybe if we can tug at your heartstrings as you are an educator, maybe we can get you to comprehend that like other educators overseas are being blown up with our weapons, with our bombs. I'm Jewish and the safety I felt at pro-Palestine protests this past years have been insurmountable. These are peace-loving individuals who want to see an end to the genocide, period. Exactly. I just got a response from him on Israel's attack on Lebanon, and he fucking said Iran has been attacking Israel for a long time. He also voted yay for 94-95. It's so incredibly frustrating that these people operate like this. This is not a decent shield, okay? It is not a shield that works any longer. It actually serves a very anti-Semitic purpose. When you tie Judaism falsely to an apartheid regime doing a genocide, you think in the interim period it might be an adequate defense. You might be able to even silence some critics, okay? But all you are doing is falsely smearing the Jewish population with the crimes of a nation state that does not have the Jewish population's best interest in mind. I will never stand down from this unimaginably dangerous mischaracterization, okay? I will always protest against it. I will always speak the truth. If you demand that I lie to you, I'm not going to do that. It's so fucking annoying.
I'll go back to your lecture, and you talked about compassion of recognition, compassion of understanding, compassion of truth. We are approaching October 7th.
Yeah.
When the horrible massacre happened in Israel.
Yeah.
Where young children were murdered, burned, babies in ovens.
That didn't happen. There were no babies in ovens.
Yeah. There were babies in ovens in Deir Yassin during the Nakba, where Haganah, Lihi, and Irgun, these different terror cells, some of which that openly called themselves terror cells, by the way, went into Palestinian villages, and they did actually, in at least one of them in Deir Yassin, threw a child into an oven and made his father watch, and then threw his father into that oven afterwards as well. So it's not a thing that has never happened. It certainly has happened. It just did not happen on October 7th. The people that did that then led, that went on to create the Israeli nation state, by the way.
Oh, yes, they were.
No, they weren't. That's been refuted even by the Israelis. Let's agree on what we do agree on, okay? A horrible massacre happened. People were killed in their homes. Civilians
were killed, were raped.
There's been no evidence of mass deliberate rapes. I'll let you finish your question.
How
Go
do
ahead.
I find compassion for these people?
Which people?
The animals that did that.
The animals that did that. How do we have compassion for these animals? I've been to Palestine. 2.5 years ago, I went there to work with Palestinian women who've been tortured in Israeli jails, which has been documented by Israeli Physicians for Human Rights, by B'Tselem, the Israeli human rights organization, by United Nations and others. Nobody ever talks about the thousands of Palestinians. Did you know that 2 Palestinian doctors were tortured to death recently by Israel? Doctors tortured to death. History did not begin on October the 7th. In Canada, 4 years ago, there was a poll. Now, thousands of children died in those schools. People were tortured, raped, all kinds of stuff. 70% of Canadians knew nothing or little about the residential schools. To what happened to indigenous people. If you do a poll in the United States, until very few years ago, and even now, most people will know nothing about what happened to the indigenous people here. Nothing. The genocide, the torture, the rape, the starvation. They know nothing about it. And in some states in the United States, it's illegal to even to teach it in the schools. Do you think the average Jew knows anything about the indigenous people of Palestine? These animals that you talk about, you know, the first massacre of Palestinians in Gaza didn't happen last year. Didn't even happen 4 or 5 years ago when they killed hundreds of children with their bombs. It happened in 1956. In 1956, they massacred 200 civilians. Do you know about it? You've never heard of it. Of course you haven't heard of it. That's why you can call them animals. Otherwise, you'd see them like human beings like the rest of us. That place where we call other people animals, if you want to live there, that's your choice. I don't want to live there. I want to understand people. I want to understand what happened to them. I want to know why they behave the way they behave. I'm not into justifying taking civilian hostages. I said that was unjustifiable. Why you didn't hear me, I don't know. I said there were massacres that shouldn't have happened. Why you didn't hear me, I don't know. You know why you didn't hear me? Because you live in a bubble, that's why.
What? Uses tactics against them, call him a Nakba denier? Lol, what are you talking about? Gabor Mate is the GOAT. That is a man who survived the Holocaust, okay, as a baby. Fantastic individual. Oof. Just hopped on as the Mike Isatel Calabrio. Yes, it's later in the day, in a couple hours. Why is your TikTok gone? What do you mean? Is it? No. Still here. You should follow it, by the way. Is it identity politics that we finally have a Turkish person in the government? Yes. Anyway, while you're getting your work on in a couple hours, I'm about to pump iron now. Good shit. I could have Gabor Mate on at a certain point. Speaking of working on, my man's in core and legs so sore. It's your jack sexy ass fault for making me want to lift again. Good. You need to get shredded. You need to get brolic. All right. Let's get to Ukraine striking Russia with long-range U.S. missiles and what might potentially happen.
1,000 days of war, and Ukraine's parliament is still standing. Still populated by elected Ukrainian MPs. So, a moment to reflect on that, and on the people who died to make sure it's still the case. Then, it was back to business. In the early hours, American ATACMS in operation. This video set to show the launch. Ukraine fired the long-range ballistic missiles into Russia after permission was finally granted by President Biden yesterday. Russia's defense ministry said the strike targeted the Bryansk region bordering Ukraine to the north. It said 5 missiles were shot down and 1 damaged, with its fragments causing a fire at a military facility. Looking at this explosion, though, it must have been a very big fragment. The Russian foreign minister at the G20 meeting in Brazil described it as an escalatory gear shift.
If long-range missiles are going to be applied from Ukraine into Russian territory, it will also mean that they are operated by American experts, military experts. And we will be taking this as a qualitatively new phase of the Western war against Russia, and we'll react accordingly.
So what does that mean? The reason it took Joe Biden so long to give permission to use the system in this way was fear that Vladimir Putin would retaliate with a tactical nuclear weapon, for example. That saber rattling would become button pressing. Biden is bowing out, having concluded that after 2 years of rhetoric, Moscow is, for now, bluffing. Remember, once upon a time, the US agonized over, but eventually sent, Abrams tanks, Patriot missile systems, HIMARS, F-16s, now ATACMS, and already boundaries being pushed, perhaps, around how they're used. Yesterday, it was reported that the Americans would only allow the system's use to target the Kursk region inside Russia, part of which is under Ukrainian control. This morning's strike, though, was here in Karachev, in the Bryansk area next door. In Kyiv this evening, 1,000 candles for 1,000 days. On one of those days, Yulia had to leave now occupied Mariupol.
What are the consequences of this? Realistically, nothing changed, in my opinion. I mean, we'll see. Russia has routinely stated that if they lower their restrictions on how American weapons can be used, they will be considered an act of war. And he has talked about how he considers this to be a war with all NATO partners, all coalition partners. So I guess what that means is that I don't think Russia will, attack the United States. But then again, I'm not making any predictions because we know how that unfolds every time I make predictions about Vladimir Putin. But I think in the interim period, the biggest targets would probably be Ukraine and then European partners. If Russia get drawn to attack NATO, won't they shatter their own army? They could barely invade Ukraine. So charitable chinchilla. There's a concept called mutually assured destruction. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but Russia, when it was the USSR, greatly engaged in a nuclear arms race. And they did this because America had nukes. And America had shown that it not only had the capability of not only did they have these nuclear weapons, but these weapons of mass destruction, they also had the willingness to use it, right? They did that twice in Japan. So Russia looked at that and was like, oh my God, we got to build our own shit because they're going to, the USSR saw what happened and was like, if these guys fucking, swing the crosshairs in our direction with nuclear arms, they will destroy the USSR or anybody else that they want to destroy. So they very quickly got to work, okay? And, there was some cross-pollination of parties that were involved in the creation of nukes that may or may not have leaked details of how the USSR could maybe build their own. And then they did. They got to work and created what is known as, this mutually assured destruction principle, nuclear armed deterrence. The idea is that if any of these two countries that have nukes, if any two countries that have nukes would ever get into direct war with one another, hot war, not cold, not like by way of proxies, but direct war with one another, that the nuclear option would be entertained. And what that means is, it would never get to military conflict with boots on the ground warfare between these two nations with nuclear arms. It would just be nukes being launched in either direction, causing a nuclear holocaust. Now, in an effort to, minimize that damage, what the American government has done is basically set up what is known as a nuclear sponge. A lot of the nuclear silos are very far away from massive population centers that are densely packed with people. And the goal for any nuclear nation would be to eliminate the nuclear silos. Everybody knows where they're at. So they would attack the 5 states, including but not limited to Montana.
My life is turned upside down. There is no life for me.
I only want victory and to return home.
What really matters now is what will the next American administration do? Will talk of rolling back military aid to Ukraine materialize? It's 62 days until Donald Trump becomes president.
Well, thousands of miles away at the G20 summit in Brazil, Sir Keir Starmer said Ukraine must be put in the strongest possible position to win. But many leaders with him at the summit are far less supportive of Ukraine. And when Donald Trump is president again in 2 months' time, international backing could be weaker. Our political editor, Gary Gibbon, is in Rio now. Gary.
Well, as you suggest, Donald Trump is on everyone's mind here, the implications of his presidency and the implications of what's going on in Ukraine, but not really part of the formal proceedings. And that's partly because of the nature of this organization, the people around the table. Brazil, the host, didn't want to be talking about Ukraine here and made sure they weren't. They don't really want to choose between East and West. You've got people like Sergei Lavrov here, you just heard in Porok's report. And you've also got people like President Erdogan. In his close of summit press conference, he said that NATO, of which he is...
Mr. Play both sides and always come out on top, baby. Erdogan. Reis Erdogan. Recently finished the development of Bayraktar 3 missiles, or not missiles, drones, which now have the capability, first ever in the world, as far as I understand, of launching from a aircraft carrier in the short distance of an aircraft carrier. Bayraktar 3, baby. Now, who would use such a thing? The Bayraktars. I think we all know the answer to that. Ukraine has been using them.
As a member, really should sit and take notice of what President Putin is warning about nuclear retaliation for use of long-range missiles. He sounded pretty pro-Trumpy. The G20 is spawned of the very pro-Western G7, but it didn't feel like that at all here this week. And there's one particular vignette you come away with, watching the movements of President Xi this week. He's been having, not always a very sociable man, meetings with just about everybody in the room, leaders, representatives of the countries. It's almost as if the guy here from the Vatican is the only person he hasn't actually sat down and talked to. And he's trying to make contacts, get influence, get his message across for that post-Trump world which this summit ushers in. The G20 family photo, take 2. Yesterday's snap was 3 leaders short, including President Biden. Today, leaders were reconvened. Diplomats have complained about the efficiency of the G20 hosts. President Lula looked taken aback when officials told him this one was a few leaders short too, including Keir Starmer. They bunched up on the front row to hide the gap. President Lula wanted poverty and climate change centre stage at Brazil's G20, not Ukraine. President Zelensky was told he couldn't address the gathering of world leaders in...
Someone said Keir Starmer scolded Xi about human rights. Lamau, it did not go well. There's nothing funnier than, like, every Western government currently engaging in and directly funding and offering political cover for Israel doing a genocide, and then turning around and telling other countries that are not doing that they're violating human rights. Like, you have no leg to stand on the international stage. That's, I mean, I'm sorry. Like what a fucking joke that is, dude. Like, does the Chinese government violate human rights laws? Of course they do. Okay? They do. Of course. Virtually every nation state does. Is it appropriate? No, it's not. But it is fucking ridiculous to try and state that and to, engage in this tut-tut finger wagging while you are permanently in the tank for Israel's genocide. That's ridiculous. No one looks at this and goes, well, that's a valid point, unless they're primed, unless they are the most invested, the most like Western chauvinist, brainwashed fucking weirdos on the planet. Here's the Keir telling Xi off video.
Very pleased that my Foreign Secretary and Foreign Minister Wang met recently and discussed respective concerns, including human rights and parliamentary sanctions, Taiwan, South China Sea, and our shared interest in Hong Kong. We are concerned by reports of Jimmy Lai's deterioration health in prison. You raised the Chinese embassy building in London when we spoke on the telephone, and we have since taken action by calling in that application. Now we have to follow the legal process and timeline.
What is happening?
I'm very pleased that my Foreign Secretary and Foreign Minister Wang met recently and discussed respective concerns, including human rights and parliamentary sanctions, Taiwan, South China Sea, and our shared interest in Hong Kong. We are concerned by reports of Jimmy Lai's deterioration.
Yeah, China is straight up nabbing all the fucking leadership of the pro-Hong Kong, like Hong Kong liberation protests. Not all of them, but a decent amount. And they're prosecuting them. And that is unacceptable. I don't disagree with that. I don't care that it's like CIA backed or whatever the fuck. You can't do that. Okay? That's not appropriate nor acceptable. You could say that it's like CIA backed. I just don't give a shit is my point. Okay? And before people go, excuse me, what are you supposed to do? Like, this is direct intervention, direct infiltration of like, China. It's like, dude, China, I always go to the dichotomy between China and Russia. Look at the way China operates. Look at the way Russia operates. One is clearly better than the other. Okay? Nice OTAN propaganda. Shut up. This is not OTAN propaganda. You're an ultra. Wait, what? I don't think people understand where I'm coming from. No. They're not arresting Palestine activists. What are you talking about? No, they're arresting the Free Hong Kong activists. My argument is China's best policy in this situation is basically to continue doing whatever the fuck it's doing, which is kicking back.
Rio, Washington's decision to authorize the use of long-range attack missiles on targets within Russia upstaged the Brazilians' agenda. Western diplomats say they hope President Xi might intervene with Russia to get President Putin to tone down the talk of nuclear weapons use. But diplomats say Xi's many separate meetings with leaders here have been focused on making connections with other countries. Now the world knows that the next occupant of the White House will be Donald Trump. Just before the G20 ended, I spoke to Keir Starmer, and I started by asking him about the future for Ukraine now that Donald Trump had been re-elected. There is a very strong sense at the moment, more than a strong sense, a reality that the US appetite for funding Ukraine's war has pretty much gone. It's over. It's dried up. The EU's appetite for stepping in and utterly filling that void, well, that doesn't exist. Isn't the truth we're entering a new phase, and maybe people should start being realistic about that?
I don't think that's quite right. If you look at the money that's going in, the capability and the training that is being ramped up. But I'm absolutely clear that here at the G20, I am saying that we should double down on our support for Ukraine and make sure that Ukraine has what it needs for as long as it needs, because this is day 1,000, as you say.
Donald Trump says he's not.
1,000 days of Russian aggression.
Donald Trump says he's not going to do that.
Sacrifice by Ukraine.
You don't think Donald Trump's bluffing, do you?
Well, my position is very, very clear. This isn't just about sovereignty in Ukraine. It's about all of us. There's a huge impact on the United Kingdom. This is day 1,000 of aggression.
Yes, but we can't do any of that without money. And if Europe's not going to pay and America's not going to pay, we're in a new dispensation,
aren't we?
There is
a huge cost if Russia wins through aggression in this war.
But we might be there.
Huge cost that we will all be paying. And that's why I've said that we cannot allow Putin to win this war, which is why I am doubling down with colleagues here at the G20 and saying we must do what's necessary.
President Zelensky wasn't even allowed to come here. The hosts didn't allow him a ticket.
I think had 6 meetings with President Zelensky
in
the 4 months that I've been in office. So we're frequently talking to President Zelensky, as are other world leaders, many of whom are here.
Yeah, let me ask you something else, because you're very clear you don't want to talk about operational matters to do with the use of long-range missiles and whether they are now authorised. I want to ask you a slightly different question. Are you confident you know because Russia has been talking about how conventional weapons could be responded to with nuclear weapons. Are you sure you know what their threshold is, what the trigger point is for that kind of reaction?
Well, I will just say again, I'm not going to comment on operational matters. And the reason for that, as anybody who knows about conflict will readily understand, Putin is the winner.
This is the liberal version of Trump being like, I have plans to deal with ISIS, but I won't tell you. That's it.
If we do so, and it undermines the Ukrainian effort. But I do think that it's important that we see the facts as they are. This is day 1,000. Russia is the aggressor.
Absolutely.
In breach of the UN
I'll ask you a specific
Charter,
question, though, about,
and people we must stand firm.
You'll appreciate people will be very worried about this, the nuclear word from Russia. Do you know what the threshold is?
Well, we must deal with the facts as they are and ensure that we are clear about who is the aggressor here. And the single simplest way to end this conflict is for Russia to walk away from its aggression. And we need to be really clear.
With Donald Trump in the White House, that's not really very likely.
There's no equivalence here between Russia and Ukraine. Russia has invaded sovereign territory.
I think the British forget that they don't have the same level of geopolitical proximity to Russia as Americans do. Like, you're the UK, brother. I know it's the furthest most point, right, on the map, but you're still in striking distance, okay? And I don't understand why. I don't understand why these fucking the pedophile island politicians think that they are just like America, sheltered from any sort of serious Russian intervention. Like, this was during the rise of NATO in the Cold War. This was a real consideration by Western European leadership, where they were like, what the fuck? What do you mean? We're not going to fucking play ball. We don't want to be a target for Russia. You are taking away our autonomy, and you are putting us in the crosshairs of the USSR. Do I think the U.S. is sheltered from Russian intervention? Yes. More sheltered than Europe, certainly. Europe is right there, dog. What do you mean? America also has better defenses, too.
In Europe, yeah. And now we're on day 1,000 of that conflict. It is impacting not just Ukraine, but the rest of the world, including the United Kingdom. And if we allow Putin to win this war, we will all pay a very high price.
Can I ask you more broadly about the budget?
People are so funny talking about Alaska. Please stop, chatters. Like, what do you... Yes, dude, Russia is massive, okay? I know. They're going to invade America through Alaska.
You talked about the black hole that you had to fix. And people look at the numbers, your spending numbers, and they're slightly baffled. Because you have sorted out spending in the terms you described wanting to sort it out. But for the next 2 years, spending goes up by just over 3% for the next 2 years. And then we're way back, crashing down to 1.3%. And it's left a lot of people baffled about what's going on here. In fact, someone who you've invoked a lot over the years, IFS boss Paul Johnson, the guru of these matters, actually called...
Never forget what I told you in the immediate aftermath of the Labor victory. One day you will look back at all of the things I said. I was in Croatia at the time. And in my coverage, I warned the UK that Keir Starmer, the kid starver, and his neoliberal, technocratic, austerity-focused approach to politics is going to literally cause a massive fascist reaction in the Reform Party, and they will dominate British politics. Yes, Keir Starmer is the midwife of fascism. I called it then, and my naysayers were like, I don't know about that. Every day that he behaves like this is another day where fascism is growing in momentum. Just saying.
That budget a sticking plaster. That hurts, doesn't it?
Well, what we did in the budget was fix the fundamentals. We filled a black hole, so there was a gap in our economy that the last government left, £22 billion. I could have done what the last government did, which was to pretend it wasn't there, carry on with the fiction. I wasn't prepared to do that, so we've dealt with that. But we've also put record investment, and where have we put it? Into our NHS, into our schools, so every child can go as far as their talent will take them,
That's the
and into housing. No, these are long-term. These are long-term. The investments.
I could show you the graph. You've seen the graph.
Well, you'll understand that the investment
spending goes right up, and then it comes right down.
The investment is capital investment, huge amount of investment. There've been, a number of comments about the budget. budget, but not many people are saying you haven't invested
Well, he's quite-
heavily in the future of the country.
He acknowledges that, and lots of other people do as well. It's this baffling spending movement, and it makes people think that it's almost inevitable, even though she denied it the other day, that Rachel Reeves will be back for more. This isn't it on major tax takes, is it?
I think if you were to do a poll of those watching this and say, do they think the investment should go into our NHS, into our schools and into our houses, they would agree with that.
But I'm asking, is that it? Are you coming back for more?
No, look, we've set out in the budget the terms of the budget. I'm not going to now write budgets for the future, but that was intended to be the budget that fixed the foundations. That was the purpose of it.
And just finally, you've been very clear on assisted dying. You do not want to influence that vote.
Yes.
We'll know the way you vote on the day you vote. I want to ask, some people think you are influencing it by not promising government time. And you heard in Prime Minister's Questions last week, one MP, but I think he speaks for many others, who'd feel more encouraged to vote for this if they thought there was proper time to debate it. And you could do that. You could give government-protected time to do it. And because you haven't done that, they're suspicious that deep down you've got fingers crossed behind your back and this cause that you've always supported, you actually don't want to triumph next Friday.
I do think there's sufficient time, and I think there's a very healthy debate going on about assisted suicide and assisted dying. That's going on every day, and many politicians and many others are in that debate. I know that feelings are very strongly held on both sides, and this is not party political. That's why it's important for the government to be neutral, and it's important that MPs don't feel pressurised in relation to their vote, that it is a genuinely free vote.
No fingers crossed behind your back.
No, it's a genuinely free vote.
Prime Minister, thank you.
Thank you.
Vladimir Putin has a new warning for the United States after President Biden authorized Ukraine to use long-range missiles supplied by the U.S. to strike inside Russia. Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pennell starts us off from Ukraine. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, George. Nuclear saber rattling from the Kremlin this morning, with Vladimir Putin appearing to threaten to use nuclear weapons if Ukraine fires American-made missiles into Russia. The Kremlin saying the doctrine was updated in response to what it calls the new situation. The new Russian policy essentially authorizes the use of nuclear weapons in response to what it calls, quotes, critical threats of aggression using conventional weapons. Now, remember, President Biden lifting restrictions on the ATACMS ballistic missiles, which are, of course, conventional weapons, essentially allowing them to be fired into Russia. Putin has made nuclear threats before that have proved to be hollow. A senior Ukrainian military source telling me this is blackmail, but also warning nuclear weapons are a Pandora's box that shouldn't be opened. This move likely aimed as much at President-elect Trump, who's promising to end the war when he takes office, but it'll make that all the harder. Meanwhile, Russia again escalating attacks inside Ukraine, striking an apartment block in the north, killing 9, including a...
I'm telling you right now, the scariest moment in this conflict was when I saw with my own 2 eyes Defense Department spokespeople, okay, the Defense Department spokespersons going on CNN, okay, and straight up saying if Russia actually used a tactical nuke, a mini nuke, in Ukraine, it wouldn't be that consequential. That is not a moment that I have let go of. It lives in my mind permanently. That was really terrifying because to me, that meant like, oh yeah, they're not going to defend Ukraine and they're not going to, they're not going to engage in like mutually assured destruction to defend Ukraine or even the threat of it, and that they're gearing the American public to be comfortable with parts of Ukraine being nuked. That was a wild week. So just something to remember if you want to understand where or what the American interests are really. Oh my God.
Child. And for all the talk of peace plans, Ukraine today marking 1,000 days of Russia's devastating war with no end in sight. And just one final bit of breaking news. We're hearing that the Russians are reporting that Ukraine has now used these ATACMS ballistic missiles. More on that later.
Yeah, George? It looks like an escalation is coming. Okay, Ian, thanks very much.
Got new details about the allegations against former Congressman Matt Gaetz, President-elect Donald Trump's pick.
We're back to pedo Gates. New education Trump transition co-chair Linda McMahon is expected to be named education secretary. 4 sources familiar with the matter tell me. Kate Collins. Decision was formed after her co-chair Howard Lutnick was giving Commerce a role McMahon wanted. Who said it wouldn't be a big deal to use a tactical? I'm trying to find it. I mean, I don't know. Go back and scour through my commentary, and you will find it.
to be the next U.S. Attorney General. CBS News has learned that 2 women told the House Ethics Committee they were paid to have sex with Gates and to travel with him on multiple occasions. One also says that she saw Gates having sex with a minor. Gates denies any wrongdoing, and it was our Major Garrett who spoke with the women's attorney.
In this gated community in Orlando in July 2017, former Congressman turned Attorney General pick Matt Gaetz attended a party where his conduct has raised questions, legal and ethical, for years.
The House wanted to know if he was taking precautions, so there were no cell phones allowed.
Joel Leopard represents a woman who says she attended knowing she would be paid to have sex with guests.
She arrived at the party. She had sex with Representative Gates within minutes of her arrival. Later on, when she was walking out to the pool area, she observed to her right Representative Gates having sex with her friend who was 17 at the time.
And on this question, she's...
Yeah. Look for my commentary around March 21st, 2022.
Absolutely sure.
She's absolutely certain that she observed seeing her friend and Representative Gates having sex against what she described as a game table of some sort.
Leopard said she and another woman he represents alleged they attended between 10 and 15 parties and were compensated for travel with Gates to the Bahamas and New York. He says the committee has Gates's Venmo and PayPal transactions that allegedly show payments for sex and text messages where
he literally used Nestor's PayPal. Straight up.
He refers to illegal drugs in code words.
Representative Gates would use...
You want John Kirby?
Now mounting fears of Putin's next move.
You have modern nuclear power and the leader of that modern nuclear power.
John Kirby's statements on this shit is why I'm fucking terrified. John Kirby has been going on every fucking news broadcast and talking about the possibility of maybe a baby nuke being used. I can't help but feel like they know something that we don't, as always, where they're basically stating, you know, maybe a nuke might go off, maybe a tactical nuke might go off, but like, you know, it's just a little baby nuke, which is fucking insane. Are they gearing us up for a potential Russian nuke being launched, like a tactical nuke or something, so that they could be like, yeah, we knew about it ahead of time, we told you, but it's still a fucking nuke. It's still a nuke. Thousands will die. And they even have said that, like, they would potentially blow up the fleet, like the Russian fleet in the Black Sea. They will attack it if a nuke does go off. But beyond that, they don't necessarily have any kind of, like, additional defense measures in place. Obviously, you can't speak on it so openly, but that's part of the reason why I'm worried about the parts that they are speaking out on. Wouldn't both sides launch all their nukes immediately if Russia just sent this one? No. With what John Kirby and the like are saying, makes it unironically seem like if Russia were to launch a tactical nuke into Ukrainian territory, that they would not retaliate by launching they wouldn't activate mutually assured self-destruction. That Ukraine is not in NATO and therefore not considered a large enough risk for mutually assured destruction to kick in. That's what I'm fucking terrified by. And damn dog, October 12th, 2022. Not the same jacket, it's a different jacket that I'm wearing, but goddamn.
Use terms like, can you make sure that there are party favors present, or who's in charge of the party favors?
Gates has denied all wrongdoing.
I have not had a relationship with a 17-year-old.
Under Trump Attorney General Bill Barr, the Department of Justice launched an investigation into Gates in 2019. But last year, the Biden Justice Department informed him it would not be bringing charges.
Congressman from Florida is a great guy.
Trump is sticking by Gates. Some Republican senators have called on the Ethics Committee to release a report on its investigation, while Democrats have said they might seek testimony from witnesses.
I gather they're frightened about having their identities revealed.
Absolutely. They've been through heck, let me tell you.
Do they have anything against Matt Gaetz?
My clients are not vindictive. They're not doing this because they think Matt Gaetz is a bad person or that they have anything against him, per se. They're doing it because they were legally obligated to speak the truth, and that's what they've done.
He says they want the Ethics Committee to release its findings.
And the American people would know, and they could decide if that's the person they want to be the next Attorney General of the United States.
A spokesman for the Trump transition team called this testimony that Leopard summarized for us, quote, baseless allegations intended to derail the second Trump administration, end quote. Meanwhile, one source from...
You are the problem? With what? Matt Gaetz fucks a 17-year-old, like does statutory rape, and I'm the issue? I didn't fucking tell you. I didn't tell Matt Gaetz to do that. I didn't bring him to the fucking high school party. For the first time, more than half of the Ukrainians want the war to end as soon as possible. Half of Ukrainians now want an ending to war as soon as possible. 38% say Ukraine should continue fighting until it wins the war. And 52% say Ukraine should seek to negotiate an ending to the war as soon as possible. Is this guy going to respond? Probably not.
Familiar with Gates' legal position, questioned the credibility of these women and argued their recollections would not have withstood cross-examination in court if it had ever come to that. Tony?
But, Major, what really matters right now is what's in that House Ethics Committee report. The Ethics Committee is set to meet tomorrow. What do we know at this time about any outreach from Gates or Donald Trump, for that matter, to senators on Capitol Hill?
Gates is calling. The president-elect is calling. And as we've gathered it, the arc of the conversation goes something like this. Senators say, are you serious? Is this a joke? In which Gates says, no, I'm really the nominee to be. And President-elect Trump says, no, I'm not kidding about this. I really want you to confirm Matt Gaetz. So getting over this astonishment has been the first component of these conversations. President-elect Trump has confided that he knows this is going to be a very uphill battle to get Gaetz confirmed, if that's even possible. But I think it's worth taking note of what the Trump transition said. If Gaetz isn't confirmed, it's an attempt to derail the entire second administration of President-elect Trump, meaning the Department of Justice is the administration. Trump has a phrase, Tony, killer. A lot of people use disruptor. Trump occasionally uses the term killer. He believes Gaetz will be a killer on his behalf, and he wants him as Attorney General. The question for Senate Republicans, do they as well?
Wow. Major, thank you very much.
To the president-elect, who is pushing forward with his plans for mass deportations. Our chief White House correspondent.
There's nothing standing in the way, dude. Trump has different mechanisms to push it through regardless. But I think the method is to force them to heal, you know? And Dennis Hastert, people knew Dennis Hastert was a pedophile. And some theories on it are that the serial pedophilia of Dennis Hastert made him more controllable. And that's why he was the longest running Speaker of the House. However, Matt Gaetz's allegations are public. There has already been a Department of Justice investigation that was conducted onto the matter. Like, it's not like this came out of fucking nowhere. With Dennis Hastert, at least people didn't know. The public didn't know. So it's definitely one step further. Toronto did a podcast like 2 years ago about Gaetz, and they went over all the nasty little things about him in the county treasurer in Florida were doing. Like making fake IDs for minors to come across state lines. Oh, yeah. Like, his collaborator is in prison, by the way. Like, the person that he did all of this sex trafficking of minors with is literally in prison. But then the, DOJ gave up on Matt Gaetz, which is crazy. His bestie, on the other hand, obviously was not as high up within the party, so they fucking clapped his ass.
Mary Bruce is at Mar-a-Lago with the latest. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Michael. Well, during the campaign, Donald Trump promised to overhaul the immigration system. And now here at Mar-a-Lago, he is preparing what he pledges will be the largest mass deportations in U.S. history, planning to use the military to deport undocumented immigrants. This morning, President-elect Donald Trump is preparing to follow through on his promise of mass deportations. Sources tell ABC News the Trump team is already considering expanding immigration detention centers and restarting family detentions.
They're putting in detention, they're putting in an ice bed while we make arrangements to the home country. So we detain them, put them on the next airplane out, and send them out.
The president-elect saying he has plans to declare.
I think one of the aspects that I find to be additionally despicable about Tom Homan is that he's so fucking gross. Like, he can't even talk normal. He just always is like he hits the hog tendency way too hard. He's like an actual ogre, regularly talking about the cruel shit that he's going to do when he's back in a position of power. And he's just so shameless about it. Like, he's so callous. I fucking hate it. I mean, that's the aesthetic part of it. He's disgusting. More pro-Palestinian protests at UCLA. Pro-Palestine protesters are currently standing out with the police in Bruin Plaza. Nice. Guys, you ask for Trump, you get Trump. It's like, hey, I just so you guys know, this is, happening under the Democratic leadership in a Democratic state in a overwhelmingly Democratic district. Weird how the liberals forget that convenient fact. Once again, liberals like it when Trump does the shit. Okay. Liberals like all of the violent things that Donald Trump does, or at best, they are indifferent to said violence. They don't care about it. For them, it's just like, oops, I guess it happened. Or it's something that they personally enjoy. And when Trump does it, liberals get to sit there and still maintain their moral, their moral high ground, at least in their own minds. They get to say, I just hate what Trump is doing, but you asked for it. And it's like, well, you're doing it too. You're doing it right now. With Trump, they get to have their cake and eat it too. Yeah, they get to maintain this moral grandstanding attitude, even though we remember this. An SJP organizer attempts to speak up for UCPD personnel. Cops in riot gear remain lined up on Bruin Walk. I'm disgusted with what this country is becoming. I mean, I was already angry at what this country had done in the past and what this country continued to do, but it's getting worse and worse every day. Genuinely terrifying shit.
Declare a national emergency and use the military to help deport undocumented immigrants. Trump's new border czar, Tom Homan, says he's heading down to Mar-a-Lago this week to put the, quote, final touches on a plan that he has said will amount to shock and awe. But Homan acknowledges there are many unanswered questions about Trump's plan, including how much it will cost.
We got to have the resources to do the job. So I've been asked 1,000 times, how many people can you remove the first year? Well, how many agents do I have? How many buses do I have? How much money do I have for airplanes, right? Can DOD assist? Because DOD can take it off our plate. So there's a lot of what ifs.
According to some experts, mass deportation could cost an estimated $88 billion a year and send inflation spiking as millions of workers are removed from the workforce. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, the latest Democratic governor to say her state will not use resources to aid Trump's efforts, calling them misguided.
It harms communities. It tears families apart. And that's not going to happen on my watch.
The ACLU now suing the federal government, seeking details on Trump's plan for mass deportations, looking for information about how authorities might quickly remove people from the country. Trump officials say deportations would be just one element of a vastly different approach to immigration, with plans to stop issuing citizenship documents to children born in the U.S. to undocumented parents.
That's also crazy. That's just like, again, it's sad to even say this word knowing that it has no more weight, but it is unconstitutional. But it doesn't matter.
Unproven effort to all but end birthright citizenship, something Trump has long promised. Of course, birthright citizenship is protected by the Constitution. All of this coming as Trump continues to fill out his team, naming former Wisconsin Congressman Sean Duffy to be transportation secretary, tapping another Fox News host to join his team. Now today, Trump is expected to take a bit of a break from all of this, traveling to Texas with his increasingly close confidant Elon Musk to watch his SpaceX launch. Michael?
All right, Mary, thank you. There's a lot of questions on how that's going to be carried out.
A tall glass of shut up juice. Blue debate with Kyle Kulinski, Shaky Gurga, Alan Lichtman, and Harry Sisson.
Situation is pretty good. Think inflation is going up when it's been cut by 75%. That unemployment.
Yeah, but it's still inflation.
I'm not doing this. Uh-oh. Breaking, Wall Street Journal says Comcast is moving forward with a plan to spin off its NBC Universal Cable TV networks. The company will separate off entertainment and news channels, including MSNBC, CNBC, USA, Oxygen, E, Sci-Fi, and Golf Channel. Bravo, known for reality TV programs such as The Real Housewives, will stay in the mothership, along with Peacock streaming service and NBC Broadcast Network. Further deals to come. The new cable venture would likely need greater scale to thrive. Media executives say Comcast leadership sees the potential for it to consolidate other networks across the dial over time. A Comcast executive confirms to CNN that the full plan for spinning off NBC Universal's cable channels will be unveiled tomorrow morning. Notably, the plan calls for MSNBC and CNBC to be cleaved off from NBC News. More to come. They watched MSNBC fall off a cliff and went, well, we're fascists now. It's just ironic because, once again, and I will forever repeat this position over and over again, and I hope people will hear me, nobody wants diet fascism. Either they want the full thing or they want anti-fascism. That's it. If MSNBC was offering anti-fascism, I'm willing to bet they would have more popularity. Morning Joe had minus 38% in the 25 to 54 demo today. People actively switched to a different channel. Yeah, but they are just not understanding They are just refusing to understand this. I don't know why. At this point, it has to be stupidity. Okay? Fuck. Palestinian journalist Hossam Shabbat was injured after an airstrike in Gaza City while reporting. Oh. Hossam just turned, I believe, 23 a couple of months ago. He is the journalist that I've maintained contact with in North Gaza. I hope that he's safe. I don't know what his injuries look like, but I hope that he is. I hope that he's safe. It doesn't seem to be life-threatening, luckily. If Dr. Oz is about protecting and preserving Medicare and Medicaid, we're going to talk about Dr. Oz. Is he the guy you had at your house on stream? No, that was Motaz. Dude, I just showed you a Palestinian journalist that I'm directly in contact with in North Gaza that Israel has targeted and claimed is a terrorist, okay, falsely, in their endless conquest to assassinate every fucking journalist that is alive and still reporting in Gaza. And immediately the first reaction from this guy is, you going to get banned yet, or Twitch going to continue to glaze your hate speech? I unbanned this person because I truly want to hear what he means by this, or what kind of answer he has for this. He won't respond. He's a pussy. Just unimaginable, horrific scenes every single day, every single second coming out of Gaza. And we are directly funding and facilitating it. And this guy's like, oh, you're doing hate speech. You're right, man. Openly putting what Israel's fresh hell, what fresh hells Israel engages in on a daily basis in full display is actually, once again, just hate speech. Seeking help, I'm revamping my podcast Power User from an interview show to be more of a discussion-based normal podcast with co-host filming IRL in LA every week. Looking for a content creator. I need someone who's online culture. You know anyone who might be interested in this? Mr. Show. Mr. Show has one podcast that he's already having a hard time doing. Do it? No, I'm not. I don't have... Dude, you guys are so fucking stupid. You think I have time? Actually, you think I have time to do another podcast? What are you, fucking dumb? Yes. When? What part of the day? What part of the actual fucking day? People are saying yes. What part of the actual day would I be able to do another podcast? There's only a finite amount of time in the day. 24 hours. I have to sleep and I have to work out. And that's pretty much what I do in the times that I'm not live in front of the camera. Anyway, you found time for leftovers. Why not this? No, that was already fucking taken away time from me streaming. I was happy about not having to do that any longer, if you recall at the time. How many hours do you stream a week? 8 to 10 hours every single day. Anyway, we're going to talk about the new trans panic happening inside of Congress.
Sarah McBride doesn't get a say. I mean, this is a biological man. He does not belong in women's spaces, women's bathrooms, locker rooms, changing rooms, period, full stop.
Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace introducing a resolution to ban transgender women from using the women's restrooms at the U.S. Capitol. The move comes just weeks after the first transgender person was elected to Congress.
Maybe shorter streams and diversify instead. Okay, I'm done taking chat. I'm done. I'm done. Shut the fuck up. Stop trying to offer me advice on what to do as a media personality, please. What is happening here? I know you're doing it because your heart is in the right place, but please, okay? That's crazy.
Democratic Congresswoman-elect Sarah McBride will be sworn in January. She responded in a post on social media. She writes this, quote, "This is a blatant attempt from far right-wing extremists to distract from the fact that they have no real solutions to what Americans are facing. We should be focused on bringing down the cost of housing, health care, and child care, not manufacturing culture wars. Delawareans sent me here to make the American dream more affordable and accessible, and that's what I'm focused on." Some of McBride's soon-to-be Democratic colleagues
Maybe folks are scared and are reacting, I don't know, to what? Me doing an extra podcast?
defended the incoming lawmaker. Congressman Joe Morrell telling Axios, quote, "I think we have a lot of problems in America. I don't think spending time worrying about the restroom is an order of priority here." Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called the move plain bullying, while Congresswoman Becca Balint said cruelty is the point. Our panel is back.
Marjorie Taylor Greene has asked how she will check who is qualified to use the restroom.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace has a new resolution that would ban transgender women from using the women's bathroom at the Capitol. Is that something that you would support, or like what are your? It's a brand new resolution that was just introduced in the last hour or two.
Oh, gotcha.
Apex dude Sarah McBride with the same opinions on Israel as Donald Trump. Yeah, I don't give a shit, dude. What the fuck? Like, yeah, that's monstrous. That's unimaginably cruel. That still doesn't mean that she should be victim to transphobic harassment. The fuck? Yeah, we're gonna combat the anti-Palestinian sentiment coming from the trans congressperson by being transphobic. Oh, I hadn't considered that Republicans might not be genuine. I'm a rookie, so that's a shocking revelation to me. Show me the time Democrats even asked for suggestions on how to cut the Pentagon from me, you, or anyone else in their base. So I'll take a conversation on it. I said, Unc, I don't think a defense contractor who happens to be the wealthiest billionaire on the planet is going to genuinely listen to your concerns about what parts of the budget they're going to cut. This is preferring someone lie to you rather than one who doesn't even do that. Unc is ready to go. He's ready to fight, dude. We're squashing this beef on Janksgiving. Janksgiving is going to be crazy. He is separating himself from you, LaMaFayal. No, that's my uncle. Okay, shut the fuck up. Like, you're not invited? It's at my house. What do you mean? Fuck you mean I'm not invited? Hello? Does he even cook anything good, though? No. He doesn't cook shit, but it doesn't matter. He's an incredibly important part of Janksgiving. It's funny because, like, he's going full Ethan Klein. First of all, no, he's not. And secondly, that's my uncle. Okay? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, I don't think you understand. Or I don't know why you don't personally consider, like, this exact same scenario playing out in your life as well. Like, yeah, this, like, some of Jank's difference in opinion than from myself, okay, is actually fantastic because it brings me closer to the true American experience. Debating your uncle at Thanksgiving. This makes me so happy. God, I love Thanksgiving so much. I'm such a fucking Ameriboo. It is hilarious that people say I hate America because I love the American experience, and there is nothing more American experience than literally having a spirited and heated debate with your uncle who has maybe some right-wing tendencies. Obviously, for most people, it's like way worse. Okay. But the uncle-nephew bond is undefeated. And if you guys think that there is anything that could come in between the uncle-nephew bond that exists that is stronger than anything else, you are wrong. He was obviously not being serious with his tweet at Elon. I think he is. I think he does genuinely think he's just using Elon responding to him to bully the Dems. But ultimately, I still don't think that, like, Elon is going to be responsive regardless. Except your Republican uncle runs a progressive news org? Yes.
Don't pretend that I brought it up. No, you brought it up, and you made it a giant issue, and you're the one hurting the progressive cause and the trans rights cause. We win on every goddamn issue on trans rights. Why are you going and dying on the hill that no one agrees with you on? You're going to ruin trans rights on other issues.
Okay, that's Thanksgiving. And it's been happening for years and years and years, okay? What the fuck is this? It's been happening for so many years. Are you going to have him on stream? Yes. The heated Jank versus Marat debate.
Get him. That's all I have to say.
No, you got more. Come on. I just put the
Wait
soundtrack
for the music,
on.
though. Wait for the
Yeah.
music.
All right, what else, Marat?
Get me.
That's it, dude.
Talk about it. Speak on it, King.
No, sorry, I
Speak
haven't
on it,
watched-
King.
I haven't watched Phil in forever, and yeah, this whole he said, she said, I don't know what to think. It's not for me. It's not for me. It doesn't.
Well, yeah,
he
you
does
started
great.
an
He does
entire
great.
internet
Yeah, he does great. He wins all the
phenomenon.
time. Yeah, and he's got
Based
great
on your
news.
opinions.
Yeah, I got you, but I don't get it. I literally don't get it.
Okay, debate won by Marat. Okay, there you go. TKO.
Okay, there you go.
Jank admits he doesn't
Bro,
get
do
it.
you
ever open the
Like, I don't
dictionary
get,
and go,
like-
oh, I don't get it. They're telling me things.
Yeah. I think this happened. This began this began years ago. Like back when we were in New Jersey. We used to get together as a family in New Jersey for Thanksgiving. In my grandparents' house that they sold. They don't even have it anymore. And it was this is not Janksgiving. This was not a very spectacular Janksgiving. This was a little bit different. Shaky Gurga, baby. Oh, here's the famous clip of the first
You
ever
get away with-
Thanksgiving. This was how many fuck? It was 5 years ago. I think it was 6 years ago almost.
With this, dude.
No.
We're gonna have an actual interview where I will ask you some tough questions. Okay.
Oh, boy.
I'm gonna ask you some tough questions about what you plan to do for CA25. But for the time being, all right, everybody.
We gotta go, guys. Not a big deal.
He's flexing. He's flexing. Bro, your hair was curly. Brother, it still is wavy.
Stop. All right, I'm stopping the recording. All right, we'll be back. Murat's angry. All right.
This is the first ever Janksgiving. This was the first ever Janksgiving that took place. I am infinitely amused by Jank's seemingly earnest and entirely not self-aware belief that major figures in both parties somehow owe him personally an audience and input into their decisions. Like, not as an equal citizen, but as a semi-successful media brand, very delusional. Okay, I have an issue with that. I take issue with that. He is. I take issue with what Adam Johnson is saying, because Shaky Gurga has had an impact on the Democratic Party. Okay, all jokes aside, he literally did. I mean, him and Kyle were formative figureheads in the fucking Justice Democrats. Like, all of the progressive squad members that were elected, like, they came from the Justice Democrats movement. They created that. They did do that. They were very fucking important. Like, their current, or not Kyle, but Cenk's current positions on police, immigration, or his like concessions on some of this reactionary trans panic does not change that. And now you got Brianna Wu at the Justice Dems. Is she still there? Ugh. Why are you pronouncing his name like that? Is this a weird new Islamophobic angle you're trying out? Oh, Shaky Gurga? No, it's just, for years and years, I've heard people mispronounce my uncle's name. Okay. But I've never heard Shaky Gurga before. And until I found a fucking one of those like weirdo incel podcasts, those weirdo incel podcasts who referred to him as Shaky Gurga. And it was the most insane way to refer to him that it stuck with me. I cannot wait to show him that clip, by the way, because I don't know if he knows what Shaky Gurga is. Yeah, here's the TikTok.
You appear to have a crush on Hassan Abi. Is that correct?
Yes, if he ever watches this, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what?
For being on here, he hates it.
Why?
He's a socialist and he knows the formula of the podcast. I'm not going to go into, you understand.
It's possible that because he's such a low-tier, lowbrow debater.
He's not a debater, and he's been very clear that he doesn't. He's not a debate lord.
Because he's literally a moron, so it doesn't surprise me he can't debate.
I completely disagree. He doesn't say that he's the smartest person. He's an internet personality who's
connected to Shaky Gurga.
A political
Shaky Gurga. Yo! Fucking Shaky Gurga. What the hell, man? What the fuck is Shaky Gurga? What? Did you see your aunt getting owned by Dominic Tarzinski? I did not. And I don't want to see it. This dude called you a moron and then says Shaky Gurga. Yeah, I always, it's clear to me that the man on the whatever podcast who was tasked with being a creepy sexual harasser, but in a debating fashion, to all the ladies that they hire to be on the podcast to be ritualistically humiliated, is the actual beacon of intellect. Hey, low-tier, lowbrow debater. Oh, the Barron Trump thing has been popping off.
I like a suitcase. I have to go to school now. Yeah.
Maybe this is why we haven't heard from this motherfucker, bro. I like my suitcase. Bro has the Mind Lolly accent. I like my suitcase.
I like a suitcase. I have to go to school now.
Yeah, you will have lunch and then you go to school.
Now I'm gonna go.
Yeah, first you will have lunch and then you go to school.
Now you can do reading, writing, and arithmetic.
I can't believe you're making fun of a Balkan baby. I mean, I feel bad, but like, it's very clear that like he's only been around his mom. Like, that's it. How the fuck do you grow up in America and still have a thick ass accent like that, bro? That's crazy. Hello. All Ottoman emperors had Balkan moms. Just wait. He will revert at NYU and you will see. Trust Allah's plan. True. And to be honest, to be honest, he does have the like physical structure of a Dave Shirame. Like that's what the Ottomans did when they were like enslaving the white kids. They would literally look for like tall ones. You know what I mean? Tall motherfuckers like Baron. So he is someone who could reach up to the highest ranks within the Ottoman Empire. Like Ottoman emperors always had mothers in the Balkans. This is nothing new. Baron is a sultan in the making. New York is the empire state. The sun will rise in the west. He will convert to Islam at NYU and make America a caliphate with a capital in California, the new Andalus. Inshallah, brothers, as it has been written, it shall be. It's on for the love of God. Stop glazing a fallen empire. It's only fallen if you let it fall. If it rises once again from the ashes in your heart, like a phoenix, in all of its glory, restoring its former glory of the caliphate that it will bring to the Western world, then, you know, it has not fallen at all. You gotta think about it like that. Dr. Oz, in charge of Medicare and Medicaid. Boris Johnson was the prime minister. He's an Ottoman son. And now you have someone who will become the next vizier. Yeah, it hasn't fallen. It's just hibernating. Everybody shut up. Anyway, let's get back to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Obviously, immediately, the Republican congresspersons have been like, oh, how can we get like super transphobic for no fucking reason? This is how.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace has a new resolution that would ban transgender women from using the women's bathroom at the Capitol. Is that something that you would support, or like what are your? It's a brand new resolution that was just introduced in the last hour or two.
Oh, gotcha. I support a resolution that keeps all biological men out of women's bathrooms, locker rooms, and private places. Not only here in the Capitol complex, our office buildings, but all taxpayer-funded facilities.
How does one? I guess the logistics question would be, how does one check like if someone is qualified to use the ladies' room? Then in that case, obviously there's a new openly transgender member of Congress, but
right, which
more
is a
generally,
man. He's a man. He's a biological male, so he is not allowed to use our women's restrooms, our women's gym, our locker rooms, and our.
How can you legally dress like this and be in Congress? Oh my God. Okay, first of all, it's very impressive that ever since the incident, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been able to dress herself. Sometimes it doesn't look good, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be celebrating this impressive accomplishment. Good job, Marjorie. You're doing a great job. Okay? You're doing a great job. And we are proud of you. Okay? We are proud of you, Marjorie. Don't listen to the naysayers. Baby steps, okay? She's putting that shit on. Okay, I wouldn't go that fucking far. Calm down.
Spaces that are specified for women. He's a biological male. He has plenty of places he can go.
okay. And should they make like gender neutral bathrooms? I guess like logistically.
Wait, Barron was born March 2006. Melania became a citizen in July 2006. He can be aborted too. God damn.
What happens if they have to go to the bathroom?
In the men's room, and he has a bathroom just like all of us do. That's where, you know, I use the restroom most of the time in my office. If he has a bathroom that'll be designated for him. But, you know, men need to respect our spaces. And that's what this election was all about. This was a mandate from the American people that are not only fed up with the open borders, they're fed up with inflation, they're fed up with the economy, but they're fed up with the left shoving their sick trans ideology down our throats and invading our spaces in our women's sports. So, sorry for the uncomfortable question, but I'm giving you the direct answer. The American people spoke at the election. They're sick of this shit. And so the new member of Congress that was voted into Congress on behalf of his district in Delaware needs to respect my space, my privacy, and other women's space and privacy because he is not a woman. So that's my answer.
My theory that the biggest transphobes also do not fit the traditional gender binary standards themselves still holds. I mean, for Marjorie, it's a little unique because she doesn't even fit the standard of a human being, really. More so just like a Titan from Attack on Titan. But it's always these demonic weirdos who are like, that's a man. How can you tell? We can always tell. It's like, what do you mean we can always tell? You're about to get trans panic defensed. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you uplifting a standard that you don't abide by? It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Yeah. Congresswoman.
And then here is my favorite swinger in Congress, Nancy Mace.
The locker room should not be in changing rooms.
I'm once again firmly committed to less bisexual visibility in Congress and in general. Nancy Mace, our bisexual congressperson who authored the bill. She is a bisexual swinger, for those of you who do not know.
Rooms should not be in our restaurant. Standing in his or her way, putting a stop to this insanity and this nonsense. She doesn't get a say. This is about real women and women's rights. And the far left, radical left, they want to erase women and women's rights, and I'm not going to let them. Would you want Sarah McBride? She's was born a biological male. She should use the men's restroom. That's how it should work.
What sports are they doing in the women's bathroom? Olympic shitting and farting.
How would what's the mechanism for?
Wait, they split? Oh my god! Oh my god, they split. Remember when she went in front of church and was like, "My husband is laying thick pipe in my butt," or whatever the fuck. She was like, "I'm having the most amount of sex all the time," and everyone at the church. Everyone at the fucking at the prayer breakfast was like, "What the fuck did you just say?" Yeah.
7. I was getting picked up at 7:45. Patrick, my fiance, tried to pull me by my waist over this morning in bed, and I was like, "No, baby, we don't got time for that this morning. I got to get to the prayer breakfast, and I got to be on time." And a little TMI, but he can wait. I'll see him later tonight.
Like, that's crazy. That is a fucking nutty thing. Oh, also, Nancy Mace is like that Seinfeld character of the woman with multiple faces. She literally, I've never seen someone like her before, where she just looks different in every photo, in every different angle. Anyway, let's see what the ABC reporter had to say about this new transphobic bill.
Congresswoman Mace, can I ask you a question as you walk here? So the question is, with your piece of legislation about banning women from using...
100% yes.
My question to you is...
It doesn't go far enough. I'll be filing more bills.
It doesn't go far enough? What's the next step?
Have said that it was created in response to Congresswoman-elect McBride.
100%. And
but should legislation be created...
She looks like a different person because I don't know what it is. Maybe she's got like hella sharp angles or something. Angle is crazy.
Targeted at one specific person?
It doesn't mention anyone in the legislation, but
you've said it was aimed at her.
No, I have said it's a result of this. I'm not going to allow biological men into women's private spaces. I will stand in the brink and stand in the way of anyone on the radical left who thinks that it's okay for a penis to be in a women's locker room or a bathroom or a changing room. Hell no.
She's like, "Penis is only inside of me, please." Yeah, that's it. I will send a link to a longer version of Nancy Mace playing the drinking game, spitting into someone's mouth. Her spit is passed around like 4 times before being thrown up by some guy. I love this because like this is the butchest lesbian Trump supporter woman. The archetype was there, okay? The archetype was there, and we just didn't see the signs. That's not her, obviously. She's the first person here. For those of you who don't know, because you're going to be like, what? Nancy Mace? Which one is she? Because her face is so different all the time. Here's Nancy Mace taking a shot and then making out and spitting the shot into the coolest lesbian I've ever encountered. Like, dude, she literally has the Ziz cut. How is that possible? Like, I didn't know you could have butch power like this. She got the same haircut as Ziz, dude. She's about to throw up the Z pose. Bro, I'm telling you, conservatives are fucking freaks, dog. They are fucking freaks. They do the craziest freak shit, okay? They do the craziest shit all the time. That's why all those Moms of Liberty ladies get like busted doing swinger parties and shit all the goddamn time. Oh, he throws up. I didn't even know he threw up. Oh my God. I don't remember that part of the video. Anyway.
I'm not going to stand for it. And the speaker said it would be in the House rules package. If it's not, I will be ready with a motion, a privileged motion to force a vote on this. This is not okay. I'm a survivor of rape. I'm a survivor of sexual abuse. And I'm not going to allow any man in any female private spaces.
Now, Speaker.
End of story. And by the way, I'm getting death threats from men pretending to be women. Why is it that these crazy people, the insanity, the radical left, are willing to kill women over a man's right to be in a women's restroom?
Speaker Johnson has said he wants to treat every new member with the words dignity and respect. Forcing this congressperson to go into a male restroom, is that dignity and respect?
Forcing women to share.
They're going to transvestigate Nancy Mace? Yes, of course they are. Again, there is no end to that, okay? There is no end to the transvestigation concept. If you're transphobic and you lean into the transphobia narratives, you will inevitably become a transvestigator. It is the final state of transphobia.
Private spaces with men is not dignity and not respect. And I'm absolutely going to stand in the way of anyone who thinks it's okay for a man to be in our locker room, in our changing rooms, in our dressing rooms, in women's bathrooms. And in fact, if you agree with that, you're crazy, because that's not okay. It's not okay.
Congresswoman, Thank you, Congresswoman. We're going to peel away from this conversation, Kira. So a little bit of the context of what we were just talking about, and I'm going to have my cameraman step out of the active driveway here, was that Nancy Mace put forward this piece of legislation. It was aimed, she said, although the name is not in the legislation, at a new member of Congress, Sarah McBride of Delaware, who is a transgender woman. She has said that the legislation would prevent women from using male restrooms and vice versa in the United States Capitol. Speaker Johnson has said, he made a statement earlier today where he said he believes.
Oh, that's awesome. They already are doing it. God, the people obsessed with this stuff are so off the deep end. This is how ridiculous Gunther is. Here's part of proof that Michelle is a man and also Nancy Mace. Honestly, I believe Nancy Mace is/was a man. Anyone can get breast implants and grow their hair long to look like a woman. She is visually not a real woman. At GOP, at House GOP, at Senate GOP, at SCOTUS blog, at U.S. Supreme Court, at Trump Truth Post, at Governor Ron DeSantis, at Ron DeSantis, at Nancy Mace, at FBI, at CIA, at ATF. I personally think Nancy Mace is a man. She looks manly and she's full of shit about FEMA. She should ask Trump about FEMA, how he stole the money from FEMA and for the military. Nancy Mace is a man. No idea why people think he's hot. Nancy Mace saying anyone is disrespectful to women when is a rape victim supporting a man found liable for sexual assault is crazy as hell. A rape victim turning into a rape apologist? What? Wait, never mind. This is just someone saying normal things. I'm convinced Nancy Mace is a man. Nancy Mace is secretly a man. Breaking. Representative Nancy Mace introduces measure to ban men from women's bathrooms on Capitol Hill. Sarah McBride, who is the first trans member of Congress, blasted the attempt as far-right extremism. Dumb question, but which is which? I honestly don't know. Which one is the real woman? They both look like men. This bill is objectively targeting a single person, so I don't know how they can look into a camera and say it doesn't. It affects a single person. How can they say it isn't targeting? I mean, it is. It absolutely is. What is this? Trump supporters?
The outcast.
Arguing with Democrats? The fuck is this? The shocking MAGA couple footage. I almost couldn't post it. Chaya had to tag which of them was Nancy Mace in case her drooling fans started harassing the wrong woman for being trans. Yup.
Believes a quote, man is a man and woman is a woman, but he also called for, as you heard me ask the congressman about, dignity and respect for new members of Congress, and that would include this new member of Congress, Sarah McBride from Delaware, who is a transgender woman. All of that to say this is now an issue that Congress is forced to grapple with here, and one that they've never been forced to grapple with before, because Sarah McBride is the first trans person elected to the United States House of Representatives, and it's very much unclear at this hour what Mike Johnson plans to do, although Nancy Mace is under the impression that her resolution or something of the like will now go into the new House of Representatives rules package, which would theoretically be voted on and approved by the next Congress come January.
And just trying to look back at Trump's ads as he was running for president.
Damn, it almost feels like the trans women in sports was, just a way to feed into the transphobia, trans panic narratives and the hysteria exhibited by many Americans. And addressing this as though it's a serious concern that people have was just silly. And that we should have just brushed aside these conversations by immediately being like, why the fuck do you care about this? You're a goddamn weirdo. Your pathological obsession with trans people is obsessive, and I do not care to have this discussion with you. Perhaps that could have been a much more successful way to deal with this subject matter. But no, what the fuck do I know, you know?
I mean, he's probably going to be right along with Nancy Mace if she pushes for this. She won't get any pushback from the president-elect, right?
It's very much unclear. We know that President-elect Trump made targeting Kamala Harris's position on transgender issues a key point of his campaign. And we also know that he's given Speaker Mike Johnson, the president-elect has, rope to essentially run the House of Representatives how he sees fit. So it's really up to Mike Johnson at this hour, and it's really hard to parse what Mike Johnson wants to do. Again, he made that statement just moments ago before cameras. He made a point, actually, to call cameras for this impromptu public statement where he walked out to cameras in a way that was unplanned, said he believes a man is a man and a woman is a woman. I'm quoting him here, and then went on to say that he believes that each member of the House, each new member, and every member in general should be afforded dignity and respect. So we don't quite know where he lands on this, but Nancy Mace has said that he promised her that her opinion on this and her position on this and her resolution, which you just heard her outline there speaking to me, will be included in this new rules package put forward by the House of Representatives come January.
Kristen Soltis Anderson, trans issues became such a flashpoint in this election, in no small part because of that one ad that the Trump team.
What the fuck is up with my... Why are the subtitles like this? What?
Team put a lot of money behind that really broke through. The flip side of, talking about this is that usually these measures impact a very small number.
How do I fix that? It says background color black. It's just not showing it.
Of people, whether it's transgender women and transgender girls in women's sports, or a situation like this where there is one, in no small part because of that one ad.
Nope. Chat, shut the fuck up. Font color is fine. It's just weird and it's busted. Look, font color white, font size 100%, background color black. It's normal. Opacity is 75%. That's also normal. Here, let's make it 100%. It's not changing anything.
Member of Congress.
Y'all are dumb. Oh. Wait, why did that happen? Why did that happen?
Who is clearly being targeted by this bill. Clearly, Nancy Mace is going to get some attention for doing this. When you look at this back and forth, how do you see this cutting?
Well, first, I think it's important to unpack why that ad was one that Republicans ran so often and ultimately felt was a successful ad in the campaign. And I think it comes down to the very end of the ad, where it sets up this dynamic of Democrats are for this small group that you're not a part of. Donald Trump's for you. And so when the debate is what should be prioritized, should you be prioritized? I mean, that's an argument that Republicans found worked with a lot of voters. It is also true that over the last, say, 6-7 years, we have seen public opinion shift in a pretty significant way against considering gender identity ahead of biological sex. I mean, particularly among Republicans, it's something like 9 out of 10 believe that biological sex should be considered first. So that's part of why Nancy Mace is doing this. She's run afoul of Republicans in the past for anti-Trump stances. She's had quite a journey on that front, and so it wouldn't surprise me if this isn't part of saying, like, look at me, I'm a true conservative, I'm taking this action.
Let's watch the piece of the ad that you were just kind of running through that sets up this debate, or did, for the presidential election. Watch.
It's hard to believe, but it's true. Even the liberal media was shocked Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender
Dude, why? I can't believe they're just like playing this again and again and again. I feel like they want it to be a successful ad because it corresponds to their own personal biases, right? You know? It's just so stupid. Doors open. Doors open. Okay. Why are they not talking of trans males? They don't care about that. They just denied the existence of trans men to begin with.
inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
That last line, Lanhi, really seemed to kind of cut through. And to Kristen's point, there were some.
They kept saying it was effective, but it was only effective in places where House members weren't counter-messaging. Sherrod Brown and Tammy Baldwin did anti-trans ads, the counter-message ads, saying they were radically pro-trans. Like, it's not radical. It's not radical to be this way. I mean, Andy Bashar is the perfect fucking counter to this, okay? The most popular governor in the entire fucking nation in a plus 35 red state, and he is pro-trans unconditionally. He's vetoed anti-trans bills over and over again. He does not give a shit. He's uncompromising on it. And he has a fantastic answer to this where he's like, nope, those are God's children. Those are our fucking neighbors. Those are my constituents. I will always welcome them into the state capitol, and I will always take photos with them. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should apologize for singling out these people. Okay? That's it. How the fuck does he get away with it? It almost feels like if you just stand 10 toes down and say, no, y'all are being fucking weird. Those are just like normal ass people. Fuck you. Yeah, here.
Transgender sports bill. First, you will not find one example, not one, of a competitive advantage by a transgender athlete in Kentucky. You will not find one. The reason is KHSAA was ahead of its time and has already implemented very stringent standards and rules that prevent it. I mean, the rules actually say they prevent it. They say that an athlete either has to transition before they reach puberty, where you don't have then that hormonal potential advantage, or you have to go through hormonal therapy for enough time to where there is not a competitive advantage. It's directly written in. So KHSAA has already very strictly prevented the thing that people are trying to get other folks riled up about. There cannot be an athlete with an uncompetitive advantage in Kentucky under the current rules. So what then does this do? I worry that it makes kids that are already struggling feel worse about themselves. Listen, I remember middle school. Middle school was hard. I have kids in middle school. It's hard on them. Now imagine middle school with social media. Now imagine middle school being a child who is trans, who's probably either not on a sports team or certainly not playing it for anything other than meeting other kids and trying to be just accepted as a human being. Listen, I love sports. I love watching them, but my faith calls me to put compassion and care for my fellow human being above anything else. You know, I think about one of my favorite stories in the Bible where, you know, at the time, people would keep kids away from major religious leaders or government figures, right? And Jesus turns to his apostles and he says, let the kids come to me and do not hinder them. He didn't read in any exceptions, none. And this is something that governors of Indiana and Utah have done. So anybody claiming that somebody's being driven by any woke this or that, well, first of all, I read that to my wife and she laughed out loud and said, do they know you still try to wear a suit you bought 20 years ago? And we're just trying to do the right thing. I think people by now, through everything we've been through everything we've said at this podium, knows that I'm not driven by any base. I'm driven by what I believe is right. And here, I'm trying to put what I believe is a calling to always come at things with the greatest of care and compassion for our individuals, especially our youth first.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's not the most charismatic guy, obviously, but like, it don't matter. Obviously, regardless, I mean, there is a method out there. There's a way to do this. Tim Walz has done it as well. This is what the average South American Christian thinks they sound like when they spit vile shit out. Yeah. Opinion on the farmers' protest in the UK? I don't know, but anytime I hear about a farmers' protest, I'm immediately inclined to assume it's reactionary. Sorry, don't get mad at me for saying that, but when I hear truckers' protests or farmers' protests, I think, uh-oh. Except for India. In India, it's good. I'm just setting up my camera and stuff. It's not ready yet, but I'm just setting this stuff up to get it ready. Just ADHD things? No. I'm getting it ready for Dr. Mike. I'm getting my body ready too. I'm so fucked. We're gonna watch the Theo Von clip from the docket. Don't worry. Boy finally talks about Hassan versus Ethan Klein and Twitch demonetization. Watch a clip of Trudeau blaming the labor shortage in your vassal state. What? I did talk about the, are you gonna go to a gym? Is he coming to your house? No, we're gonna go to a gym. We're gonna go to my gym. Why am I fucked? Because Dr. Mike is crazy. I mean, he is hardcore. He's Mr. Push-Till Failure. He's the Mr. Science-Based Lifter who is also scientifically modified. I'm more of a Jeff Nippard kind of guy. He is a maniac. You are going to be Raglamau. I know. He's going to leave you crying for more. Yeah. And I already did legs yesterday. And yes, I am familiar that Dr. Oz is now he's in charge of Medicare and Medicaid, which I'm excited about. I said finally some Turkish DEI. But anyway, that's the anti-trans bill, and it feels like they're using that as another opportunity to be super transphobic. And it almost feels like there's nothing going on. It almost feels like this has nothing to do with fairness in sports at all. Oh my God, I'm shocked. And everything to do with just being transphobic. Oh my God, I'm shocked.
Sarah McBride, a man or a woman?
Look, I'm not going to get into this. We welcome all new members with open arms who are duly elected representatives of the people. I believe it's a command that we treat all persons with dignity and respect, and we will. And I'm not going to engage in silly debates about this. There's a concern about the uses of restroom facilities and locker rooms and all that. This is an issue that Congress has never had to address before, and we're going to do that in deliberate fashion with member consensus on it, and we will accommodate the needs of every single person. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yes, sir.
Do you plan on bringing Nancy Mace's transgender bill and putting that into the rules package?
I'm not going to address the plans on any of that. I just told you what I'm going to say about the issue. I'm not going to engage in this. We don't look down upon anyone. We treat everybody with dignity and respect. That's a principle that I've pursued my whole life, and we will take care of this, issue of first impression for Congress, as we will any other thing. We'll provide appropriate accommodation for every member of Congress.
This can happen here. The ADL reacts to anti-Semitic attacks in Amsterdam. Oh my God, they are. And then the MAGA backlash came in hot, and Mike Johnson had to clarify his statement.
Hello, everybody. I just want to make a statement for all of you here and be very clear. I was asked a question this morning at the leadership gaggle, and I rejected the premise because the answer is so obvious. For anybody who doesn't know my well-established record on this issue, let me.
He's like, I have a long-standing record of being transphobic. Okay, I, Michael Penis, have always been transphobic. I just didn't even think that you guys would bring it up to me. This is utterly ridiculous. So let me make it clear.
Be unequivocally clear. A man is a man and a woman is a woman, and a man cannot become a woman. That said, I also believe that's what Scripture teaches, what I just said, but I also believe that we treat everybody with dignity, and so we can do and believe all those things at the same time. And I wanted to make that clear for everybody because there's lots of questions. But that's where I stand. I've stood there my whole life, and those are facts. Hello, everybody.
Thank God. Thank God he clarified. I was really worried that he wasn't sufficiently bigoted. Oh my God, what a fucking ridiculous conversation. I do think that this right here is going to have some kind of... I do think that this is going to have some kind of backlash, by the way. I think that people will most likely respond to this. I think that people will probably not respond positively to this because they hate Congress. They hate gridlock. Americans hate gridlock so consistently. Okay? And I don't know if the liberals will agree. I don't think the liberals will agree with them. But I do think that people will get mad. This was why I linked the Piers vid, by the way. Jank versus Allen clip was cinema. Oh shit, let's see.
Get into this discussion, but one, I think you're blaming the voters. I think that's a terrible idea. And look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were
couldn't
not
find
right,
him
and
before
I
the
was
election.
not wrong. And that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Well, who won, brother?
Should not.
That's a cheap shot. Don't you dare come for the keys. You come for my family, that's one thing. But you come for the keys, you best not miss.
Be taking cheap shots at me.
Who won?
You want to make your
you
point,
live
make your
in
point.
a total
Don't make
world
it
of
personal.
denial.
I read your own followers' comment.
Yo, he did the ooh, this guy. No! That's amazing. Oh my God, Unc is cooking him.
And so they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me. So
Yeah,
quiet
right,
with
right.
your personal
Yeah,
attacks.
come find out again.
Oh, Shaky Gurga is a new emote in the chat. Ain't no way, bro.
Make whatever point you want.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't
Look,
make
you
it
You
personal.
don't know anything. You don't know
You
anything.
attacked me
You
personally.
You're so deluded.
Oh, right. I've only
Okay.
been a
Can I
professor
just-
for 51 years.
On this program,
published
I've never been
13
able
books.
to finish a
How many
thought.
books have you published? No, because you're personally attacking me again. Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to stand for
brother,
personal
you got it wrong.
Say
you were
whatever you want.
preposterously and stupidly wrong. So, okay, all right. Can I just finish a goddamn thought ever on this show?
No, not if you're personally. I admitted I was wrong. I don't need you to call me stupid.
Okay.
I'll just say it's great to see you Democrats all getting along so well.
Who taught you manners?
It's lovely to see a post-election harmony as you all come together again.
Just one right
now. I'll just say it's great to see you Democrats all getting along so well.
Who taught you manners?
It's lovely to see a post-election harmony as you all come together again.
We're just one right now. Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut-up juice, so can you just shut up for a second and let someone who knows...
He should have been like, Alan, you look like your haircut belongs on Harry Sasson's head, brother. What's going on? He said, you deserve a tall glass of shut-up juice. Unc is coming at it with like 1967 memes, dude.
Knows what they're doing.
You're so right, Pierre. You're so right. We're so unified right now. You want, I will not sit here and stand for personal attacks, for blasphemy against me. You don't need to do that. You don't boost
blasphemy against you? What the hell are you? Are you Jesus Christ, you loser? Okay, can I just give the correct answer for once?
That's amazing. That's amazing. That is actually fire. Greg Price at K-File liked it too. He said, this is amazing. Pump this right into my veins. I'm not joking when I say this is one of the greatest clips I've ever seen on a cable news show. Cenk completely destroys Alan Lichtman by pointing out that his keys to the White House were wrong, and Lichtman responds by accusing him of blasphemy. Can we get some context into what's going on? Okay, so this is a charlatan who does not have any care or consideration for anything serious and just thrives when there's chaos. This is my uncle, who is, a important progressive voice that has maybe in the last couple of years changed his attitude about a bunch of stuff that I don't agree with, but I still love him because he's my uncle and the uncle-nephew bond is strong. This is Alan Lichtman. Alan Lichtman is the inventor of the 13 keys. And Alan Lichtman, leading up to this election, was consistently getting an endless amount of media coverage over his 13 keys, including a bunch of people in this community that routinely came in here and was like, well, what do you have to say about the keys? What do you have to say about the keys? And I kept getting really fucking annoyed because, like, you can just make up make up your own personal, I guess, like using your political science background, make up your own personal metric for why you think a president is going to win. But it's still fucking stupid, okay? But people were such firmly committed key believers that they literally were like, no, Alan is the guy to turn the keys. He's the guy who's going to unlock the secrets. It was very annoying. It was yet another moment where I was 100% correct. And I kept telling people to shut the fuck up, that there is no like reliable metric of predicting the elections like this. It's just something he made up. And people just moved beyond the made up shit and thought, no, you don't understand. These metrics are, they have a 100% success rating. Okay, didn't he get like 9 out of the 10 less? You're not a fucking prophet at 90% only. No, it just doesn't matter. The results of the keys are dependent on his own beliefs and perception. Exactly. Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's his own personal opinion. He's trying to create a methodology. But like at the end of the day, it's his own personal perspective. He just made up a system of predicting elections, and CNN kept giving him fucking endless amounts of media coverage because every goddamn liberal media outlet was so desperate for like every goddamn media outlet was so fucking desperate to hear about how, Kamala Harris was definitely going to win. Okay. And that's it. And when it didn't happen, people got mad. People yelled at one another and yada, yada, yada. And Alan Lichtman's keys were proven to be stupid. But that's neither here nor there. Okay. He was also a Biden dead ender too, which is why I was annoyed by that. Remember when Nate Silver tried to turn the keys? That was blasphemy. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty funny. It's causation versus correlation, simple as that. The media definitely likes to analyze politics without having to do with class analysis, so this bullshit is useful for them. Yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely what it is.
What did you figure out about the analysis of the race?
Yes, as I said, things could go wrong. There could be unprecedented events that change the pattern of 160.
Unprecedented? Brother, the precedent is your mind. You can't. Oh God, I hate nerds who say that like the econ is a hard science, okay, and not a social science. And this is like one step further than that. Okay, there's not even a mathematical equation at play here at all, and it's just simply saying political science is a fucking hard science. They're treating it like there is this law. Nate Silver claims to have applied my keys to predict the Trump victory. He doesn't have the faintest idea how to turn the keys. He's not a historian or a political scientist. He has no academic credentials. He was wrong when he said, I could not make an early prediction of Obama's reelection. He'll be wrong again in trying to analyze the keys. Lolo just said this on his live that Murad has better social skills than you and you're an iPad kid. He's right. It's ironic because Murad is way more autistic than me, but he also happens to be significantly more sociable than myself.
Years of history. That's what happened here. Two things. Number one, disinformation. We've always had disinformation, but disinformation has exploded to an unprecedented degree. You talked about a grievance election, but a lot of that grievance was driven by disinformation. Starts with Fox News and conservative media, conservative podcasters with tens of millions of views. But we've seen something brand new this time. The 300 billionaire Elon Musk putting his thumb on the scales through his control of X, formerly Twitter. It's been reported that his misinformation has had billions, literally billions.
This is total cope, dude. Total pure liberal cope.
Of views.
What did you figure out?
Anyway, it was very funny that everybody was like so desperate to make this seem as though this is it. You know, this is like the most compelling proof that Kamala Harris is definitely going to win. But anyway, let's watch Theo Vaughn with Stavi Baby.
Scared of, do you think, when they talk about Trump? But what is it? I kind of start to wonder, what do people be scared of?
I can tell you right. I mean, the thing. So for me, you know, I didn't love either candidate here. I really didn't understand being enthusiastic about either candidate. I think, you know, I'm not a Trump guy, obviously. I think he is dangerous in the things that I'm scared of the most. And the thing that made me lean towards Kamala was, more than anything, was the Supreme Court, and that it would be, if it's put under like far right control for the next however long. We've already seen, you know, women's right to, you know, over their bodies, the abortion, you know, Roe v. Wade's been overturned, which I think is really dangerous. That's going to like really affect women's health care. Already in states that banned it, you see they're getting less just general OBGYN care because it's more dangerous to be a doctor in those states. So we don't think about shit that trickles down. So like, it's harder to get just general health care, let alone abortion, in Texas now for women. And that's only going to get harder in rural states. And I think for me, that was the number one issue. Yeah. That's really scary to me.
Well, especially with the border being open and they're letting rapists in. It's fucking, you know what I'm saying, though? It's like you're just...
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's the best time to repeal that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
If we're going to follow your logic and you claim they got rapists coming in, maybe we should also keep abortion. But, you know, I think we got plenty of homegrown rapists too, but you know,
look, we've got our own.
Sure.
We got some union guys.
We've got some heirloom American rapists for sure.
Jesus Christ.
But I think that's the number one thing that scares me is about that, because it's not only, that's the first step. And I think you can really see stuff that we take for granted as progress. Gay marriage is another thing. There's a really weird cultural, I think this is what happens anytime, the party that's backed by the, you know, the powers that be, big business, the rich people, the richest people in the world want far right politicians. And I think if they
still,
absolutely, without question.
I feel like tech is now, I just feel like the parties
Elon
have
Musk
changed.
is a huge Trump guy.
That's a good point.
I think rich people will support whoever's in power, number one, but they want to transfer wealth from the poor to the rich. They've been really good at doing it. The biggest issue, I think the reason the Democrats lost is because they pretend that there is no problem. I think inflation, a big part of inflation is that companies realize they can just charge.
He's great for normies like you. No, that's like, Stavi does a great job with this shit. I try to do a decent job with this in my normal interactions with people, or when I'm on like somebody else's stream. or in mainstream media. Obviously, on my own stream, it's a little bit different, and people will inevitably piss me off and then clip my fucking reaction to be like, Hasan is always angry. But like, yeah, this is solid.
Charge you more and say it's somebody else's fault. A lot of it's price gouging. That's true. And
everything gets so much more expensive.
And companies are, some of it is just real inflation, but some of it is companies are hiding behind inflation. And like, Democrats did nothing to stop price gouging, right? They didn't even say they were going to do it. You can't tell people that things are going good when they're just clearly not. The most important issue for people is that things are they have no health care. Wage inequality is out of control. People's wages have not kept pace with how much bosses are earning.
Well, what percent? I mean, Bernie Sanders said greatly that he thought if AI starts to happen for companies, right? So companies are making more money.
We don't need you anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you don't get anything and we keep all the profits. And I do think, I think we talked about it a little bit last time where it's like AI as a tool to fucking do creative shit. It's so weird when it's like it should be making normal people's lives easier. It shouldn't just be for rich people to be able to charge less. Like there should be some protections for workers, and we should be able to
no disrespect to Stavi, but if you need a comedian to guide you through a thought, maybe you shouldn't talk about politics, talking about Theo. Brother, it doesn't matter. You're speaking to a reality that doesn't exist and avoiding the reality that's in front of you. Whether you like it or not, many Americans are dumb and completely disillusioned with politics and don't like to think about it. And the ones that do like to think about it want an oversimplified explanation. Your conversation with FaZe Banks made me understand the mind of the average guy. The reality of the matter is, like, FaZe Banks or Theo Vaughn, these are both multimillionaires. They're very successful. They're not the average person, but they do think closer to the average person. Their thought process is closer to the average person than the average chatter in here. If you're in here, you're not an average person. You might be a formative member of the working class. You might be an essential worker. You might be a delivery driver. Many of you are. But the reality of the matter is you're a little bit of a freak because you want to not only be educated on politics, but you also have a unique perspective. You have a well-defined ideological framework that you operate off of. Okay? The moment that you recognize class politics or class consciousness in this country is the moment where you have transcended beyond the average Democratic Party operative even, okay? You have transcended beyond understanding politics at a level that is, in my opinion, even more successful and smarter, more intelligent than the average Ivy League college graduate that works in the DNC. Speaking of the DNC and also people that are, working within the Democratic Party's institutions, there's plenty of them in here as well. I know for a fact there's plenty of members of the media in here as well. The problem is there's a lot of you out there. Your voices are simply not heard because those who are in control of the institutions don't give a fuck. They don't want to hear it. But never forget, dumbing down politics is definitely a smart thing to do. A lot of people who think of themselves as like, deep thinkers and intellectuals because they watch some debate streamer comb through pages and pages of Wikipedia to develop talking points to win in a rapid fire argument where you can gish gallop as many talking points as possible. Look to someone like myself and say, Hasan doesn't have any deep thoughts. He's not a serious thinker. He hasn't really considered a lot of the things he's talking about. He's out of his element. He's out of his depth. Yeah, why am I always right? And your fucking favorite content creator is always wrong then. How the fuck does that happen? And it's the same principle behind Alan Lichtman too. It's like, what's going on? Or maybe I'm just trying to simplify some of these more complicated subjects in a way to make it more appealing and easier to consume. The overwhelming majority, if not damn near entirety of that group of people believes that capitalism is real. Some people believe meritocracy is real, right? And for me, that doesn't stop me from having a normal conversation with them. And I think that is the way I operate. That is mostly the way I operate. Can you please just read books? Read while books on stream? The youth need it. Yeah, dude, the youth need me to fucking soft serve them books that I read. This is why I'm the streamer and you're watching. How about you buckle in and let me do my thing, okay?
The wrong reasons. I don't think it's immigrants'
Oh my
fault. It's
God.
definitely not. Trans people aren't the people buying up houses and not letting you buy it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, but at least they're saying something's wrong and they're saying some dumb shit, in my opinion. They're trying to make it culture war stuff. They're trying to divide people who should be on the same side by saying, oh, gay people are bad, trans people are bad, when it's like the people trying to you are rich people. That's how it's always been. That's the fucking, that's a tale as old as time.
Theo wanted a wild take it by
Are
Greek
the
people.
Greeks the blacks?
Oh, this was fucking awesome. It was hilarious.
Are some people say that the Greeks are the blacks of Europe?
Who are these people exactly?
Huh? Bring up someone. Bring up. Google. No, people say that all the time. I'm serious, man.
I love that.
Bro. You'd be wandering past an olive shop.
Hiya. Since when? Since when? Get back up there. What's your best advice for young lefties, especially in deep red states? Work out. Set goals for yourself. Achieve them. That is the best pathway towards becoming more confident. Hey, Islam, I've been thinking about converting to Islam, and I was wondering how difficult that would be for someone that's been an atheist their entire life and doesn't know a single thing about practicing a religion. Thanks, I don't have anyone to talk about this. What the fuck? You're on your own, chatter. You're asking the wrong guy, brother. Oh my God. Hassan Abihed made a Democrat One Piece video. How One Piece helped me understand Democrats? Wait, your advice is work out, not get organized? No, organizing comes after, okay? A lot of people, when they ask me that question, are experiencing a crisis of confidence, okay? Yeah, you got to get brolic first. You need to be able to defend yourself first, okay? And you can do both at the same time. Steam is an unsafe place for teens and young adults. U.S. Senator warns Gabe Newell of more intense scrutiny from the government if Valve doesn't take action against extremist content. U.S. Senator Mark Warner comes less than a week after an ADL report accusing Steam of normalizing hate and extremism in the gaming community. It has been brought to your attention before that extremist ideologies seem to find a home on Steam, Warner wrote in his letter via The Verge. In 2022, Valve received the Senate letter identifying nearly identical activity on your platform, and yet 2 years later, it appears that Valve has chosen to continue a hands-off type approach. In 2022, Senate letter referenced by Warner, written by U.S. Senator Maggie Hassan, said Steam has a significant presence of users displaying, espousing neo-Nazi extremist, racial supremacist, misogynistic, and other hateful sentiments. Oh, big city Nepo baby who lives in a mansion, please give me advice in rural poverty-stricken America. Why are you so angry, dude? Like, why are you angry at me? Would you perhaps like it more if I were to tell you that your life is shit because you're shit and you're immoral and poverty struck because you're a bad person? Would you like me to preach the prosperity gospel to you directly? Would you like me to lie to you? Is that what you would like? Why are you mad at me, angry potato too? It's so funny. Like, these people literally would just be like, hey man, no, I'm messing with that chatter. No, you're not. You're shitting on me for no fucking reason. And that's getting clipped out of context. I mean, but that's the truth. That's what people say. That's what people say. And it's ironic when they fucking come to me and demand that I do that shit instead. You know? Look, people are coming in. Nepo baby paved it on his own. See? Look at this. Like, come on, dude. Following is October 22nd, 2024. Waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Got it. I'm sorry that your favorite content creator has not reached this level of success or prominence because he constantly sidesteps and gets in his own way by saying a metric ton of unhinged garbage. You know, I'm sorry that frustrates you. Perhaps you should, instead of fighting his own battles, instead of fighting his battles, perhaps you should fix your own damn life. You know, is he not defending you? Nah, he's referencing a misunderstanding that comes from a super old clip where I was being interviewed by a media outlet that Destiny's community fucking loves bringing up to be like, ha, he paved it on his own. He paved it on his own. I don't even remember actually what I said in that interview, but it's so funny. It's that, JDam, and what else? Another one is, they have their own anti-Hassan dog whistles. It's Hassan Anon, baby. They have the JDAM, and then the other one is I'm an underground reporter. And it's kind of funny because like half of those things I've never really said. Like you either completely misunderstood me or looked at like a 17-second incident or clip over the course of like an 8-hour coverage. But it's all good, baby. One day you will find happiness, you know? Didn't you do TYT first? I did. Anyway, they also reference a brothel. I know. Brothel gets raided fucking 6 years after I have visited it in a place where it's legal to have brothels. It gets raided for tax evasion. Then they successfully sue the state and the police force for claiming that there was sex trafficking happening. But these guys who supposedly care about sex trafficking or anything of that sort will then turn around and be like, no, Hassan actually sex trafficked minors. It's like, what an insane fucking thing to say. It's just so shocking and very deliberately slanderous. And it's wild because this morning we found out that the motherfucker that's like repeating that right now got $1.5 million from Diddy himself to start his like Omegle style website, Tiny Chat. So the diddler could go around and maybe potentially use the website in an inappropriate fashion. The Diddycrats back at it again. What? They literally admit to making it up? What is this?
So I'm going to give an example of something that I received.
What is this?
Okay. I think that it's good to say that Hassan had sex with a prostitute at a brothel that was later investigated by authorities for human trafficking in a scheme that was called Brutal. I think that's good to include that statement. Okay? You guys are like, no, I don't think you should do that. That's not fake news. Okay? See, that's where you spot the people that don't know how to make fucking moves happen. It's not fake news. Nothing I said there was untrue. Everything I said there is 100% true. I'll say it again. Hassan had sex.
Like he is trying to massage it in a way where he can imply inappropriate things that he knows are not true without getting legal scrutiny for intent to defame. Okay?
With a prostitute at a brothel that was later raided by the authorities for human trafficking in what was called a brutal system of oppression. That's true. Every part of what I just said is true. 100% of it. And it makes Hassan sound like a fucking pervert and an asshole. And it's true. I have no issue saying that. All the people saying things like,
yeah, dog, I'm the pervert. You're gonna be able to go a long way with this narrative, you know? And it's funny because even his own community was like correcting him. Where the fuck is it? I saw people in like his own Reddit. It was on my subreddit, being like, hey, wasn't the brothel raided for tax evasion, and then they were able to successfully sue the Berlin government for defamation? And someone immediately goes, it doesn't matter, just keep saying it anyway.
Well, you guys are all the reasons that anyone who doesn't agree, I think, is the reason we have so many
Berlin pays brothel.
The Supreme Court. You guys are all pussies. You don't have what it takes to fucking move the needle. Because it's like, well, where's the context? Wait a second. Well, they did raid it for human trafficking, but it was only one instance, and later in court they proved that it wasn't that case. I don't care. I don't care. You fucked a prostitute at a place that was later raided for human trafficking. That's on you, dog. I didn't fuck a prostitute at a place that was raided for human trafficking. That was you.
Like he knows that it's legal. He knows that it was raided, and then they successfully sued the government. This is from 2023. I went to Artemis in 2010. I'm very openly pro-sex work. The conversation that took place was literally about me being pro-sex work. I also dated a porn star openly. For those of you who don't know, welcome. Okay? I have a lot of friends in the sex work industry. And not only that, but also the brothel that I went to in 2010 was raided in 2016, 6 years after. I was 18 when I went. 2016 is when the brothel was raided. Okay? And not only that, but also they were raided for tax evasion, and they successfully sued the state for slandering them. So the fact that like Dan will try to still package this as a story when it's a very clear non-issue, specifically to try to get a lot of these SWERFs, sex work exclusionary radical feminists, on board to be like, yeah, he's a fucking piece of shit, is ridiculous. You know, Berlin pays brothel $250,000 euros compensation over police raid. The operators of the Artemis brothel had launched 2 lawsuits after police raided the premises in 2016. The city administration has apologized for detaining staff and making prejudicial statements at a press conference. City of Berlin has issued an apology to a major brothel, $269,000 in compensation over a police raid that happened 7 years ago. Hundreds of police raided the Artemis sauna and brothel in Westkreuz in 2016, detaining several people on suspicion of human trafficking, tax evasion, and other violations. Crimes like these can be common in the German sex industry, which in and of itself is not illegal. At a press conference afterwards, public prosecutors made references to organized crime, but the accusations could not be proven, and the Berlin Regional Court would not admit the prosecution's case in 2018. 2 operators of the brothel then took the city to the court for wrongful detention before reaching a settlement with the administration. The state of Berlin apologizes for the pretrial detention and considerable disadvantages suffered by those accused at the same time as a result of the search, the pretrial detention, and the indictment and statements made by public prosecutor's office, the city's judicial administration said in a statement on Friday. Also, it's fucking ridiculous because they're trying to say that I'm doing human trafficking. Okay? That's what is so fucking insane. Like, it's additionally funny coming from a guy who apparently has direct involvement, financial involvement with Diddy, Sean P. Diddy Combs. So you can say he founded a site that was popular where child groomers had CSAM content passed through his company's servers. Nothing in that sentence was untrue either. It's a fact that he owned a site that is infamous for child grooming and funded by P. Diddy. Context doesn't matter, right? Yeah, like, he has a more direct involvement with Sean P. Diddy Combs, who is now in prison, okay, for a website that he created that apparently was already like under scrutiny due to pedophiles actively using that fucking website. I didn't even know this website existed. Okay? Like, what an insane set of circumstances. Like, I didn't even know this, but it's wild that this person had the audacity to fucking knowingly try to massage the truth in a way that is is slanderous, but trying to avoid any sort of legal scrutiny with the intent to defame, right? When in fact, this motherfucker was, motherfucker started Tiny Chat. Tiny Chat has been referenced in like FBI investigations, apparently. I didn't even know that. Is this it? According to court documents from approximately 2014 to 2016, Mohammed Luqman Rana, 33 of Vaughan, Ontario, used the online messaging site Omegle and Tiny Chat to target both adult and minor victims living in the United States and Canada to produce sexually explicit images. That's his website. You made that website. You got $1.5 million from Diddy and Ashton Kutcher to build this website that like convicted pedophiles have used to literally fucking trick minors, dude. U.S. victims ranging from 12 to 17 into producing sexually explicit images by posing as a minor male. Why the fuck are you talking about? That's crazy. That's a crazy thing. Big surprise, this info is nowhere to be seen on LSF. Yeah, I mean, LSF is run by a Destiny fan. That is 100% correct. Yeah, multiple of the moderators on LSF are Destiny fans. But the main mod, the head mod of LSF is like a Destiny Orbiter who has applied for DGGer of the year. That's crazy, man. Fix your fucking damn life. You're 50 years old. You're like spending every goddamn day on this conquest that has seemingly been unsuccessful. Dude said he's going to sue you for what? For what? Like, I'm not even implying he's a pedophile. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that he has a direct involvement. The fuck? You're going to sue me for using the justice.gov website? I'm sure he wants to go through Discover in regards to his Tiny Chat website. Yeah. Yeah. He was literally running ads.
What was happening here? That we got an ad?
He was literally trying to make it seem like ads are running on my page still because another content creator was running ads. It's so desperate. Also, doesn't this directly contradict the adpocalypse narrative that there are ads still running on the fucking website? Like,
that's weird. How did we get an ad on Hassan's page? Oh, it's because Hassan was hosting someone, but I was still on this page, and the ad plays right here. Okay? This is a legitimate thing that happened. Okay? Hassan was hosting someone. Thank you for hosting someone, Hassan. We were actually...
Twitch doesn't even have the capacity to host, by the way. It just says a suggested channel. Twitch no longer has offline hosting as a feature. It's just a suggested channel.
On this URL right here.
J Balvin, we're so proud of your sponsorship
This
with
is a great
Cheetos.
site.
Let's get you on our wall of
We're
fame.
not associated with the brand below.
My mom gonna be so proud.
Cheetos, official sponsor of J Balvin's Fingertips.
Oh, what's happening now?
Democrat.
Now we click the link and look at what we're watching.
Imagine not buying a subscription so we get trolled more efficiently. Times must be tough. I'm not even running the ad. I haven't run ads since my contract ended. In 10 years, Hassan syndrome is going to be in medical journals regarding the obsessive stalking and hatred of you online. Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs, dude. He's going to clip you out of context, by the way. Oh my God. That's going to be crazy. Last December, the Berlin Court of Appeal ruled that comments made by the public prosecutor's office at a press conference were prejudicial, exaggerated, lurid, and culpably in breach of official duties. It ordered the city administrator to pay 100,000 euros in damages. This is the second time. They got not one, but two successful defamation trial awards, by the way. But the operators had also announced a second lawsuit for wrongful detention and demanded a considerably higher amount. The apology and 250,000 euros in compensation were part of a settlement reached by the city and the brothel operators. The case is now closed. The operator's lawyer, Margaret Griffin von Galen, said that the settlement was a good signal to restore confidence in the rule of law. They claim they will use the cash to compensate the female employees who were detained at the time and will donate the remainder to charity. It's also crazy because like, you know, I went to the brothel. I don't work with the brothel. I'm not an administrator at the brothel. Like, how the fuck am I sitting here defending some goddamn German brothel that I went to at this point 14 years ago or 15 years ago? What the fuck? Yeah, the amount of mental gymnastics that people, the amount of hoops that people need to jump through to make this stick is so crazy. It's like you were saying, it's like saying you're complicit in addicting people to gambling by streaming on a site owned by a crypto casino. Well, I feel like that's a little bit more valid to say about people. It would be like saying I'm complicit. It would be like saying I'm complicit in getting people addicted to gambling because I watched a Kick stream. Not necessarily that I got a contract from Kick, which is owned by a crypto casino, with the express purpose of, like, you know, bringing in a fresh new audience to said crypto casino. Yeah, and it's always like the drama alert. Allegedly. Good plays, Keemstar added allegedly to dumbass. Yeah, I've been to a fucking casino too. I guess I'm also complicit in whatever crimes that is being engaged there. Anyway, let's watch the shocking MAGA couple video that everyone is talking about.
Time. It was him going to the outcasts of the time and showing the ability to love people through even lifestyles that Christianity would say are wrong.
No, you're wrong, because what does Jesus say in the Bible? He says, go and let the dead bury the dead. This man wanted to follow Jesus, and he said, I have to go give a funeral to my father. He just died. And he said, no, let the dead bury the dead. Come and follow me. He told that.
That doesn't refute what I'm saying. I'm saying don't ignore all the stories of Jesus
this was all love and this was
being
everything.
Woke for the time.
Wait, what?
Jesus was the biggest wokester of the time.
He's right.
No, he was loving. He was a servant.
So where's that publicly? Why can't I see y'all talking about the importance of loving? Do you actually believe this election would be so much better if women couldn't vote?
I think every election.
Or is that a joke?
No, women should not be voting.
Even women in the 1920s largely didn't want.
When you look at the woman.
What is going on? What? This man said, yeah, no, I firmly don't think women should be voting. Bitch, how about you? Maybe this woman shouldn't be voting. But what about you? You shouldn't be voting either. What the fuck? Oh my God. Okay, I like this. This is Hogwatch. I like it. I like why people enjoyed watching this. I get it. Open the schools.
Women's suffrage movement and
abolish homeschooling.
What they did, there were two sides. Women were advocating for women not to get into politics. But what they did, there were two sides. Women were advocating for women not to get into politics. But see, people.
I'm sure some women were.
No, not some. There were a lot.
like her.
No, there were a lot of people.
Hey, I'm not that old, okay? People like to talk about my age online. I'm not that old. Gosh, what a misogynistic thing to say.
Hey,
Ageist.
take it back. Take it back.
I'm sorry.
The use of the
Okay,
day.
okay.
The use of the day, I'm saying.
But
Yeah.
but there were literally women who did not want women to get into politics.
I'm sure. But there are a lot of really
But do you
incorrect women
explore
in
and
the
do you
world.
read about them? Do you read about why? Would you guess as
They
to why?
probably had similar views to y'all.
But guess why they didn't want women to go into politics?
I don't know, the self-hating, something like that.
Self-hating.
Yeah.
No, it's because they love their families. They love having
Oh,
children.
please.
They want to.
Why can't you vote and love your family and having children? What? This doesn't even make any sense. Bruh, this does not make any fucking sense whatsoever, dude. What is happening? Okay. Hold on 1 second. I gotta change. Oh, fuck. I gotta change my fit. I gotta get into my gym fit. Voting takes 60 hours a week. Obviously, can't do that and have a baby. Yeah. Also, does this mean that men hate their families because they vote? Is that what that means?
There it is again. Then be with your family. That's your choice. But why do you insist on making other people's choices for them?
Do you know that there's a mass
freedom, baby?
Do you know that women voting is not freedom, bro?
But by saying women should,
he's so committed. He's like, stupid. This is amazing.
Vote. And I know this is what you believe, and I don't
These
know.
are the kinds of people who would be caught by mousetraps. Bro, you could jiggle some keys in front of these guys and they would be entertained for a week, okay?
If I would ever change your view on this, but it's like the biggest, most simple way to put men and women on such a different
Exactly.
Value. You're valuing them wildly different,
and it's still equality.
Where in
Yes,
in
it is.
reality, of course, women who are part of society, who are equal citizens, who are equal people, should be having a say in their democracy.
Democracy is cringe.
It's mob rule.
Do you
The majority
see-
of
do you
people in
see
this
how
country.
Yo, this is exactly the type of sentiment that make me completely understand why the monarchy existed for as long as it did. Bro, if you've been living under at least theoretical democracy and have been taught that this is a good value to hold in 2024, so like for at least a couple hundred years, if not at least for 100 years, okay? And even in that process in the United States of America, obviously, like, we didn't really let a lot of other people vote, but like, you know, it's been around for a while at this point. And like the theory of it all is good, right? The theory, in theory, it's good. It's something that we are aspiring towards. And there are still motherfuckers who are like, it's mob rule. Okay. I get it. No, I get it. I understand how people were just like, no, you don't understand. My Lord knows what's best for me. Me Lord. Oi. Magna Carta's pretty cringe, governor. Me lordship knows what's best for the grain. He knows how to best use it. My peasant brain cannot comprehend. Me lord, I will toil the land for you. Me lordship, the peasants speak of an uprising. I'm here to tell you. I'm here to let you know, my lord. I am self-assured in your divine right to rule. Oh, I haven't done the my lord character in a minute, dude. Shouts out to these fucking dildos for bringing it back in a big way. Oh, that's amazing.
Used to think slavery. The majority of people in this country used to think slavery.
Trump got the popular vote. It's true.
The majority of the people in this country used to think slavery was good. Yeah, there was a democratic establishment over the preservation of slavery. That's awesome. No, they didn't. And you know who also didn't think it was good? The slaves, who every time we have this conversation, we always talk about. This is one of the things that has always been so cringy for me in particular, reading about American history and like trying to understand how Americans look at their own fucking personal history. It's always been very frustrating. Something that is taught in American schools always is like, well, there was spirited debate about whether slavery should happen or not amongst the founders. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess that's fine then. Like, are we in 2024 still operating on the basis that like back then the human beings that were enslaved were not real human beings? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, all right. Cool. I guess they had a spirited debate. The fuck does that, what difference does that fucking make? Like, what do you mean? I'm sure the people that were enslaved were not fond of it, okay? And it's no longer 1776, okay? So you know better. You know that they were human beings that were being enslaved. So why are we just like not thinking about their perspective on the matter? Very frustrating. Also, the founders that spirited debates over this matter is also silly because even in Pennsylvania, there were restrictions on slavery. There were abolition rules in places where, for example, George Washington lived. And in order to avoid those rules, George Washington fully knew that it was immoral and fucked up. He would traffic his own slaves outside of the state 6 months at a time to avoid the 6 month period where after 6 months you were forced to free the people that you were enslaving. So he would just cycle them out of the fucking state. So there was already established laws around this sort of thing. So clearly enough people fucking knew it was bad. Okay? Including, but not limited to, George fucking Washington. Okay? He knew it was bad too. And he didn't give a fuck. Yeah, he was hitting loopholes. He's like, he thought it was sick. Hey,
is the democracy king at the moment, so that's great. But at the end of the day, like if there were a room full of people that thought like me and Isabella, you would hate democracy too, wouldn't you?
There have been majorities, and we worked through our democracy
Yes or no?
to convince people. No, I want to hate democracy.
Really?
That's how things worked before, and then we used our democracy to make the country better.
What's better?
A bunch of metrics are better off now than probably when y'all loved it. 1800, I don't know, 1700. When did y'all like it? 1950s. Oh, that's
bro, pre-civil rights. Lasered in on it, dude. Hey, there's a perfect part. You know, we're still running on that war economy. Okay, we're still running on that war economy. You got the GI Bill. You know, white picket fence and all. No black people. Pretty solid time for America. Also, I don't know if he knows this, but women could fucking vote in the 1950s. But I guess he doesn't know much at all. So. Yeah, if you ask him what he thinks about the top marginal tax rate and cook his brain, okay? Fry his fucking brain. Be like, oh, what did you think of the top marginal tax rate in the 1950s? He's gonna be like, oh, I don't know. You'd be like, oh, it's 90%. You think that was solid? I do. Let's bring it back.
time to be alive.
Yeah.
Come on.
Seriously.
Including like the oppression of black people and stuff?
Oh, segregation's not oppression.
Oh, wow.
Yo, bring back shame. Fuck it. Don't even open the schools. I take it back. Shame is an important tool here, I think. Wow. Yo, it's like that one fucking chick that was debating Dean on the Nelk Boys podcast who just straight up said it. Like, what is happening? My man says segregation is not bad. What the fuck?
Malcolm X, the reason why I wore the Malcolm X t-shirt is because Malcolm X wanted black communities.
I know.
Black government, black politics.
Whose stance?
That's what he wanted. And
I agree with more, not Malcolm X's.
MLK?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, no. What is that guy saying? Why is the liberal saying shitting on Malcolm X? The liberal is taking the false framing of Malcolm X's legacy and ideology from the MAGA hat wearing guy who just said segregation isn't that bad. Why would you ever fuck? Liberalism is such a brain-rotted, stupid fucking concept that he literally just heard a man who is so fucking stupid that he is anti-democracy and said segregation isn't bad, but now you're taking for granted what he just said about Malcolm X. Why the fuck would you ever listen to that illiterate dipshit and find yourself in agreement with an illiterate dipshit that you have brought onto your show to make fun of him? What is going on? Malcolm X rebuked his early segregationist views. Anyone with even a passing knowledge of his legacy would know that. Liberals are so useless. Yeah, he's operating on the classic. He's operating on the classic, like, Malcolm X was violent and scary, and MLK was peaceful and a liberal. You know, the American government packed up both of them, by the way. Didn't really matter. And also, both's legacy are tarnished regardless. They're lied about endlessly. MLK was not a fucking liberal, okay? His methods certainly were more peaceful, even though currently, today, when people apply those same peaceful methods, people do not have such a peaceful reaction to that, you know? Just to think about all of the boycotts or divestment initiatives that have occurred in the past year or so. Yeah. MLK was a whole lot closer to Malcolm X than any of these fucking goobers on this podcast. Yeah. And also, back then, they didn't have such a peaceful reaction to Malcolm X's peaceful disobedience, peaceful means of civil disobedience either, by the way. It's just, okay.
Martin Luther King, a bunch of the civil rights advocates of the day who understood segregation, the whole separate but equal fallacy is just that, a fallacy. That's just a way to allow for less resources, less rights to go to certain communities.
But
you first have to isolate them and then you oppress them.
But that's like very anti-democracy of you. If black people came together and they had decided that they wanted black communities, they had
neither MLK nor Malcolm X were liberals. Okay, MLK was not. Martin Luther King was not a liberal. He was not. I don't know how else to describe this other than he was not. He was very much an anti-imperialist. He was very aggressively an advocate for, he did the Poor People's Campaign. Like, he was a socialist.
Decided that that's what they wanted.
They didn't, though.
No, whites got together.
And who were they unifying with? There you go.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly. Americans. And if you have black people who choose to associate with one another, and for example, their whole friend group is black, that's very different than, as you mentioned,
I agree.
lawful segregation.
I think lawful segregation,
or even advocating segregation.
They do choose to segregate.
Right.
This is something that they choose to do.
As time has gone on, people have been less and less segregated.
There's like segregated months, Gay Pride Month, African American Month.
Yeah, dude, you're right. Gay Pride Month. That's a segregated month. No straights allowed during Gay Pride Month. Everybody knows that. She said African American Month. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny when they're being woke while also being racist. I love when racists try to be woke. It's my favorite thing. Okay, I can't keep watching this video. I mean, I want to. I really, really want to. I just don't have time to keep watching this video. We're going to be watching this video instead to get you geared up to understand Dr. Mike. He's hanging out with the GOAT, my GOAT, Jeff Nippard. Here, I'm going to be hanging out with him in a second. I got to go change real quick.
And Mr. Jeffrey Nippard. He has recently published 2 papers in the exercise science community, and we're going to train him with a scientifically based arm workout. He is going to praise it. Is he going to like it? Who knows? Find out now. Slow. That was bullshit. Do it again. Hopping on your goddamn calves, Jeff. Grab that bar and finish up.
You have one more because the trap bullshit.
Finish. 6. 2 more. Oh, no. Up high on the chest. Yes. Good shit. We got him again, Scott. What'd you think?
What do you think I thought?
Natural beauty. And rack. Good enough.
Yeah, okay. I feel like I can get into a groove with that. It might need to go a little heavier. You know how sometimes when you do a warm-up set and you're learning a new technique,
yes,
your limbs don't know what to do?
Yes.
You add some weight and they kind of lock into position better.
100%.
So let's see how it looks for the working sets.
Control slow. Up. Move, Jeff. Finish. Elbows in, as if another. Slow. Wait for it. Rack.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. Nice. See, I felt it on that one. Got some weight on there. That's good. What's my RIR on that, Mike?
12?
No way. You think I had 12 more reps on that set?
If you knew how to train hard, as the internet alleges.
I want a serious answer on that.
I have no idea. I almost never judge RIR externally because you never can tell how much someone is keeping in reserve psychologically.
Yeah. And slow twitch. I don't think it has much to do psychologically. I think it has to do with what my muscle, how much force my muscle is capable of producing at the end of that set. Either I can do it or I can't, right? No? You can will yourself to lift a car off of a dying child, even if your muscles can't produce enough force to move the car?
In that situation, there are a few problems with that situation. One, a car is well beyond your nervous system's ability to generate force to your muscle. Yeah. 2 is like, it's a dying child. He's going to fucking die anyway. Fuck. And unless there are cameras around, who gives a shit? Unless I get to be a hero on the news, I don't care. Kids die every day, Jeff.
So,
but
with this example, it's
with
the
this
same
example,
basic thing.
Yeah.
If my muscles can't produce the force, they can't produce
That's
the
true,
force.
but muscles typically, though muscles are the end node of force production, the biggest factor to force production once you have a muscle of a certain cross-sectional area is how much nervous system throughput you're having. And because your degree of arousal currently is decent, but not like violence and war level, if you went to violence and war level places, you could have 5 or 6 reps more.
Disagree.
But it would be like a hugely fatiguing thing.
Chat, Mike is the king of this deadpan humor. Yes. He's the GOAT. And he is my GOAT, and we're gonna see him in a minute. I just wanted you guys to get a better
I think I could
understanding.
have got 5 more reps no matter what.
Well, you probably
but I can test
I'm
it.
on my way
on the
over
next
there.
one, I was
We'll
like
see-
12
we'll
on
see
that
what
one, right?
happens.
Yeah, yeah.
You say you think I could have gotten 5 more reps if I went violence and war?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
I'll
assuming
do it.
but that's assuming you're capable of it. Good. Awesome. Slow. Controlled. Beautiful. Move it. Believe, Jeff. It's going up. Lock it. Yeah. Fuck yeah. And then slow, as if you're going to do another one. Good stuff. My man. Yeah. No one really believed in that one. Dude, that was really good, man. Perfect. How many did you count?
I think it was 12.
My man.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Do you do an arm day, or is this more so for like educational demonstration purposes?
I don't do an arm day. When's the last time we've done an arm day?
I mean, you could count my PM as, I have 2 technically arm sessions per week, but it's a PM session with my push.
Oh, right.
So I'll
You
do
guys split
push
it
in
up.
the morning, and then I'll do like triceps, biceps, but also lateral delts at nighttime.
Arm day is curious because there's not really a compelling logical reason to structure an arm day.
Yeah.
Like chest and triceps work together, so you might as well do them at the same time, back biceps or whatever. Now, there are ways to logically structure an arm day into your plan, but I wouldn't say it's like a first principle, like obviously arm day is a thing.
Yeah. What if there are weak points, and it's something you're trying to bring up? Give yourself that arm day to really focus.
There's probably
some
honestly
attention
less of an argument for an
Yeah?
arm day in that situation.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah, because you would split the frequency of such that the muscles are getting hit when they need to get hit. So triceps probably recover a little slower than biceps, they're way smaller. So biceps would be like 4 times a week. Triceps maybe 3 times a week in that instance, or just emphasizing the pushing compounds with tricep emphasis pushing stuff. So it's still like a 2 time a week frequency with the triceps. But you structure it such that it's like beginning of the week, arm stuff is pushed more, like the heavier arm stuff is pushed
Yeah.
more. And
Arms are also not a functional group.
Right.
Like they have multiple functions. So it's like having a torso day. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Right.
Like if you think your biceps and triceps are both weak, like Jared said, you have to address that separately and integrate it into the rest of the plan. Because if you just have an arm day, it's like, well, how is your back training and chest training affected by that? How are you modulating that? And because the arms, like Jared said, recover quicker, one arm day a week doesn't really, you might start your pushing day with tricep stuff. That's ultra focus, but you also might do that 2 or 3 times a week. That's the most focus on triceps you can ever get out of a program. With biceps, you either do back first, then biceps, or you split it up and do biceps first, then back, or just biceps on their own a bunch. And then all of a sudden, that's the best way to focus on it. I wouldn't even say like doing biceps and triceps in the same workout is the best way to focus on either biceps or triceps effectively. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
But it's definitely, it's just not, again, not a functional
It's a
group.
really fun workout.
Yeah.
But if people are watching, you'd say, put the tricep work on a push day, put the bicep work on a
And it's
pull
like
day.
order and frequency are way more important.
Yeah.
Order of the actual exercises in the session. Like you said, maybe doing biceps before back. That's if you're going to emphasize biceps and the back's like fine. Yeah, of course you're going to do that. So order of exercises, exercise selection, and the frequency at which you hit them is so much more important than like, well, let's have some arm days in there.
Okay.
Jared said it all.
Good to know.
Yeah, it really
Good to
is.
know.
Yep.
All right.
All right, exercise number 2 is going to be the skull crusher. There are many variations of skull crusher. You can do jam style where you touch really close to your clavicles. We're going to be trying to touch the throat. And then there's the chin, there's the nose. The lips, I guess that's kind of gross. Try and touch your actual eyeballs. That's fun. Top of the forehead and then even behind the head is an option. No right or wrong answers here, just cool variants. We're going to try the throat one today. And we're also going to have a few science-based tricks. So it turns out the lengthened portion of the muscle when exposed to tension probably promotes more growth. So we're going to have Jeff not lock out almost all of these reps and just stop at the 2/3 mark. So I'll hold my hand out in front of him, roughly at that 2/3 lockout mark. And when he feels his fingers touching mine, it's a romance novel, he's going to go back down. It's brutal because it also sequesters a ton of metabolites in your triceps. It never really gives them a break and exposes of the total amount of force exposed to tricep. Much more of it now gets exposed at the lengthened position, which is kind of what we want. After every single set, he's going to transition to a close grip bench, done in the same way, also to 2/3. This is gonna cook his ass with science. Let's get it done.
Yep. That's the Jeff Nippard way.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, you wanna try our way?
I'd love to.
Super. Thumbs out.
Oh, yes.
You're good?
And then down to the chin area.
Correct. Cool. See if you can touch your throat.
Ooh.
Yes. And now see if you can do that, but keeping your elbows as tucked in as possible. Yes.
I like it.
Again, slow, controlled, elbows in. Regrip, close grip, begin. Control slow with a pause. Good. 9, solid feet. 2 more. Yep. And then full lockout on this one and hold it for a second.
Not bad at all.
Beautiful.
Oh, man. That was nice. I like that.
Not bad.
See, it's fun to train like this when it's arm day and not leg day.
Yeah, leg day is just painful.
Come on.
It's
But
also
you did great in
painful
that
and not
video.
egotistic.
I did my best. I truly did my best. Holy smokes. That was really fun. I like that a lot. It's really incredibly humbling as a powerlifter to have 2 5-pound plates on the bar. I will
Yes.
say that.
Yes.
I will say that. That's a mild ego hit.
Yes.
I'll
But
take it.
Remember, your ego is best served by attaching it to everything, including what kind of exercises you're doing, how much weight you're doing.
True.
If someone has a slightly more expensive car than me in the parking lot, like it ruins my fucking day.
Yeah.
I'll try to ding them with the cart, shopping cart, just to be like,
Exactly.
you fucking dick.
Wait, how does that tie back into?
And that was 30 seconds. Let's do it. Press, Jeff. 8, 2 more. Press. 9, and one last one, all the way to full lockout and hold.
Up.
Move it. Lock it. Gorgeous. Just gorgeous.
Oh yeah. I like the stretch on the.
Oh man, incredible. Actually, Mike, when you said to touch it a little higher, I felt the stretch deepen as well.
Is it evidence-pilled and science-based?
I think it's science-based and evidence-pilled. I mean, it's emphasizing the stretch. You're taking the set very close to muscular failure.
Yeah.
You're using a tempo between 2 and 8 seconds of total rep length.
Yes.
You are placing the muscle under a high degree of tension throughout the range of motion. I mean, what more do you want?
I just fucking feel the ghost of Milo Wolf around here. So I'm in space. Lock it. Lock it. Lock it. Yes. Good, good, good. Wrap. Wrap. Close grip. Upper chest. Yes, just like that. 1. I got 8 for you. 2. 3. I bet you're feeling your triceps, huh? 4. 5. Finish. 6. 2 more. 2 more. Oh, no, no, no. Up high on the chest. Yes.
All right. Gaia. All right. We're live. I think it's flipped over to me. Gaia. Let's walk. This is what I do every day. What's good, King? Okay.
Okay, it's never happened. You've never gotten out of here. I was expecting to see you.
Are you, is he talking shit? Is he already?
Always.
Is he already feeding?
Well, we had to see if he was going to work out with you.
Dr. Mike Israetel. Wonderful to meet you. Hi, I'm Hassan.
Hi, I'm Crystal.
Nice to
Nice
meet
to
you.
meet you.
These are my trainers.
How are you?
Okay.
There's a human being back there.
Yeah, I know.
How's it going?
Hi.
Can everyone hear and see everything? What's good? Can everyone see and hear everything in the chat? Is everything good? Because we haphazardly put this together, even though I should have been ready to do this a long time ago, but I wasn't. This is the first time I'm wearing glasses in the gym. It's weird.
I know, I heard. Who is this?
I know.
Super nerd.
Wow. I
Wow.
can't believe you're here in the flesh. These guys, I don't know if they've already told you, but they're ginormous fans, as am I.
Quite literally, look at how jacked he's.
No, if you
Yeah.
combine
You
us
can't
into
even
one,
see
maybe this jacket. Oh, you
Yeah.
can see.
They're wearing the freshest. He has no pecs.
What?
His pecs are tiny.
You're just mad because I press more than you, little guy.
He does. Well, I don't know why you bench pressing more.
Strength
than
to
me.
weight is insane on him. Okay.
Yeah.
Unfair.
Okay, so you went to Texas and you went through. You put Minsky through the ringer. I don't know if you guys have ever met him, but I brought some of my Texas friends here before. This is where I started training after like the COVID lockdowns, the COVID restrictions went away. During the lockdown, I gained a lot of weight. I've worked out my whole life.
I just want to know one thing.
What?
What kind of good shit were you eating during the lockdown to gain that shit?
Oh, my mom was
man.
cooking for me.
Snap.
I was in a 2-bedroom. Yeah, Turkish food for sure. But I was in a 2-bedroom apartment, and she was constantly making me food, and I was streaming 12, like 13, 14 hours a day.
Yeah, you gotta eat.
Lost all my muscle mass and gained all the weight, but in that process, I went from like 225, 230 to like 285, but with no muscle. I was 230 with muscle, lost all the muscle, and turned it into fat. So when I first came here, I couldn't even do like a normal kettlebell swing. It was really bad. I couldn't stand up for like 15 minutes.
Lower back.
Yeah, back pain all the time, and I have like winged scaps. I have a lot of I have to do a lot of correctives and stuff. So I have always had issues, but
He's gonna shed the tarp and show you the raw steel in a second.
It's not raw steel, but it's.
What? No, yeah, it's. I also ate already. I normally work out fasted in the morning, and I worked out this morning. I played basketball for like 2 hours. I'm just getting you prepped for why I'm gonna not be able to work out as hard as you, because I'm scared. I'm scared of.
I want you to know, every day Hassan walks the gym. He gives us the same 5-minute spiel. Boys, I played basketball 2 hours yesterday. My knees, my back. I don't think I can deadlift today.
He goes like this. He goes,
can we just? Yeah, it's not feeling good, guys. It's not happening. And then I'm like, do your first warm-up set. He pulls. Why am I ripping it today, boys? I think it's gonna be. And then we're off to the. So
Yeah,
just,
but it's
I've
still
learned
not-
to drown this out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but it's still not very strong. I'm 225 pounds, and I can't we switched back to conventional regular deadlifts like recently, and I did like what I didn't even do 405. Like I haven't gone up that high yet.
340 for 10.
But on the trap bar I was
good.
doing no, it's terrible.
No trap bar bragging today.
Yeah, I mean,
trap bar does not exist in gym bragging.
it's not a brag. Yeah, I know. On the trap bar I was repping. What was it like?
Don't care.
450.
Don't care.
It was 450 for 10. Okay, 450. That's strong. That's strong. That's in any gym that is not weak. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm a big boy. But yeah, I have a lot of problems. But I wanted to see.
That sort of
Definitely not financial.
Yeah, he's terrible looking.
Yeah. I have a lot
Poorly
of
educated.
too. But I was excited to do whatever you want to do. We did push both. We've changed the split recently, where we're doing squats and bench press on the same day.
Blast.
I don't want to call them out. You know, I don't want you to.
Modified full body split.
I don't want you.
A little bit.
I don't want you to be like, "Yo, that sucks" or anything like that.
Later, he's gonna do that later, not in person. He's gonna shave me the shame in the moment, and he's gonna make a video later.
Whatever we do, I'm just gonna be sore. What are we doing today?
Today's full body pull. I was gonna do modified full body pull because you back squatted 300 for basically 10 yesterday. We're gonna save your low back, and we're just gonna do some solid hinge work, some RDLs, and then we're just gonna get into more upper pull, and we might load a little bit of like RDL posterior chain towards the end, but not too much heavy compound and low back.
Or should we do what he?
Or whatever he wants to do and teach us all the cool things.
Do that.
What?
No.
No, they're fans. They literally they own.
You're the Swoley Grail of
Like,
training.
I'm gonna shed my tarp right now and do the workout. I feel.
Oh, for real?
I'm pumped up now. I was like, I'm not gonna work out, Coach Mike. And now I'm pumped up.
No, he's like an anime character. Like he came out of the womb and chopped his
Japanese
own.
and awkward.
Well, he's
no,
not.
when he like takes the sweater off and triples in size.
Yeah. He like
See, I
chopped
told
his
you
own
guys he was
umbilical
jacked.
cord.
How do you can't even see.
I've
through
been
this.
at this a long time, my friend.
I know.
You can't hide the X frame.
What's the X frame?
Big shoulders, small waist,
okay.
big legs.
Like these
Stop
guys are
playing.
business owners. Like they have 2 gyms that they're owning and operating, and they were like, "Oh my God, Dr. Mike's gonna be here!" Like they literally dropped everything to come here just so they
Shut
could
it
work
down.
out with you.
This is cooler.
We sold
Yeah.
our businesses.
Yeah, it's collapsing, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, so 3 weeks ago I got married in Mexico, and he was the officiant. Thank you. And on the way back, he calls me in the airport. He's like, "You're never gonna believe what just happened. Life changing. I'm in shock and awe." And we've like in LA, we've met people. He's like, "I just met Doug Glute Lab, Dr. Brett Contreras in the airport in Puerto Vallarta. Talked to him for 30 minutes. Life's up." And then Hassan said, "We're gonna meet Dr. Mike." I was like, I think I can die now. I think the Messiah is taking us with, and that's it.
Yeah, science-based lifting today. Part of the reason why I also wanted to do this. Part of the reason why I also wanted to do this was because there's a lot of what do you call it? Talk online right now about how this generation is like lost. There's no good people guiding the younger men. They're all like MAGA, and they're all, they're firmly committed to like, dating coaches and all these guys who present a certain lifestyle where they're like, oh, you got to lift. And it's like, I don't have the politics of people like that, but I do work out and I do work very hard. And I feel like you yourself, well, that's true. I don't work that hard, dude. That's right. I don't work out that hard. But I don't know. I've always seen like a lot of the stuff that you put out there is like definitely not as toxic as like a lot of the other content creators in not just the gym bro space, but just in general online.
More toxic.
Yeah, more toxic. No, but like you don't strike me as someone who's like uncomfortable in your own skin, and I think that's very important. You voluntarily reveal stuff about yourself that I think it demonstrates a level of confidence that you have. Whether it be like talking about the downsides of being, medically enhanced, for example.
Medically, that's generous.
Scientifically enhanced.
Ooh.
What would you call it?
Bathtub trend enhanced.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna. That's also. Yeah, I want you to
bring any extra.
Yeah, I want you to trend so we can get on it.
His butt cheeks are
right now is the time. Dude, thank you so much for the kind words. I don't know how much of that. I think you're being very charitable. But,
I don't know. I mean, I think so. Also, you're good with Jeff, so Nippard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and Jeff Nippard is not only a Hasanabi head, but also someone who I admire, and I think he's a good judge of character. So.
Oh, okay.
You're like, I hate that guy. That other dude should have killed him when he chokeslammed him. What the fuck was his name?
Yeah.
That's drama.
Drama.
I know.
Mad drama.
I know. That dude is. I don't know what the fuck was going on there.
He could just have a lot of feelings really quick.
Yeah, it happens.
It happens.
Yeah, it's one of the downsides, I guess, of being.
I don't know.
Medically enhanced.
Yeah, or it's some combination of that and just being a person who just didn't think things through a whole lot.
No.
So,
no.
Yeah, Jeff's cool as fuck, man, all jokes aside. Well, I think we could do things one of 3 ways. 4 ways. 4. Way 1 is the fellas guide you through, and I kind of lend my little bullshit on the side, a couple jokes, a couple of technique critiques, kind of like little this and that. Because I think the guys here fucking really know their shit. And I don't want to fucking, piss in their cereal, so to speak. Though urine has an acquired taste.
I've heard.
Yes. The other option is for me to throw in like 1 or 2 exercises into the mix that's a little bit different, a little more my bullshit, and then the rest of them stay, kind of an integrated approach. I'm not particularly attached to that. The other one is like I just carte blanche make the program, and then I run the shit, and you guys kind of just hang out and smoke a fucking cig in the corner, which is weird. And the last one, he says, fuck all this working out shit. We get the fucking cameras going, get another triple cam system, and get it fucking popping, all gangbang going. And I just mean us. Nobody else. My wife can hold a fucking mega camera, bro. That bitch stable as shit. So we're gonna get high quality footage.
Just gay sex?
Is this? Whoa, why is it gotta be? I mean,
watching.
Yeah.
Ooh, a little bestiality through in there.
Okay. Let's not do. Let's not do the
rules here.
Let's not do the 4th option. I'm already. I don't want to get in hot water with Twitch.
Let's do this second. Let's run my general frame just to stick on his general split, and I want you to come in and help us maneuver, modify, enhance. Let's run that.
Like more of column 1 and a little bit of column 2.
Yes.
Mostly you guys. Maybe one of the exercises you guys give me like we typically do this movement.
That's gonna be pretty much my idea. I'm gonna refer to you.
Perfect.
Here's what I'm planning to do. Please
take it over.
But I'll tell you what the general.
Take a look at my bench press mechanics and identify what the issues are. They know what it is, but wow, that's crazy. Okay, okay, I'm not that. Now I gotta take it off. I ate earlier. I ate earlier, so I can't even like take my shirt off.
Yes, you can.
My belly is pronounced right now.
So
I have severe body dysmorphia.
Listen, I got two things to say. One, you look fucking super impressive.
Oh,
Number
thank you.
two is that your pecs are really small.
Are they? What? They're not.
I'm so kidding.
Oh my god.
Now we're just.
It's like what's his name?
How I greet him every day now. Good morning. I like your outfit, and your pecs look so small.
I mean, I'd rather take that than what's it, Connor Sanan or whatever. He always says like, "Oh, that guy has gyno." That's the real killer, which I do. So
accusing people, especially that don't have gyno, is a real mindfuck.
Yeah.
High level 4D
I think I already
chest
have it though. So
I can tell you have fucking crazy gyno, bro.
Stop.
Listen, everything I say is a joke. Everything is a joke.
I do have severe body dysmorphia. So.
Do you really?
Yeah,
Dude,
I mean,
you look fucking great. What are you talking about?
If
you have body dysmorphia, what the rest of us supposed to do? I'm like 4'7" over here.
Same.
Yeah, we aren't even seen.
But that's also like I feel like there's a additional power boost. You know what I mean? If you're under 5'10", you touch a weight and you immediately develop pecs. That's my experience at least. I feel like
the small pec copium is like wafting over this way. It's getting bad. All of a sudden, me being short. Oh, hey, nice pecs. Oh, it's because we're short. That's
yeah.
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. But like shorter range of motion probably plays a role in like being able to lift more.
We're just switching to random excuses.
Less frame to add muscle mass on.
There. That was actually quite valid.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Okay.
1 out of 3, sort of.
Okay.
Well, anyway,
all right, let's do it.
The fellas are ready. I'm just going to be kind of floating, kind of a little eye laser into some technique.
Your warm up, so blood flow, just get your hinge turned on. You're just going to ski for 250, so like a minute and a half, get blood flow, and then we're going to do 2 rounds of hanging scap work. And then you're going to do
is no one else going to work out? Is this going to be me? It's crazy.
Yeah.
I feel weird.
Why?
I feel like all the eyes are on me.
This is how we train.
Yeah.
There's plenty
There's
of people.
usually,
normally there's
more
plenty
dogs.
of people here.
Alright. Hold it up the lights here. Taking through just some RDLs, just a few, maybe just 4 sets as we work from 15, 12, 10 to a heavier 8. I want to pull deadlifting after back squatting yesterday.
Earlier the 15, 12, 10.
The 15 and the 12 are really just more warm-up sets. I just want a little potentiation for the 10 and the 8, really just to have them feel a heavy load. So I really just want to do
That sounds like 2 minutes to me, man.
250. How much per meter?
Meters.
Yeah. 250 meters, about a minute to 2.
The device doesn't
2
move.
sets, we're going to do hanging
Meters?
scap
Where is it going? It's still in the same place. Oh my god, your dog is adorable, by the way. You got the big face.
Yeah, she's still a puppy.
Really? Holy
Yeah,
crap.
she's like not even 2 yet.
10 G or 10 Nordics. Just turn on mid-load trap.
10 what? GH?
Nordics. 10 Nordics.
Oh.
Glute ham race. Dr. Mike's one. It's a glute ham race, not a technical Nordic.
Uh-oh. We bite the friends. We got the music.
Oh, they played the whole time. If the other one, Honey, wasn't in the cage, they run around nonstop. 10 Nordic curls?
10.
10 Nordic.
Very Nordic.
Is that good? I don't know.
Good. You can fight for a little bit more hip extension, but again, I just want you to start getting your backside going. You can use your hands to decelerate, decentric more, control it. But I'm fine with this too. This is just a little warm up.
His legs are so long.
Yeah, I have to really put that thing like all the way back. Yeah.
It's a lot of work to do. Another short win.
And then what else?
We're doing hanging scap drugs.
I heard you slandering me earlier. You were like, oh, he stays here for longer than an hour.
Okay, he's never been here less than an hour.
Yeah.
I try to stay here for like an hour and 20 max.
It's usually during the day, it's like sunny and it's nice. It's the only natural light the man sees. The dogs get to play.
All right.
Shrugs and circles. 5 shrugs, and then 5 back circles, 5 front circles.
All right, Dr. Mike. Trend pilled me.
Yes.
33-year-old man. What are the downsides and upsides of being medically enhanced.
Have you had your testosterone levels checked?
Yeah.
So?
It's average.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Looks average.
It's like I think the last one, it was really high. I think it was like 700 originally, and then now it's like 500, I think.
Okay. There's going to be a lot of variance between readings, so it's tough to say on just 2 readings what. Like, it's impossible to conclude a trend generally unless you take like more than a few. So I would say if how is your like some of these questions are sort of personal. How's your appetite, sex? Well, drive is fine. You don't need to tell me about life. Although I'm always curious about some gossip. What kind of guys are we talking about here?
My sex drive is great. Yeah.
Okay, so no problems there.
No.
What about like your perceptive ability to like recover from hard training, as far as like compared to like a few years ago? Kind of still with it when everything's in the groove, or is it?
I think so. I think it's even better than a couple years ago because I think it's because like there was a changing point in my workout in my training where I realized like I wasn't eating. I think it's because like there was a changing point in my workout in my training where I realized like I wasn't eating anywhere near enough protein.
Okay.
I thought I was having like 220 grams of protein every day. Back to what?
One more.
Okay. So I wasn't having 220 grams of protein, and I was injuring a lot. Like I was super injury prone.
Oh fuck.
And I don't know if it's like placebo or not, but when I swapped it, when I actually made sure that I was eating 220 grams plus protein every day, all of a sudden, no more injuries. Like, and on top of that, I train 4 days a week, and on days that I don't train, I play basketball. Like I play basketball this morning for like an hour, and it's on concrete, so it's like
that'll beat your ass.
Yeah, really bad for my joints and everything.
What kind of foods did you add in to get extra protein?
Oh, just core power, like protein shakes and protein supplements. Because I was already eating like 1.5 pounds of straight white chicken breast anyway. Like I weigh it, and that's a lot of protein to begin with. It's like 150, I think, 160 grams of protein anyway. But then after that, I still need protein at the end of the day. So I just have like today's supposed to be my fasted day or my higher deficit day, 2 days out of the week. And on those days, I just have a protein shake at night to just make sure that I hit 220 plus. And of course, the ice cream sandwich.
That makes perfect sense.
Still in my calories.
Ice cream sandwich, obviously.
It's still in my calories, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those little Oreo shits. They're like 210 calories. It's not that bad.
Yeah, worth it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look, I'm not SIBO. I'm not like fucking competing.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
I'm kidding.
That's crazy.
The shit sets up itself, really. But on a serious note, what are your like? What are your physique goals? Like, what do you want to look like, and how many trade-offs do you want to make to look like that? Because you look awesome, real talk. And like, do you want to look any more ripped and jacked than this, or how much more over what time frame? Because basically, to answer the question of should I jump on gear, it's like you better have a really, really compelling reason to want to look substantially different after already having put years of ultra hard work into just raw natural training. And if that all aligns, then yeah, it's a conversation. Up until and unless it's not really a convo, this is kind of like, I want extensive plastic surgery, and someone's like, do you care about your appearance? Like, no, I just think it'd look cool. Like, that's not how you arrive at that. You know what I mean?
No, I've always, early Joe Rogan head, I was always thinking to myself, like, once I hit like 35 and my T levels start declining, I'll do TRT. Or if I start noticing it, like if I experience a lot of fatigue and no longer can lift as much. Because like I've been on a deficit losing weight and also sometimes putting on muscle mass for the past 3 years straight. I've never
been on a deficit for 3 years straight.
Yeah, there's been periods of coming back to more normal calories and then back into the deficit. But overall, it's been waving down.
It's definitely a lot of fluctuation for sure. I'm just saying that like the overall slant has been a deficit.
It's been a long journey. Look at the progress. I mean, it takes a long time.
Yeah, I'll
forget
show you the
how
before
long
and
it
after.
takes. I got 15 RDLs. People think that type of thing's going to happen in 3 to 6 months, which for some, amazing. But for the average person, especially with a super busy life, it's going to be a road, and you just got to stick with it 100%. And doing it the healthy and sustainable way where your habits have shifted, it's something you're going to maintain for longevity. It's just going to take time. It's habit change.
See, my knee hurts already. My left knee. When I go down. But I think
you extend up just when you go down, in front or back of your knee.
Like here.
It's from squats yesterday, you think?
I don't think it's from the squatting. I think it's probably from playing basketball this morning.
But you played ball this morning.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Damn, won't stop. Okay, we might have to modify. Let's see if you can get through your warm up. If not, we'll just modify.
Yeah, even when I do this, it's like there's knee pain.
Okay, cool. We'll probably just ditch the hinge. We'll save it for another day. Live to see another day. Then we'll get into modified pull-ups then. Modified pull-ups. I'm gonna have you do the heels on the box, elevated pull-ups. So much ball.
He says I live and die by the ball.
It's true. These guys literally tell me to work out less now, which is crazy because they were the ones who kept telling me to do more cardio on the days where I'm not training. And then I really caught the basketball bug. And now I just...
When did you catch the basketball bug?
I mean, I've always played basketball like growing up.
You know what I'm saying, man? Shit.
Why not? I don't know. You can ball up. I can see you balling up. He balls up.
I got the boosties. Dr. Maggie.
Modified pull-up.
I got the boosties. Yeah.
Modified pull-up, I want your stretch. I want that stretch, quick pause, full stretch, quick pause, full stretch. 15 reps. We'll start here. We're going to do 4 sets.
Like that, right?
Yeah, we're giving that long, take advantage of that stretch, sit deep, good. Lift the toes up, really just like you ain't got legs.
Lieutenant Dan pull-ups.
Lieutenant Dan. I love these special groups for body weight and strength. Sets of like 8 regular pull-ups are like a big win. Whereas like getting some volume in, you can take advantage of that deep stretch for him down here too. Taking the legs out. Whereas like a lat pull down, especially with this setup, I would have to put like a massive dumbbell between sides to weight him down. This, he gets a great closed chain pull.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
And you can pause, you can work, especially with snap and stability, you can really work with range. Already you've got veins.
Watch out.
Jacked.
Watch out.
Let's stretch 90-90 as you rest, just to see
All right.
your hips. Talk as you stretch. Yeah, 75 seconds.
But yeah, I'm also double jointed, so it's like everything I do. When I was younger, when I first started lifting in college, freshman year of college, the first time I ever sat on a bench, 135, I put it up. Everyone's like, oh, this is like introductory basic weight, you can do it. I put it up and my shoulder pops out of the socket. Yeah.
Where'd you go to school?
I went to University of Miami, and then I partied too much, so my parents forced me to transfer and I graduated from Rutgers. Yeah.
Miami's fucking a party, huh?
Yeah.
At least for you, anyway.
It was, yeah. And now I hate it.
Really?
Yeah, too much. It's a...
10 seconds.
I don't know how to explain it. It's just very like...
Back on the bar.
It's too crypto focused. Wait, let me do this again.
Party? Or University of Miami?
Oh, no, I meant like Miami in general, Florida in general.
Oh, Miami. Yeah. It's really hot, too.
Yeah. It's hot, it's humid.
I'm just like... I can't really go to Miami much anymore.
Why not?
Man, I was so heavy into the fucking pushing bricks game, you feel me?
Yeah.
A lot of people...
They don't let you sew cocaine no more?
People know me, bro.
Yeah.
And they're like, yo, where's that China white? And I'm like, I don't do that anymore. But I can only say it so many times because I'm like, I'm just not Miami. You feel me? I gotta be out.
You recognize too quick, man.
They call me... I got all kinds of nicknames down there. Powder, they call me Snow White. They call me Santa Claus, bringing that snow. Oh yeah, Chef Boyardee up in this motherfucker, man. What are we not cooking up? That's a better question.
Yeah, more stretch. Yeah, make the stretch 7.
That was bullshit. There we go.
I will not have this man be that.
Oh, no.
I'm playing fucking partials in this gym. Not in my fucking house, not today. Good. I don't care if you do 50. Now I want you to go 1 to 2 shy. Yeah.
Oh. You did, Hassan, you did fix it. That was good.
I can't have you saying I suck. It's unacceptable.
It's for me. No shame on me.
Don't disrespect your master.
I know. I mean, I cheat a little bit, you know? But who am I cheating? Myself.
Exactly.
Right?
And the lifting gods.
Yeah, that's true.
They are very unforgiving.
That is true.
You have one of the god kings in the house.
Oh, I'm
no, you're a deity.
Yeah, at least an idol. At least a deity.
All right. A demigod.
Yeah.
Like what's that?
So what are you doing out in LA?
Titans and shit.
What are you doing in LA?
I'm here with you, man.
No, but what else?
There's nobody else.
There's no way. You're not just flying out just for me. That's crazy.
Did he tell you what he did this weekend? Or this past couple of days?
What did you do this past couple of days?
Why didn't we talk about it earlier? Oh, I was.
She told us. You didn't tell us.
Oh, okay. Wait. Which one? Oh, yes, I got promoted to a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Wait, really?
Yes, thank you.
That's crazy.
Insane. Dedication.
So you do BJJ as well?
Another set. Same thing. Give me 1 shy of failure and I'm 4th.
You ready to do it? Let's do the thing.
You want to gravel?
Do you train? No way.
Not anymore, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
no
big
way.
time.
So, yeah, what's your belt rank?
I made it all the way in Brazil.
Dr. Mike chokes me out today. I don't think I'm not going home to my wife tonight if that happens.
Wait, what did you go up to in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Brian?
Blue.
Oh, you want blue?
Yeah, I switched 5 different disciplines and went black in all 5 disciplines.
Get the fuck out. Which ones? Do you, any karate?
I did karate.
Which style?
I did Kempo.
Oh,
Hapkido.
is it Hawaiian Kempo by any chance?
No.
Just Kempo.
Yeah, just
So
Kempo.
can you like kick motherfuckers in their head and
Oh.
shit? Yo, hey, we're cool, right?
5 weapon, 5 disciplines and 5 different weapons.
I just take a pair of nunchucks and just go right to the cock. Like, save all that bullshit. I'm like, watch. Yeah! Self-flagellation. Dude, that's dope, man. I kind of want somebody to break in because of the dog.
Oh, that's my life. I'm constantly waiting for someone.
We used to live together, and he didn't tell me this. One day I just like went into the back of my closet to find, and I'm not trained in that stuff, not well. And I went to like find a shirt, and I reached far back, and I pull out a katana. And I was like,
I like that you randomly have a katana in your closet.
I don't. And so I go, I'm walking, hey, Brian, might I inquire why there's a real katana in my closet? He goes, and he lived across the hall from me in his room, and he goes, in case I couldn't make it in time. And I was like I'm gonna know where the katana, and he goes, no, I could make it into your room, I know where the katana is, and I would be able to get there in time. I was like, okay, where else are there katanas? He goes, you haven't seen the one above the fridge, in the closet downstairs, and there was like 7 swords in our house.
Listen, you break in, take anything you want, motherfucker. Put your hands on something, see what happens. You might not have hands after that shit. We're gonna katana you.
Yeah, no, he's excited.
Last round, on the last round, you're gonna get a 10-second stretch hold on the last rep, and then finish your rep.
It's it.
Okay.
Alright, let's see if we get 8 to 12 in that last rep. 10-second stretch, hold, and then triangle.
I shouldn't have worked out yesterday and then also play basketball today. So now, because he thinks we're soft, we're baby batter in this gym. We're doing like.
I brought Brian as my backup, so he didn't think I was a soft. Look, I have a cool friend.
We're doing soccer mom workouts over here.
This is cool. This is like finance, Dad.
Yeah.
Come on, finance, Dad. At least show some intensity on this set. The movement is as intense as you welcome it to.
Didn't even do a fucking RDL. I was like, oh, my knee hurts.
Oh, come on. Well, then do these well, yeah?
Do these well. Take this set to actual tough fatigue and to failure. We're just really doing this to vertical pull, and then we're getting into different angles. I'm having go into a lap prayer on the table next, where I have a road shaft. Go to that one, and more lap work, and more
Oh.
Did you get that hold?
I did.
Okay, good. I missed it. It still counts. It'll count.
Can you stay hold for 10 seconds?
Can you give me another 5 quick reps?
I can do it.
Yeah, come on, get right back up here. You thought you were done. Go. Keep it tight too. Up. Good, now. Come on, feet on the floor if you need. I don't care about the box.
What is it?
I wanted 5 reps, not 1.
Oh, you wanted 5? I thought you said 5 seconds.
I wanted you to take it a little bit through, like a quick rest pause, take it through.
5 seconds. I didn't realize you wanted 5 reps.
5, but you do them now, while they still matter. Yep.
All the way down.
Good. Come on.
There
yes.
we go.
Fluff the whip. Just stretch and pull as hard as you can.
Control the
One
descent.
more.
Control the descent after this
Oh,
control.
no.
There we go. Slow.
That's it.
Better.
Fuck.
All right,
Okay.
come here.
Oh.
Stretch it out real quick. You're going to come into your lat prayer. Have you set up relatively low. You can go more conventional, or if you feel you want to widen and come through the middle, I don't care. You're going to sit deep into it, and we'll focus on the stretch portion.
All right.
You get another minute rest. Catch your breath. You get a minute to 2 minutes. Catch your breath. Chill. Then you need a little bit of lat stretching as you chill. You can grab your bar and just roll through the lat.
So what's the streaming game like? What's it like to be a streamer?
It's good and bad. It's pretty good. I mean, you make an ungodly amounts of money if you're very successful.
I heard you stream like an exorbitant amount of time per day, though.
Yeah.
So like per hour, is it still decent, or is it like you just got?
You know, I mean, it depends. If you have a large audience, then yes, you can max out. You can run ads like crazy. I don't do any of that stuff, but people do. Some people do like 22 minutes of ads an hour, and they make a lot of money doing that, especially if they have massive audiences.
What's massive in the streaming space?
So like right now, I probably have like 30,000, 26 to 30,000 people live concurrent viewers. So like right now, there's an arena full of people watching.
Okay, where's the arena? I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's just
no, it's in Nebraska, Mike.
Yeah, but
okay,
but
30,000. Okay.
basically like normally when I'm covering politics, because this is like IRL content, so it's not as it's not in the pocket of my audience's interest. But I still think that it's valuable to do stuff like this because I also try to get them to like work out and motivate people in my community to also, you know, find their own fitness journey.
What's your political shit getting you per hour, like as far as?
That's usually around like 40K. Depends on if like on election night I had 300,000 people watching.
Right. If only every night was election night, right?
Yeah, I mean it would be terrible.
It would be terrible.
It'd be terrible for the country, I think.
Stressful but lucrative.
Yeah. Like that, right?
Yeah, you can either pull out and try to break the rope apart, or if you want, you can get a little bit more of a close edge.
I'm not so good at pulling out, Coach.
How many?
Hinge over more, take a baby step forward, and let's go for it. 12 to 20, depending on how this weight feels. Now I just want you to connect to that. We're gonna keep the head low, get more stretch, try to hit the cable. Yeah, stay low. Stay low.
Yeah.
Shine ass arms. Good. Yep, pop the chest through. Okay.
Tomorrow
that's a heavy 8.
Tomorrow we're working out with CNN. That's why I asked how long you're here.
Tomorrow, today.
Because I was wondering if you wanted to do that in the morning.
What's the situation and what's the event?
I think they're just doing like a day in the life.
For you?
For me.
Tonight's the real workout. We have Dr. Mike in here.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's CNN.
But I was like, I was wondering if you wanted to be on the. It would be funny.
Man, unfortunately, I'm catching a flight like at midnight tonight.
Oh damn. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it? No superset?
No. Right now we're just gonna do a little lat. Then we're gonna do some horizontal.
All right.
Can I throw in a technique suggestion here?
Please, God, please.
All right. Yeah.
I just dropped it from 10 to 8 for him.
So you're doing this, which is totally cool. It'd be sweet if you backed up a little bit and really stretched out your arms to keep them completely straight. Took the slack out of your elbows and shoulders. Bent lower, and as you bend lower, you can tell you're getting way more tension in your lats. And then you come down here to the outside for a quick sec pause. Slowly control, and as you come up with the implement, You lower to get a big stretch, pause, and then back. So straight arms and lean over to catch that big stretch every time. Is that okay?
Oh yeah. You want that pause, you want just more pause in the length and just a quick pull apart.
Correct.
Sweet.
Okay.
You're controlling that ascent big time.
You're saying in the last 5 or just in general the entire time?
The entire time. So walk back. Keep it more. Cool. And then stay nice and bent. And then straight arms, pull to outside your knees. Matter of fact, get your feet close together. Perfect. And then slowly release. Straight arms.
Like that?
Yeah, oh yeah. Great. Yes, really reach up at the top to get your arms over your head. Yes, and then back. Very good. Don't bend your elbows. Straight arms the entire time. Lats only. If I stop, take the weight down substantially, about 2/3 of that weight. And then only straight arms. Lean over further. Yep. Straight arms. Like lock out your elbows, legit. Yes. Straight arms only. Good.
You want zero bicep contribution here. You want just pure lat.
Pure lat. Pure lat.
Cool. Would you cue him to retract as he pulls apart at all, or does he stay like protracted?
I would say natural scapular movement's probably good. It's going to go through both phases.
Holy shit. Oh.
Yeah?
Burning.
All right. So you're on the political left, yeah? How has it been?
Very far left.
Yeah. I mean, how has it been with the coming up to the election hopes and then the result?
I don't like Kamala Harris.
Oh no way.
No, I was very critical of the Democratic Party for quite some time.
So you're more of a political ideologue rather than a party liner.
Yeah, I would say that. Like I'm more of a Bernie left than a normal Democratic Party left.
Sure.
I don't even think that they're left. They've actively taken the most annoying positions in the most annoying ways possible, while simultaneously doing nothing for working class people. From where I'm standing, at least, the way I see it, I get very annoyed at nothing working in the same way that every American gets annoyed.
Sure.
And it's been weird watching the Democratic Party basically reshape itself into I like to call it a gay Republican Party, basically. They are the Republican light, but also they're kind of smarmy and smug and annoying about it. Which is...
The smugness is never cool on either side.
Yeah, I mean, Republicans do it too, but I'm saying they don't necessarily do anything. They just point to how shitty the Republicans are and go, vote for us. Obviously the alternative is worse. And while I agree that the alternative is worse overall, they've marginally pushed themselves further and further to the right. And at this point it's why would you go for the
Stay elevated. Deep stretch at the bottom. There you go. Very good. Just like that. Perfect. And keep cranking them too. You can quit some other fucking day. 5 more.
5 more.
Come on.
No. There's no way.
My God,
Try.
There's no.
I need ASMR.
That's crazy.
Doctor, my subtle, sultry voice telling him to do better reps with more scap movement. I've got Hassan actually working hard in my gym. If I close my
Look at what he's doing. Brian is so geeked out. Here, you come do this.
Dude, I just want to
Come on, rip it.
Brian's gonna
Rip it.
bicep curl this, okay? I just wanted to tell
You
you.
really
Trade him out. Trade you in. We're good. Hassan's done.
My head's spinning.
Oh, come on, man.
Head's spinning. Y'all are crazy. What was that, 6?
I wasn't counting. I don't start counting until somebody starts trying.
I couldn't count. I was trying not to bust while
I don't know
I was
how to
talking.
count.
I'm losing my mind.
Numbers. Confusing.
To your other side.
Same
For you,
technique
lateral,
on this
do you
side.
generally coach weak side first, or do your strong side and then catch your weak side up with a little rest
Generally, I
pause?
would say weak side
Probably usually weak
first,
side first,
and then it gets a better stimulus, so it over time will even out a little bit more. But there we go. Stay with the tension all the way through. No bullshit at the bottom. Stay tense. There you go. Very good. Follow it down. Good. 4 more. 4 more. Let's go. Wrap that shit. 1, slow control, gentle touch. 2 more. You got this all fucking day. 3, 1 more. Let's go. And then slow as if another. Control it. Control. Big hang, big stretch.
You said that as if another. I've heard you say that so many times.
Yes, it's the thing
it's
I
in
say.
my head.
Oh.
As if another.
Almost fell.
Good stuff, man. Dude, you did it that time.
Sweet dreams.
Are you sure you're going to be okay after this? This is the hardest anyone's ever worked, I think.
We're here.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Oh my god.
You can touch me.
Working with it. Guys, don't embarrass me.
Don't embarrass. You're embarrassing me right now. He's
You've
just 5
never
more.
touched
You do
a
fucking 5
20-inch
more.
python, okay? You won't know. You don't know.
Oh.
I think this was intended for, like, relaxing dinner.
We
No, they built it.
This used to just be grass.
Yeah.
And then I had to convince my dad to be like, let me turf it and put a gazebo in it, and we built this shit by hand. And so don't jump too hard.
No,
It'll support.
be
It'll
fine,
support.
probably.
Don't you deadlift in here? You'll go through that floor.
Sure.
Him deadlifting is fine. You and deadlifting.
Oh, jeez. Ooh, we're so mean to each other.
Kai, go.
Go play over here, mamas.
Kai, go.
Kai is not scaring the other dogs, Chad. They dominate her all day. Yeah.
Can I ask you a political question?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if you know this or not. I've heard, this could be a rumor, that Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez has removed her bio pronouns.
Oh yeah.
Recently?
No, people thought it was recent. No, she removed them from her description, like I think 2 or 3 years ago.
2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So that is one of those bullshit.
Yeah. But that happens a lot in politics.
Yeah, sure. Well, that nukes my follow-up question. But
What was it? What was your follow-up question?
No, I mean it was just entirely irrelevant now because it's not a truism it's based on. I was going to say like, oh, is it like a pivot because of the election loss? But apparently it's not fair.
And that's the other thing that I've been very annoyed by with like liberal media. They're all like, "Oh, the Democrats said Latinx." They never did. Like they had in the past. There was like a Latinx era for them.
Mm-hmm.
I never really abided by that standard. I thought it was stupid, but like I think that is like the easiest way to come across like an out of touch white guy. If I were to go up to Brian and be like,
Why's he gotta be white?
Hello, my, why has he got to be white?
That's right.
Because that's where a lot of the
I'm fucking with this is a joke.
a lot of the blind spots come from.
Why
Inadvertently,
why some shit?
without recognizing when you're trying to be nice.
Sure, of course.
Hey,
real quick. Let's do fucking 8 or some shit. Not this bullshit 6.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
You can do that.
I'm gonna try.
Best you can do is try.
Okay.
Big chest. Lift that chest up off the ground. Get some slack going. There it is. Very good. Breathe. Good. 3 more. 1, slow. Gentle touch. 2, one last one. Hell yeah.
I think it was the mechanics in the first one that fucked me up a little bit. I haven't done a Meadows run in a while.
We got excuses on top of excuses here, fellas.
That was beautiful.
I'm just trying to analyze it. I'm working at it.
You are doing really good, man.
That's a lie, and you know it. I've done not a single impressive lift so far. This is embarrassing.
I said good, not impressive. My God.
Yeah, if he wanted to see impressive, he'd watch me lift.
Dude, do it.
Jesus.
Get in here.
He's talking a lot of good shit
Now you
today.
gotta get in here. Yo, show him what the fuck
Bro,
is up.
he's just mad I outlift him.
You gotta at least do a quick set of 12, what he just did for 8 with that same tempo on your weak side.
And be like, stream that motherfucker.
He's mad I outlift him on some key compound exercises. Deadlift.
I don't know.
He out squats me though. Yes.
He out trap bar deadlifted, so I don't know if that
But
barbell is.
Don't put the fucking weight on.
not a lift.
Your knee is
Trap bar deadlift, not a
I'm
lift.
gonna bust my back out. I'm gonna bust it out.
I hurt my back, but it was worth it. I put someone in their place.
Yeah.
Short king back where you belong.
Yeah. Ego lifting, baby. Dr. Mike, where are you from originally?
Do your
Russia.
set.
No, I meant like in America, because you live in Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you from originally in America?
Oh, I'm from Russia.
And then you moved to Michigan.
Yes.
Oh, you never were in New Jersey?
I was in Philadelphia for a while.
You give me New Jersey vibes a little bit.
Hey, fucking Jersey. Whoa.
Yeah.
Deep stretch.
Monster.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. One more. One more. Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Jersey vibes. That's a huge compliment.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Good, good.
I didn't mean to.
I meant it as an insult.
Yeah, I didn't mean it
Is
as an
Rutgers in Jersey?
I did, yeah, Rutgers in Jersey.
Where in Jersey is Rutgers?
It's all over Jersey, but
Oh,
New
so
Brunswick
the
is
main,
the
main campus.
main campus in New Brunswick.
Is that north, mid?
Yeah.
North-ish.
Mid-north.
How far from the city is that?
I think it's like 45 minutes.
40. That's not bad. So
Yeah.
Did you ever like party in the city? And you're...
Not really.
Do people do that at Rutgers or no?
On
the weekends or some shit?
Not necessarily. Some people do. I went to Pacha before.
What's that?
That's the big, back in the day, that was like the big New York club. Pacha.
Oh. Is that in like the meat packing district or something?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's actually pretty, it's pretty Guido.
Nice. Did you like weed out for it? Like you throw on your...
Not really.
Just do like a bath of cologne before you go?
Oh, I do that because I'm Middle Eastern.
My man.
You gotta do
Wouldn't
that.
have it any other way.
Yeah, I douse myself.
Someone's like, "Are you Middle Eastern?" You're like, "Yeah." They go,
Yeah.
"No, you're not." You're like, "Oh, God, I forgot my cologne today. I'm really sorry. I swear to God, I'm Middle Eastern."
The trick is, many people don't know this, but there's different intensities in the fragrance. Eau de toilette, eau de home, I think, or something, and then perfume. Eau de perfume. Perfume is the highest consistency, and that's what I get. So one spray of that shit, and you're like, you smell like cologne for hours.
Do you think that's a cultural thing, or do you think like you just have the Middle Eastern genetics to where someone's like, "How much cologne do you want?" including not at all, and you smell all the varieties. You're like, "I want the most powerful shit. It just fucking speaks to my soul."
Yeah, it's a Middle Eastern shit.
Yeah, I love that.
I think that's what it is. I love it.
Last night with Sip Trip, give me that same
we're gonna do
8.
another
We're gonna
one?
strip the green, and we'll go for another 4 to 5 at tempo.
You got 10 for sure.
No,
you warmed up now.
Let's take 8, 10, whatever you got. Give me nasty reps.
You don't got I'm here today. You don't have to baby this motherfucker 10.
Damn.
Come on, Haas. Fire up in the fucking wall.
Barely doing 8. So wait, 10?
4 crumble cookies this week, and you are carb loaded to the gills. Let's go.
Stopping is pointless.
Do you like caramel cookies?
Yeah, fuck yeah. Anyone that says no is lying.
Dude, it's so sweet. But
What did you fuck with? Like, what flavors do you fuck with?
They bought them, they chose them, but I ate.
Who's they? The Illuminati showed up?
Yeah, they like the people that were ordering the crumble cookies because I can never get myself to do it, you know. But I ate the maple glazed donut one. That shit was gas. And then Snickerdoodle's really good. They did not have chocolate chip cookies, unfortunately. But
that sucks. That's kind of one of the best ones.
Yeah, but the Snickerdoodle is really good too. Which is crazy because that one is 400 calories, the Snickerdoodle ones. Chocolate chip is 750 calories per cookie. It is the doughiest.
Can't get this snowball rolling, or he's never going to do this third set. This is a daily occurrence.
Well, see, now you're rested. You have to get
this. Is a cop-out.
I see where this is going.
Yeah.
Chest up. Attention.
Catch that lifeline all day.
He's good at talking. It's what he does for a living.
Oh, yeah.
We're on the way down. We're not rushing these. We're here to stay. Fuck yeah.
And then a drop set?
Get
Yeah, I got.
Get to the drop set on purpose.
One more after this. One more bonus. One more. I'm not here every day. Let's go. There we go. Slow control.
Oh.
One more good one. One more good one, Hustle. Let's go.
Come on.
Right now.
Come on. 12.
Fuck yeah.
Straight.
Slow. Control. Gentle touch. There you go.
Oh.
Shake it. Shake it. Shake it.
Okay.
Okay. Now just see what you got. Same tempo, however many. Come on. Come on, come on.
Two more.
Not yet.
Two more.
Hang on, I'm just gonna grip it.
Let's go. Beautiful.
Yes.
Slow. Stay upright.
Oh, fuck.
Good. Shake
Holy
that out.
shit.
Come into a quick lap stretch. Grab on some shit.
Oh.
Come to your stretch. Sit. Pull. Sit. Pull.
Chad probably thinks this is so easy. Because you're like, oh, that doesn't feel like much weight. It's the intention, right?
The eccentric, the length.
Chad is my community. I'm just calling my chat people watching.
Oh, we got the chat people. We got the people.
Chatters.
Crystal, have you pet the big fluffy doggy yet? It'll come up and just sit there.
Yeah, if you call her over there, she'll come up. Kaya.
Oh.
Yeah. She's a fluffy little whore, dude. She loves the pets. She acts like there's a...
We need the same effort. We should have done the side first, but that's okay.
No, it's slightly stronger, I think. On my right side, I'll pull. I don't know why.
Big stretch at the bottom. 3 more. 1. 2. Fuck yeah. Let's go. 2 more. 4
2
more.
more?
4 more.
4
4
more.
more. You did real well last time. Let's go.
Come on, you gotta match it.
Hey, good. Bad news. Extra growth. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm getting some extra growth right now.
Where it counts. Good. 2 more.
Come on. Come on. Last one.
You got it. Let's go.
Let's go.
Come on.
Slow. Stretch. Move it. Shake it out.
Oh my God.
Give yourself 5-10 more seconds. Get right back in. Just enough to let the grip pump out. Slow down a second and then get back in.
I'm gonna pass out.
You're gonna be okay. All right, let's go. This is it. This is it here. Your accessory after this. Rear delt. Blasted.
Let's go.
5D shoulder. Come on. 1 more. Come on.
Stay upright. Let's fucking go.
Come on, big chest.
There we go.
Own it.
Fuck yeah. Own that shit.
Oh. That's it. Done.
That's what's good.
Alright, last pump. We got some section work.
Holy shit.
We got 2 minutes rest after that.
Okay.
Hello, chat.
What do you think about this so far, Dr. Mike?
I'm not underwhelmed. I'm not overwhelmed. Fairly whelmed.
You're whelmed?
Yeah. Oh, it's nice. You're putting in that shit. You're sweating. You're working.
Yeah.
It's not as difficult of a task as basketball. Do you hustle, or are you trying to just leverage and fucking box people out?
No, I work on areas of weakness. So whenever I play one-on-one, I use that as an opportunity to hone certain things that I might utilize in a game. So I'll focus on ball handling, blow-bys, you know, things that I normally wouldn't utilize all that much in a regular game.
Sure. What's your, when you say game, what is that, 3-on-3 or is it 5-on-5? You full court, half court?
I do all of it, full court, half court.
Oh, no way.
3-on-3.
Where do you play? Like, is there like a league, or is it just the guys, or how's that work?
It's just the boys for the most part. But I also do yeah, I play like plumbers. But I also play on like creator leagues and stuff.
It's a creator league.
There's a lot of basketball content creators out there.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Who is, what's his name, one of them? Oh, the professor?
Yeah.
My man.
He is.
Have you played with him?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that guy's so cool.
Do you find your chances against him to be
I mean, there are a lot of guys who are very good, especially in the basketball creator field. Like, there's a lot of dudes who are like former D1 athletes, former D3 athletes, like played organized at a college level. And I feel like that is
big advantage.
A tremendous amount of training that you have gone through.
Formal training too, so they're real. Their technique is real slick and sorted out.
Yeah. What are we doing?
You're gonna do cross grip or no fly. We'll switch grips and go over. We'll start underhand grip. So that good stretch, straight pose, big stretch, straight pose, and then we're gonna incline bench.
I'm doing that. My shoulders are.
It's good. The other hand. Yeah. You might have to feel like I put you on setting 3 if that feels like you're just not great stability, or you have to like hyperextend your mid back, then bring it down to setting 2.
That'll be fine.
Slight high to low for a little bit more low trap.
Oh, this is heavy. Fuck.
Okay, bring it down. You did just do some solid metal grip.
Yeah.
So this accessory, just control this.
My shoulder was like, nope.
The external rotation, the underhand is going to be much harder too. So I'm having you do it first.
I hate working out at night.
Why?
I don't know. I used to do it back when I was younger, but now that I'm older, I like sucking the day's dick before, you know?
Good. Round your upper back a little at the top. Get that stretch. Left your arms crossed over heel. Pull you. Round it, round it, round it. Good stretch it forward. And then pull. Yes. Good. Let it stretch it. But during the day here is also very blessed. Like it comes at like 8, 9. Like sun starts beaming through. Birds chirping with flowers. It's 75 degrees.
Yeah, you don't know about that in Michigan, Dr. Mike. Actually, with climate change, you might know about it.
Yes, that extra 0.4 degrees of 100-year cooling.
Beautiful. Throw the thumbs to me.
Michigan's, we got seasons. What is it, holiday time, right?
How much is it?
Santa Claus.
What's the weather right
We
now?
got 5 more here. Come on.
What's the weather like right now in Michigan?
It sucks. It's like anywhere between 45 and 50, and usually like gray or raining.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Did you ever move to California?
Say what?
Did you ever move to California?
Fuck no, California's a sinking ship. Are you out of your mind? California's climate is amazing.
What is amazing?
The climate here.
It's the only good selling point, really.
Good selling point at this point.
But it's really amazing.
But it's really amazing. And there's like lots of awesome people here. But no, Michigan's cool. It's like, you know, we have seasons, and that's nice because you get all the different shit.
Is there a super for this?
Incline bench.
Incline bench for what?
Curl.
Oh, okay. Oh shit.
Is that bad news?
No.
We don't like it.
The arms can't get much bigger. Is what he's
I'm
worried
just
about.
tired, you know.
He's worried they're gonna take over. You can't fit them
Yeah.
on the street. We're gonna need a bigger camera lens.
We don't have any towels, do we?
How are you transmitting that? Is there a backpack transmitter situation?
Yeah. You know, back in the day, they used to have those big ass vans with the dishes on top of it,
Yeah.
satellite dishes. That basically is that backpack.
Holy shit.
Nowadays, it is. There's even smaller versions.
Streamer bag. Is
Yeah.
it expensive or is it?
Yeah.
It's real expensive.
Yeah, I work with unlimited IRL, so I get it for free. But yeah, there's 4 modems in there, and it's beaming from 4 different ISPs, so that like it pings off of. Okay, Kaya. Please.
Kaya, come
Okay, go.
We love Daddy.
Yeah, she wants to play, but so there's 4 different modems, and there's a server in there, or like everything that you have up on that camera transmits directly into that box. There's a live view live view hardware in there, and then that takes the audio and the video, transmits it into that box, and then that box also has 4 modems attached to it, and it beams it to the internet to a cloud server.
Beams it to
my cloud server.
But like, does it? Oh, it switches whatever's locally available. Any satellite uplink or no?
No, the internet is like the ISPs are directly connected by SIM cards. It's like a mobile router, 4 of them in there. So then that transmits the footage and the audio and the video to a server that then transmits the footage to my OBS.
What does OBS mean?
OBS is Open Broadcasting System, I think that's what it's called. It's an open source broadcasting software that everyone can use. How many?
A little bit so that you can get your arms a little tighter into the body. There you go. Just give me somewhere from 8 to 12. Just go for that feeling. Go for that stretch. Go for that feeling, that bicep falling out of your seat.
So lay back on the bench and get your chest up as tall as you can. It's going to stretch your biceps out a little more. There you go. Control the weight all the way through, especially here. That's going to be the tough part. Control that middle. Control. There you go.
Why did we get so fast?
Control.
That's very light.
Oof. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Wait, is this the last set?
No, this is your second set. This will be your overhand grip over that set.
No, I meant like my last block.
I might give you like a quick 1 or 2 set finishers to blast out of like some high rep inverted rows.
Got it.
Maybe a teeny bit of core work. I might have you show a flag or something like that. Just the core.
Sitting at 130. Heart rate.
You're in good condition now. That's part of why you're able to train so hard. So your conditioning is way just amazing compared to what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, you're giving me that overhand. You're gonna take advantage of your stretch.
Oh, now I'm doing overhead.
This will be better for you, and then you can come.
Yep.
Okay. Japan?
Yeah.
It's my favorite place on the planet.
No way.
Yeah, I love Tokyo. I'm going back in January.
How many brothels can I go into and drop your name and they're like, oh, where is he?
No, I don't go to the Salt Lake.
He never used his real name.
Yeah, they know me as the White Devil. They know me as a Godzilla. But yeah, Gaijin. Fuck the Gaijin. No, I love Japan. The food is amazing. Oh my god, everything's amazing. You'll love it. Have you been before?
I haven't though.
Oh, dude, do you watch anime?
Yeah, I do Dragon Ball Z, so I wouldn't cut myself too much slack. I don't want to piss off anime nerds and, you know, take too much credit.
I'm sorry. Not to a T. Not to a T, arms up.
Oh, arms up.
Yes.
Oh shit, okay. I misunderstood the assignment. Oh.
Yeah.
You said this was easier, Mike. It's not easier. Let me tell you.
Good. Stand up. Head up when you stand up. When you stand up, head up. You lean forward on the stretch when you stand up like that. Good. Yeah. One more like that. Stick it. Yes.
Oh. Oh. I feel like a ragdoll right now. Oh. Yeah, Japan is the best. I fought sumo wrestlers when I was out there. Shit was awesome.
How'd it feel?
Felt amazing.
No way.
Touching a man with so much power. Naked body on naked body.
That's my Thursday night.
Yeah, just wearing a diaper. You think
Oh, you did the
BJJ?
whole thing, huh?
I wasn't. He was. But they make you wear it over your pants.
Right.
You can go.
You didn't go naked for it?
You can go butt naked if you want. I wasn't brave enough.
There's your physique goal right there.
Guys just strip it down all the way and just wrestle.
No, they were just wearing the diapies, the traditional sumo gear.
So like if you went naked, he would have done it too.
No, I don't think you can be naked. It was also it's like a
Canceling my flight.
it's like a gimmicky sumo wrestling restaurant. But there's like real former, like not full blown champions, but like one level, like the number.
B-League champion.
No. The guy I fought was like literally number 3 in the world at one point. And he was like 60 pounds underweight from where he was when he was at a peak physique, and he was still like 285 or something.
Did you?
It was insane.
Did you show me how we do shit? And what are you? You're Turkish, right?
Yeah, Turkish oil wrestling.
You know what I'm saying, man? You motherfuckers invented the shit. Did you put them in place?
Put finger in the butthole and everything.
Did you fucking sort him out? Or what?
No, he fucked me up. Actually, I think I held my own pretty well.
Didn't you come back kind of injured because of that?
I did, yeah. He fucked my neck up.
That response, like, I held my own. Like, did he hurt you? Like, yes.
He did. He hurt me big, but like, but I was already like I had like neck issues and shit back then.
Like, he didn't do shit. You just kind of were like, you let him have a few. I get it.
I mean, there's no way he was ragdolling everybody else. I held my own in comparison to everyone else in the group, but I mean, there's like people that go to like sumo wrestling dens and you know football players and shit. They get fucked up by the sumo wrestlers.
Sure. I've been to a few sumo dens, if you know what I mean. Control that eccentric. Control. There you go. All the way through. Yes. Control. All the way through. Slow. Let's go again. Make that shit move. Hell yeah.
Fuck.
And then slow. Let's go. Slow. Stay in charge. There we go. All the way through.
Oh.
Fuck yeah.
Holy shit. Oh.
Slow.
We're gonna do another. I have to take it. You're going to come a little bit higher up to a Y. We're going to take that into a Facebook so you don't have to change positions.
The door. Oh, thank you so much for the slobber.
Oh, she's slobbering?
Oh, yeah.
Right. That's her thing.
Shit, this is easy. It's not even, I'm faking it. I'm not even tired.
All right, time to start trying now.
Yeah. Yeah, I got like, yeah, put the whole rack on. It's fine.
Let's do it.
Let me show everybody how it's done, you know? I can't even hold my fucking phone right now. That's how bad it's gotten for me.
When you have big arms, nothing matters, bro.
It's true.
Hire people to hold your phone for you.
It's true.
Dr. Mike, is it true when you have calves that big?
When you have big arms, nothing matters, bro.
It's true.
Hire people to hold your phone for you.
It's true.
Dr. Mike, is it true when you have calves that big that when you dine at restaurants, you get better seating?
I'm sometimes the only person seated entirely. They close down most restaurants for me when I show up. Because they're like, oh,
that should be the finisher. You have to
show Dr. Mike what you can do on the wall.
I showed him the Ricky earlier.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this dog is crazy.
He's a smart boy.
Phineas is like that too, Mr. Finley. Phineas Ferb.
Just tell how smart they are about how they stare.
Oh, he uses buttons at home to talk to me. He'll be the button by the door. It says, actually, it used to say outside. Now it says, open the fucking door, bitch. And he literally smacks it and looks up at me, and that's what he's thinking. Food, he's like, fucking feed me. Water, bedtime. I used to have a button by toys, but that became abusive to me.
Yes.
My first time.
He's like, I can just keep pressing this.
And then you have to give it the response, or it doesn't teach them that there's a bridge of language there.
Sure.
See, he's doing the toy thing right now. This is his toy version of being at the gym.
Toys, Daddy.
He is a fetch freak.
They have me to the park this evening. Oh yeah, no, you should see them with frisbees. They jump above your head and catch frisbees like sharks grabbing seals. Drop. All right, you'll take this to the standing cheek curl. Well, strict curl had maybe a cheek curl back then. I know the ball is out. Relax. She's way too much energy for the context. She's so maybe you go park twice a day for this and just catch non-stop frisbees. Or a tennis ball launcher that pumps the tennis ball 80 feet. Nerf is still alive. Come on. Come on.
Control.
Okay, stand up, no drop the weights.
And then what?
Strict rep or two. Can I give you a strict rep or two? Strict. One more. And then you can give me a cheap eccentric. Come on. Come on. Good. One more with a mini swing into an eccentric and a collar. Good. Slow. Done.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Okay. Last block. Quick block. Just 2 rounds. Single arm loaded carry, kettlebell. And then we're just going to do some little inverted rub. Just for some extra pull work.
Bro, we pulled so much today.
I think your dog pulled my dog's collar on.
Oh yeah, she does that.
Everyone pull it. Just smart one.
She takes them off. I'm getting her snipped finally. Yeah, I'm getting.
That's the end of the hope of breeding our dogs.
No.
And forging the bond that we're waiting for.
No, it's done.
Is there going to be some hybrid vigor there, or is it just anything that degrades the Belgian Malinois line? Just the worst.
That's why I got her. Going to little sister wife action.
Oh, really?
Yeah. In a couple years, when they're ready. When me and my wife start a family, we'll then probably.
You're going to breed these 2 dogs?
Yeah, Honey and Huxley.
And are they sexually attracted to each other?
Yes. She has not gone through heat yet, but he sniffs her and rounds, and you'll see him looking at her and just like, he likes her. He's been grooming her since she was his 6 months. Sister wife. It's really weird. They're like, well, betrothed. Finny.
Wait, so they're not genetically...
No, they're totally different. They're just both purebred dogs.
You said sister wife, I was like, oh.
Poor Finn.
Finn!
He's saying all these things.
He doesn't like to be perceived. He's a little neurodivergent. Yeah.
That's why we lift.
All right, single arm carry there and back.
Carry, time. 45 to 60 seconds, and then we're gonna do just some inverted rows just for some volume. Just a little pump in the end.
All right. He's so regal.
He is.
Who's distinguished. He is. Right away.
All right, whatever you got left in that forearm, and that's jab.
I don't know how much I can hold.
Whatever, we'll see. I mean, 45 seconds. Just walk, keep the shoulders square, you know what to do. Good. Stand as tall as you got. Yes. Hey, honey.
I got big dog this here. He's a big boy.
Lean beef patties. 10 seconds. Okay, I'll take 33.
Oh,
that's fine. That was 33. Just match the other side. Just match the other side. Yeah. Good. Stand tall. Stand tall. Yes. Level out the shoulders. Good. Pillar strength. Don't let the right side win the war. That's between sets.
The perfect combo. The perfect combo.
Figured out how to get it. That's his game. Doing his game.
Just too
smart. They're so smart. They have to find ways to entertain themselves. They create games. Yeah. Find things to do. All right, we've got some inverted rows. Front, middle, side. Give me anywhere from 15 to 21. So we do 5 to 7 rounds. You know the drill. Front, middle, side.
Inverted rows for the inverted hose.
I'm an inverted hoe right now. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna live with the CNN guys, dude. We're gonna make him work out too.
The CNN guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Find out if he has any injuries or anything. I should know that.
No, we're gonna injure him. His main injury is he's Irish.
Okay.
Is your chest sore?
Is my chest sore? I think sometimes when I work out, it gets sore 2 days later, like 24 full hours later.
Okay.
And I feel like that's probably what's gonna happen because we hit it pretty hard yesterday. Why? Do you want me to try to do a bench press after this?
No. I just for the CNN guy.
For tomorrow, I'm gonna have him probably do a little bit more anterior chain, upper body, maybe a little leg press. See how his legs are feeling. His
We
knees
don't
not
have to do a
hurting.
super serious
I
workout.
might
It's
take
just for the
tomorrow
camera.
for RDL and Nordic since he couldn't really do his days together.
He's not gonna film. They're just filming some stuff.
You just need B-roll. I know.
So it's not like that serious. The NBC guys.
It's about to get real serious though. He doesn't know that.
Start straight legs. If you walk it using, just start straight. Start corpse. Stretch. Lean back. Yeah. 1, 2. Bend knees. Bend knees. There you go. Keep it on. 3. 2 more. 4. 4. Please 1 more. 5. 5. Nice. Oh, call it. Good shit. Okay, you got 1 more round and you're done for the day.
Oh my god.
1 round, both those things, you're done for the day.
Dr. Mike, what do you think my body fat percentage is with just the look?
35.
That hurt my soul.
It doesn't reflect on you. It's all done. You know.
I'm leaving.
I'm out.
I'm out of here.
To be fair, he's adhered to almost none of my dietary advice over the years.
I got here though. I got there.
We got here.
15 maybe?
No.
I need to see your abs.
I think I'm higher than 15. I just ate.
Oh my god. Is there anything any better?
15 to 17 is not much better.
I just ate, so.
Oh, keep pulling it down. Let's see what's up.
Yeah.
See those gutters. Where do the gutters drain?
It looks good, man. 15 to 17. You gotta really, even though your body fat's not super low, you like your shape is really good and you have definition in your arms. So like I would say for like club fuckboy, you're there.
I'm 33. I'm not a club fuckboy. I'm not.
Why do any of us work out?
I do. What do you mean? To impress other men.
Well, where are they? They're at the club.
True.
No, we're right here. No, this is us. This is the boys that we
That's
impress.
the boys. Huh?
It's really just become a circle jerk in this gym.
You asked me what my goals were. It's to be stronger, obviously, and have better cardio, look good, feel good, and have like not only a decent amount of muscle mass, but like functional muscle, you know, functional strength.
I think you're well on your way, man.
One more set. See if you can get the 45. Dr. Mike, what are your current goals? Do you have any set right now? Are you on a program?
Yeah. I haven't
How's
trained.
it been lifting and doing that much BJJ?
Oh, I don't do that much BJJ, but it gets me tired, you know.
Yeah.
I haven't trained my legs very hard in a long time, about 4 months, and I won't be training them hard probably for another year.
You tore something, right?
No. My legs just way too big for the rest of me. But a pessimistic way to put that is the rest of me is not big enough for my legs.
Yes.
And so I've been working on getting my forearms, biceps, triceps, shoulders, upper chest. And
Is this for competition purposes, you mean? Are you going for, like,
aesthetic and competition, yeah. And like upper back, especially lats bigger, so that I have like a more aesthetic appearance. And calves as well. And then when I sort of have a few long cycles of that and my body's shaped differently, I'm going to start training my legs again, shred down, and probably start competing in bodybuilding.
So for leg maintenance, have you just been doing like less overall volume and frequency, like once or twice? You're still doing them, obviously.
I train legs, like, so I do like a 6-day floating split, which is like 3 workouts, however much rest, 3 workouts, however much rest. And then, so twice during that time I'll do legs. Legs is literally 10 sissy squats, 10 reps of stiff leg up to 35, and then 10 body weight lunges, and that's it.
Wow. So to keep the muscle fibers active and alive?
Like mobile. Mobile.
You're good, barely
So
any like no stimulation.
barely any
fatigue,
stimulation.
just
No,
letting the tissues exist.
just existing. And then so, yeah, and eventually I will start training them in earnest again. But muscle comes back a lot faster, well, like crazy amount. And so it'll be fun to kind of regain the leg mass after. But legs are so tough to train that you can't really do a real good job of putting on as much upper body muscle mass as you can if you're still just bashing legs hardcore.
You feel that overall recovery just goes so much better when you're not having to like axially load like that.
Night and day.
And you're just doing this upper body and you just feel fresh and your grip is in the
pound the sets too.
Brian, we need to start skipping.
Start skipping.
That's why we got no upper chests. Too much legs, we don't even have legs. I don't know what's happening. If we just train calves to get appearance of legs and then upper body.
You naturally have big calves though, right? Or no?
Fuck no. My high school nickname was Chicken Legs.
No way. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So you can grow your calves.
I could. No guarantee anybody else can. Calves are tougher to grow, but you can put the work in over years and years.
Dude, I don't really care about it though. I don't like I have long legs. It's not gonna happen. Like people say, that's the worst part about calves is that like even if you have ginormous quads, it doesn't matter. People only see your calves, so they go, "Oh, you have skinny legs."
Yeah.
Like, "Oh, you don't hit leg day." I'm like, have you seen my ass? Like, have you seen my fucking goddamn Roman columns? Like, I got quads, man.
We're supporting the entire Western world.
Okay, finish it with the pump. Give me a hold at the top and then shift your hold into more of a pull-up style vertical hold.
Okay.
But still try for 21 total.
If my fucking
try for
shoulders don't give out.
They might give out, but try. Let's find out. With Frank's points. Finish it strong. Honey, beat it. Huxley, beat it. Honey, beat it. Beat it. Come on. Yes. Regrip is needed. Keep going. Regrip, I know.
No, it's not the regrip. My fucking left hamstring is cramping. Yep.
Good. Start to posture up. Start to sit your posture up. Keep your butt off the ground. Pull up. Pull up.
Wait, what do you want me to do?
Bring your feet in. Posture up. And pull. Good. Hold. There you go.
No. Oh. Now my ab is cramped. My abs are cramping. Oh.
Just one ab.
It's just one ab, yeah. Huh. I definitely did not hydrate enough today. Fuck. Okay.
That's a good pull day. We'll figure tomorrow out tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll test some things out. We'll keep it sexy.
All right, everybody. I want to thank you. I want to thank you all for watching. Thank you, Dr. Mike Israetel.
Good stuff.
Is there anything we can keep shooting the shit a little bit longer? If you have any questions, now that I'm done working out, now that you've seen the pathetic display that I put on here for you.
It was really good.
How embarrassing! This is like, you know, when you have like an event. I mean, you just competed, right? Or no, you didn't compete. But you know when, like, let's say you're getting your black belt and the day's coming and you know. And you had to prepare yourself for it, and the day before you don't eat certain things, and you got to make sure. I didn't do none of that shit today. Yeah. I just came in, fatigued as hell.
Yeah, that's real. This is how we.
And it's a disastrous performance.
No.
Hey!
She's in here. She's a hood.
Who do you think you are?
It's just because you're Asian. I just don't like you people.
I'm a Twitch streamer. she's an Asian dog.
Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah, she does that thing like a cow where she'll like put her body weight on you and she doesn't realize she's 100 pounds, so. But yeah, do you have any other questions about Twitch streaming or anything like that?
I don't know, you know, like, do you like it?
It's good days and bad days.
Yeah.
You know? I'm very fortunate that I don't have to work for somebody else. And I've been tremendously successful and tremendously lucky. But you know, there's a lot of stalkers and crazy shit.
No way.
Yeah, of course, comes with territory.
Any like of them females of reproductive age that are attractive?
No.
Right.
But definitely female stalkers for sure. Probably of reproductive age. I wouldn't say attractive. But also. Yeah, I mean, you know how it is. If you make YouTube videos, and that's like a very controlled format.
Not when we make them. But.
Yeah, well, regardless, like you have editorial control over it, right? Like I'm live for 8 hours a day, talking about hot button issues, political stuff. So a lot can be misconstrued purposefully.
Sure.
And things get clipped out of context deliberately. So there's like the good and the bad. You know what I mean?
I read an article about you recently. That like you're an anti-Semite or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was one of those articles where like the longer I read, the more I wanted to break my phone open because I was like, you motherfuckers quoted a quote of some guy's tweet who alleged some very vague generality.
Yeah, it's
and like
ridiculous.
of a guy that you were on a panel with, and the guy said some funny jokes, and that guy was actually Jewish, and I was like, I don't read this shit anymore.
Yeah.
It was a classic example of like, just take as much as you can out of context as possible. It was just like,
Yeah.
I'm sure you see a lot
stuff
of
like yeah, of course. That stuff like that happens all the time, especially in political stuff.
Oh,
it's like
God.
because people have like an ideological perspective.
They already hate you.
They're already primed to be like, I fucking hate this guy, and I'm gonna do everything I can to be like, this guy sucks.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that happens, which is lame. But otherwise, I think most people are tired of it.
Oh yeah.
I think like the right is already, they've always been tired of it, but they also simultaneously kind of do it to the left a little bit as well.
Sure.
But
a little bit.
But most like normal people that aren't super invested in politics on any side, kind of just look at that and go, oh my god, sure.
Yeah, slam dunking on people who disagree with you is like fun when you're 13. And then after that, it's like, oh, we can actually have like rational discourse and move toward consensus.
I agree. But yeah, like I said, good and the bad. But overall, I mean, look, fucking beats a 9 to 5. I'll tell you that. Which was another thing they clipped me out of context on.
You're like, oh, Hassan hates the working class.
Oh yeah.
At 11. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
But you know, I have the opportunity. I could quit this and go to a 9 to 5 if I wanted to. I clearly don't.
In what career would it be?
I've thought about
film editing.
Yeah. No, fluffer.
My man.
Yeah, you gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, 100%.
No, I've thought about possibly going back to college teaching.
No way.
If I get really fucking annoyed, like that was my one thing that I was thinking of, was like maybe I'll just go back, get a PhD, you know, and teach.
In what subject?
At least something political science related as my undergrad.
Sure.
You know? You have a PhD, don't you? In what? In exercise?
Sports science.
In sports science? Yeah. Dr. Mike Griswold, everybody. Where can people find you?
YouTube, RP Strength, and I have a sort of political channel, just by name on YouTube, Mike Griswold. And I do, not really directly political, like just kind of hot takes for an hour straight, thinking through shit, so check that out as well.
Greg Doucette hates me, by the way.
Oh,
I forgot to mention.
Join an incredibly long list.
I was about to say, yeah, because I made fun of him. I said he looks like Gilbert. He sounds like Gilbert Gottfried on steroids.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't say he hates you. Greg doesn't really have human feelings. He's just operating on whoever he can target that gives him the most exposure. So don't worry.
Yeah.
Doesn't know you're a human being.
Yeah, I was mad at him because he was like aligning with this one guy, the Fresh and Fit guy, who's like, you know, I don't really like his politics at all. I don't like his worldview or like the way he treats people. Okay. And they were talking about like fat people. The Jubilee video. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I made it through a fraction of that video, and then I considered offing myself.
Yeah, I mean most Jubilee videos are like that, for sure.
That one in particular was like, oh, these are all takes that are generally not great. You know, Eric Janicki was on that one. And he's really nice, and he had some very nuanced takes that I really appreciated.
Yeah. Well, was he one of the Jack dudes?
He was one of the Jack dudes, but he was kind of like, I'm not here to hate anybody.
Oh yeah, he's the nice guy. Yeah. I just like I got mad, and I was like, Coach Doucette, you're supposed to know better. Like, why are you talking about how easy it is to like lose weight? You know? Yeah. Like that, and then he got mad at me, and he used that to sell his like cookbook or some shit. I was like, come on, dog.
You're in the playbook
what the fuck are you doing?
That's the only reason he does anything is for money.
He's like, yeah, this guy hates me. Sam Sulek is gonna die.
Yeah, he cares so much about everyone else.
Yeah,
he's always prognosticating.
Yeah. It's all good though. I love his content. I watch a lot of fitness guys, so
cool.
You know. But once again, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for watching, everybody. And I'll see you tomorrow. We got Donnie O'Sullivan from CNN in the building. And where's my phone? I gotta turn the stream off. But yeah, thank you, Brian, Mike. Thank you for everybody. Oh my God, I'm so tired. Holy shit. All right.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah, of course.
Oh, it's over here.
Yeah, Kevin.
This is hard work.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, thank you, Kevin, so much
of
for
course,
coming in
of course.
last second.